This title is narrated with virtual voice. Computer-generated narration for audiobooks. Horde by Aidan Phoenix. Prologue. A closer look. Dare drifted awake as he felt Marigold moving softly in his embrace. After a bleary moment, he realized she wasn't trying to slip away to relieve herself or anything like that, and cracking his eyes open, saw by the faint light filtering into the tent that it was barely dawn. So he settled back down into a half-asleep state and just enjoyed the feel of his gnome lover's warm, plump, deliciously soft little body pressed against him. The tiny maid had stated outright she'd volunteered for this scouting mission to be his bedwarmer. But if he'd still had any illusions about her sincerity, the last week had dispelled them. She'd proven to be insatiable, jumping on him the moment they retired to his tent each night, and ready for another round, or several, the moment they woke up in the morning. She'd even tried to find time to sneak him away for some fun, while they were scouting the monster horde threatening Terrana province, guaranteeing that if they didn't tire themselves out in their duties, by the time they collapsed in each other's arms at the end of each night, they were more than ready for sleep. Not that Dare was complaining, at all. Not only was Marigold incredible in bed, she was also fun to be around. An excellent conversationalist with a sharp wit and, usually naughty, sense of humor, she was also so full of energy, relentless positivity, and cheerfulness that he felt incredibly drawn to her. The thought of finishing this scouting mission and her returning to her duties to Baroness Morona at Montshadow Estate made him feel a bit wistful. He'd miss her. Although, on the plus side, it was more motivation to visit his noble lover and see her and Belinda at the same time, as well as Morona's other beautiful maids, many of whom had made it clear they were interested in him. Of course, returning back to his life depended on whether they could defeat this monster horde and save the province. It numbered in the hundreds and was getting dangerously close to the town of Terrana, and Morona's forces gathered outside it. Which meant today was the day to take greater risks and try to get vital information about their enemies. Dare was drawn from his grim plans as he realized Marigold's soft movements had become a bit more urgent. She was breathing harder as well, almost gasping, and a couple times seemed to be stifling moans. But it wasn't until he heard a soft, incredibly erotic squelching sound that realization dawned. He couldn't help but chuckle. "Starting without me?" he teased, hand trailing down to brush her fingers buried deep in her sodden sex. His lover giggled and nuzzled against him, kissing his shoulder. Force of habit. Her voice, breathy from her self-ministrations, sounded a bit wistful. "It's only recently that I've had the freedom to seek lovers. Before that, I had to learn to take care of myself." This was the first he'd heard much of her past, since aside from a few offhand comments about growing up in the underground gnomish settlement of Deepwater, she hadn't spoken much of it. And certainly no hints before now that it had been less than idyllic. Were there troubles in her past she hadn't told him about? If so, Dare didn't press. If she felt comfortable opening up, she would. He leaned down and kissed the top of her head. "I'm happy to take care of you when I can," he murmured solemnly. "You sure are." She made a contented sound and took his hand, pressing it against her velvety folds, then gasped softly as he began to gently caress her. "That's why this last week has been so wonderful. You've spoiled me so good. I've had more and better sex than in the last 6 months combined, maybe even the last year." In that case, let me make sure you're set for the next year, Dare growled, ducking beneath the blankets covering them and beginning to kiss his way down her plump body. He savored her warm, silky, soft skin as he briefly teased her breasts and large, plump nipples, then along her soft tummy and even softer shaved mound. His gnome lover giggled. I hope I won't have any more dry spells now that you'll be around too far. Her words cut off in a breathy moan as his lips found her plump, sopping labia and began gently nibbling them. Dare smiled slightly and began putting all his skill to work, giving her the pleasure he'd promised. Marigold made the most adorable squeaking sounds of pleasure as his tongue thrummed against her clit, her pillowy thighs clamped around his ears, and small hands firmly pushing his head against her sex. Keep going, she panted, squirming in delight. Goddess, yes, just like that. He was more than happy to comply, occasionally pausing to slide his tongue through her folds to gather up her flowing nectar. It tasted of sweet feminine musk with a hint of cinnamon, making his cock throb eagerly at the prospect of the pleasure to come. His plump gnome lover lasted another few minutes until he felt her tense and clutch at him desperately. He flicked his tongue even harder against her bud to carry her over the edge, and with a squeal of pure ecstasy, she squirted all over his face. As she quivered in bliss, Dare kissed his way up her smooth-shaved mons, across her plump tummy and to her large breasts, where he played his lips over her large, pale pink areolas as he kneaded her warm, pillowy flesh with his hands. She got back to squirming and making those delightful squeaks, especially when he sucked an eraser-sized nipple into his mouth and nibbled it teasingly. Now, the pink-haired maid finally panted, urgently reaching down to tug on his hips. I need you in me. Her gorgeous blue eyes were probably the widest of any woman he'd ever seen, like an adorable begging puppy in a cartoon. He couldn't have said no to that pleading look, even if he'd wanted to. Which was very much not the case. His throbbing manhood wholeheartedly agreed with the idea of being inside his sexy gnome lover, and he eagerly climbed up to press his tip against her silky soft, sopping labia. His thick, 9-inch cock was a startling juxtaposition to his gnome lover's tiny pussy, and it seemed impossible that it could fit in. She was even shorter than Zuri, inches shy of 4 feet and a good 2.5 feet shorter than him. In fact, at one point, just for fun, he'd laid his erection on her belly with his balls resting on her mound, and discovered it was half the length of her torso, the tip almost reaching up to rest between the tiny woman's breasts. Yet, thanks to the world system that allowed races of different sizes to safely have sex and bear children, when he pushed between Marigold's folds, he slid inside her with ease, plunging all the way to her cervix in one smooth motion, with over half his length still outside her body. Although what was inside her made an obscene bulge along her mound and lower abdomen, his tip clearly visible even beneath her plump belly. It was hot as hell. Even better, in that strange way of the world system, even though he could move within the tiny gnome's pussy with ease, the sensations of their fucking were the same as they would normally be, aside from without the pain, of course. Because of that, Dare felt like her walls were strangling him tighter than even Zuri's vice-like grip. It was such an indescribably pleasurable sensation that even after almost a week straight of fucking the tiny maid morning and evening, and sometimes during the day if they could get away from their companions, it still took all his self-control not to explode inside her within half a minute. And he had experience with Zuri and Rosie, who were both nearly as tight. Not to mention plenty of experience in lovemaking, with over a dozen other women he'd been with since coming to Calissa. Soon after they'd first met, Marigold had told him no pussy was as tight as a gnome's, and in his experience she was absolutely right. For her part, she described it as being gloriously stretched to her limits. Every part of her sensitive love tunnel and clit stimulated simultaneously from the pressure, with all the pleasure it entailed. And unlike Dare, who had to fight mightily to rein in his overwhelming pleasure, so they could fuck for even a few minutes at the pace the eager little gnome preferred, she basically climaxed non-stop the entire time, rising to higher and higher peaks until he erupted inside her, pumping her full of his seed. At which point the pink-haired maid switched to a different position and urged him to keep going, plump body squirming and jiggling with his thrusts as her strangling walls rippled around his length and her eyes rolled back in pure rapture. She knew he could fuck right through one or even two orgasms before needing a break, and even then usually only a short one. She made full use of his stamina. For all her prim, proper maid composure in public, she was an absolute wildcat in the sack. On top of the vigorous sex, she loved to be spanked and have her long hair pulled, as well as her nipples pinched and her clit mauled. And she was just as quick to slap his ass to spur him on to greater efforts, and claw his back in pure ecstasy as she was overcome with pleasure. That morning they fucked for almost a half hour until she was a limp, quivering ball of jelly in his arms, adorable round face relaxed in the ultimate expression of blissful satisfaction. "Fuck my tits to finish off," she mumbled dreamily. "I want you to come all over me." Dare pulled out of Marigold's gaping pussy, their combined juices flowing from within her pink depths, and climbed up to straddle her chest. Settling his erection in the valley between her pillowy breasts, he began to thrust as she eagerly pushed them together to engulf him in a soft embrace. Still slick with her juices, his cock slid across her silky skin with ease, a sensation nearly as good as fucking. Even better, she was so tiny and he was so long that with every thrust she was able to bob her head down and kiss and lick his tip, or even take his entire head into her small mouth. After the insane pressure of her little pussy, he was able to slow down and enjoy himself now, and Marigold finally used her elbows to push her boobs together so she could use her hands to jack him off as he kept thrusting eagerly. Under her expert care, it didn't take long before he groaned and erupted all over her eagerly upturned face. After a few spurts, he pulled back to coat her jiggling breasts, then even farther to spray her plump little tummy and mons. Then, with a final gasp, he collapsed beside the tiny gnome and gathered her into his arms, affectionately stroking her soft skin. She was warm, flushed and glistening with perspiration from their exertions, in spite of the chill of an autumn morning. "Damn, you make me feel so good," Marigold purred, nuzzling his chest. "When I finally have to go back to the mansion, I'm going to be so lonely in my bed. I don't think I'll be able to replace that glorious cock of yours, even if I use everything in the broom closet and vegetable crisper." Dare was used to her astonishingly lewd mind by this point, and chuckled as he lovingly stroked her silky pink hair, which fell in a luxurious waterfall all the way to her ankles. His fingers brushed her body through it, from shoulders to calves along the way, exploring her luscious curves. "I'll be sure to visit as often as I can then." His little gnome lover sighed contentedly and somehow wiggled to cuddle even closer to him. "Best week ever," she said with a dreamy smile. He grinned and kissed her sweaty forehead. "It's been incredible," he agreed. "I thought the prevent conception scrolls Zuri gave me before leaving would last me weeks, but I'm already almost out." She murmured, big blue eyes looking up at him mischievously as she stroked her fingers over his rock-hard abs. "Keep fucking me like this, and I won't want to stop when you run out, even if it means getting knocked up." At his expression, she giggled in delight. "Kidding. I'm sure our babies would be adorable. But I'm not ready to be a mother just yet." Dare let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding, not sure if he was relieved or disappointed. Which was absurd, since he already had more children either born or on the way than most people would ever want, and his 6 fiancées insisted they were just getting started. And yet he found himself overjoyed with each one, eager to be a father. Still, his relationship with Marigold was more fun and excitement than anything deeper. They'd been together for a week and made love dozens of times, but his feelings for her hadn't grown and deepened like they had with Zuri, Pella, Leilana, Sewir, Sia, and Irene. And the pink-haired maid seemed to feel the same. She was fun, and he was happy to have her as a lover. But somehow he didn't see her joining his harem or being a mother to his children. At least not right now. Maybe in the future. The pink-haired maid idly rubbed her belly, spreading his cum over her skin. "Belinda told me this is better than lotion," she murmured. "Maybe I should spread it all over my body and leave it on when I dress." Dare's cock couldn't help but twitch at the thought, and at the sight of it, she grinned wickedly. "Ooh, you like the idea of me walking around all day absolutely filthy with your seed?" She giggled, then with a reluctant sigh, wriggled out of his arms. "Maybe some other time." She dug in his pack for one of Zuri's cleanse target scrolls. "Come on, let's go clean up." Marigold pulled on his shirt to go outside, which was as good as a dress on her tiny body, while he wrapped himself in his cloak. He also wadded up the bedding to clean. Then together they ducked out of the tent and headed for the stream. The camp was still quiet at this hour, the tents of the 2 messengers, Hyan and Alina, still and undisturbed. Only Ilan was in sight, seated by the fire in a meditation pose, a blanket draped over his shoulders, his only concession to the night's chill. Dare wondered if the monk would sit in the middle of camp like that, even in the dead of winter. The man was meditating, as he usually did whenever he had a spare moment. That, or doing an intense exercise routine every morning and evening. Dare usually joined in, but even though Sia had gifted him with an incredible body when he came to Kalissa, and he considered himself in peak physical shape, he was rarely able to make it through the entire routine. At least not without pauses to rest. Ilan, on the other hand, had been vigorously working his body and mind from a young age, and usually finished exercising looking as if he could do it all over again. Even his meditation was a mental exercise, looking inward to his body and balancing his inner lines. Marigold tugged Dare's hand insistently, shivering in the cold, and together they hurried to the stream flowing nearby. "If this goes on much longer, I'm going to start having you heat me water in the kettle for this," she complained as she stepped into the ankle-deep icy flow. He grimaced as he joined her. "I'd be fine with that. Maybe I'll get a kettle going before we start having fun each morning." She giggled. "If you did that, the water would all boil away before we're finished." He wasn't sure he'd been given many better compliments than that. "Ready?" he asked, still holding the wadded-up bedding. The tiny gnome pouted, but with a determined set to her plump lips, nodded as she hugged herself for warmth. Dare wrapped an arm around her, and they both dropped into the frigid water, bracing against the cold as she read off the spell on the scroll through chattering teeth. The chilly water surged around them, turning bluish-purple as it whisked away all the dirt and filth, leaving them, their clothes, and the bedding cleaner than the best shower or washing machine, and much quicker, thankfully. The moment the spell faded, they surged out of the stream, shivering as they fled to their tent, which thankfully still held the warmth of their bodies. Once there, they stripped out of their wet clothes and set them and the bedding outside for Marigold to hang up to dry, then dried each other off. Before Dare could begin to dress, she pressed up against him for warmth, so they cuddled together for a minute or two to warm up before getting ready for the day. He took a lot less time to dress than she did, pulling on clean underwear, pants, shirt, coat, leather armor, and cloak, while she was still laying out her adorable black and white maid uniform. "If you're done getting ready sometime before noon," he teased, playfully swatting her round bottom as he ducked out the entry flaps, "I'll have breakfast cooked in 15 minutes. You try arranging hair down to your ankles, making yourself presentable, and putting on a complicated outfit while crouching in a tent," she called after him. Then she giggled. "Actually, I'd love to see you wearing a uniform like this." While Dare appreciated the parting sally and found the mental image funny, as he straightened and took in the camp, he felt the weight of the situation settle down on him once more. In camp, with someone on watch, he could do his best to relax and enjoy his time with Marigold. And he could honestly say that he was glad she'd accompanied him for much more than the fantastic sex. Her cheerful presence kept him from brooding on the situation, the danger his family and their home faced. She lifted his spirits and let him face his task with optimism and purpose. A monster horde grew with every spawn point it passed and absorbed monsters from, growing in numbers and strength with shocking speed. It was a peril that, left alone, could eventually threaten entire provinces, entire regions, even entire kingdoms. In fact, there was an entire continent that had long ago been lost to monsters and never reclaimed. And one was rampaging straight for Tirana, the town Dare and his harem lived a day's ride from, and where many of their friends and lovers lived. Over the last week, it had come within days of the town, and with each passing day, it grew stronger from Tirana's spawn points. They were running out of time to stop it. He was out here with Ilan, Marigold, and 2 messengers to scout the horde's location and strength, kill its scouts to slow its progress, harass it and thin its ranks if they could, and clear the monster spawn points in the direction of the horde's movement before they could join it. That had involved him and Ilan, the only high-level combat classes in the group, needing to clear spawn points with monsters 3, 4, and even 5 levels above Dare's, which made them dangerously high level for the monk. It was a risk Dare never would have taken in other circumstances. But they'd done it anyway, taking minor wounds in the process, knowing that if those monsters joined the horde, it would probably be impossible for Morona, Baroness of Tirana Province and the mother of Dare's unborn child, one of them at least, to beat the monsters with her ragtag army. Odds weren't great, they'd beat it even so, and he'd yet to identify the strongest monsters in the center of the horde, far from where he could see them with his adventurer's eye. But their efforts were bearing some fruit, as his noble lover gathered her army, doing her best to prepare for the battle to come. Or to evacuate her town if they couldn't stop the horde. Shaking his head to dispel the grim thoughts, he made his way over to the fire and got water boiling for coffee and a pan heated for pancakes. "Are you two always this noisy in the morning?" Dare jumped half out of his skin and sheepishly whirled to where Ilan remained in his meditation pose, eyes closed and expression placid. Normally, the monk could meditate through just about anything but actual danger to the camp. Which was why Dare could fuck Marigold a dozen feet away without embarrassment, no matter how loudly she squeaked, since his friend would neither hear it nor take note. Which was more than he could say for the messengers, who'd moved their tents so far away they practically had their own camp. They even had their own fire. "Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt your meditation," he said. "We've got a bit longer before we'll break camp if you want to get back to it." Ilan grinned, although his eyes remained closed. "No worries, my friend, I wasn't meditating." He tapped a spot on his forehead between his eyes. "I was doing mental exercises to see the world around me without physical vision." Dare blinked. Clairvoyance? That's something monks get? This was his first time hearing about it. His friend snorted. "Of a sort. I gained access to the third eye at level 30. "Oh, right." Dare supposed he had heard about it. It just hadn't registered at the time. While the leveling in the last week, as they scouted out the monster horde, had been poor at best, clearing various spawn points and hunting monster scouts that were usually lower level than them, Ilan had still managed to reach level 30 yesterday. And Dare had gained 33 the day before, although there hadn't been much that was exciting for him that level. 30, though, was a big one, like every 10 levels was. And while the main gain for it, for any class, was the +5 overall stat boosts from Power Up, the monk had still picked up a few neat goodies. In the impromptu celebration when Ilan described his new abilities, he'd mentioned Third Eye, but hadn't elaborated. "So what sort of cool stuff can you do with it?" Dare asked, grinning. "Can you see really far?" His friend shook his head, eyes still closed. "At higher levels, certainly. When I first get it, however, my third eye doesn't extend much farther than 20 yards, depending on whether I open my locks." He grimaced. "Although, without proper training of the mind, it's scarcely better than a parlor trick. As with so many other of my class's abilities that require constant training and discipline." That certainly seemed to be the case, and it made sense that his friend would be practicing his new ability, and likely would do so for many hours to come. It was a common saying on Earth that to master something took 10,000 hours of practice. That very much wasn't the case on Calissa, where the ability system usually held your hand. Many abilities actually took over your body to perform the moves, allowing you to do them in the fastest and most proficient way possible. Thanks to that, most classes could perform superhuman feats without much practice, occasionally even beyond the usual limits of their body. Monk abilities didn't act for you, however. They simply unlocked the body's capability to perform the move. So in order to use their abilities, monks had to constantly hone their body and mind through training and meditation. Dare was proud of what he was able to do as a hunter, but he could admit that an inept moron who chose the class would still be able to use abilities with the same proficiency as him. So while they would still suck ass, they wouldn't be completely useless. A lazy or undisciplined monk, however, would be absolutely pathetic. On the other hand, diligent monks had the potential to be explosively powerful, more so than other classes of the same level by a clear margin. Although one downside was that their full power could only be accessed for short periods of time, and tended to come at a price to their bodies if they opened their inner locks, which allowed them to surpass even the physical limitations of a monk's well-honed body. "So what does Third Eye do?" Dare asked as he leaned forward to get the first pancake cooking. "It improves my chances of spotting something hidden through magic or other means, and also lets me look beyond physical barriers to see what is hidden from the eye. For instance, I can look through walls and see people in stealth or magical invisibility." Ilan patted the ground beside him. "Come, you can't learn the ability, of course, but it's a good exercise for honing the mind." With a shrug, Dare settled down cross-legged next to his friend and closed his eyes. "All right, so what do I do?" The monk's voice came deep and resonant. "Imagine you are opening an unseen eye in the center of your forehead. The sight it gives you is black and white and of muted details, like afterimages after you close your eyes. You can turn this eye in any direction, even behind you or directly upwards or downwards, and see what lies in that direction. But you must think of a place to look, unlike your usual sight. Picture it like focusing on a specific spot, with all other details fuzzy. There is no simply looking in a direction and seeing what you see." Dare frowned. "So I'm remembering what I've seen around me and picturing it as if I'm looking at it?" "And using your imagination to fill in the details," the monk confirmed. "If you had access to the third eye, then your imagination would be supplying accurate details, so long as your mental focus was sufficient." With a shrug, Dare imagined opening an imaginary eye and staring forward at a ghostly afterimage of the fire flickering in front of him. Then he moved his gaze beyond it to the plains stretching out ahead of them, and the woods in the distance. Then, grinning to himself, he turned his imaginary eye to look behind him, through the cloth of his tent to where Marigold was dressing. He could imagine her pulling on the various layers of her black and white maid outfit, skin rosy and glistening from her recent dunk in the cold water. Ilan coughed, sounding amused. As a rule, it's considered rude to use the third eye to invade the privacy of others, except at great need. Damn, the man was as perceptive as always, although Dare just grinned. "Good thing it's just my imagination then." He opened his eyes, abandoning the exercise. "So you can do this while you're meditating to provide extra security for the camp?" "Yes, that is one of the uses it can be put to." His friend also opened his eyes, sighing. "Speaking of security, I was obliged to keep watch most of last night after Marigold retired to your tent at the end of her shift. Young Hyan brought a blanket on his watch and ended up falling asleep, failing to wake Alina for her watch as well." Motherfucker. Dare's contented mood after the morning's lovemaking shattered as the grim reality of their purpose out here crashed home again. He shot to his feet, looking around, and the monk obligingly pointed off towards Hyan's tent. So the asshole hadn't just fallen asleep with a monster horde only a few hours away and put them all at risk, but he'd been aware enough of his actions that he'd crawled into his tent to be more comfortable. Marigold emerged into the chilly dawn air, wearing her black and white maid's uniform, along with thick white woolen stockings and a heavy fur coat and cloak. Somehow, in spite of camping out in the wilds for almost a week, not to mention the fact that she'd fucked vigorously last night and this morning, She looked clean and composed with every strand of her ankle-length pink hair in place in a braided circlet. Her French maid uniform was also spotless and neatly pressed, as if it had just come out of the laundry. And she'd managed the transformation in the short time he'd been chatting with Ilan and starting breakfast. She was a level 8 clothier, with whatever abilities that entailed, but he would swear she had some sort of magic to her. Or maybe just a ton of training as a maid in a proper lady's mansion. She made a few quick adjustments to her ruffled half-apron and bonnet, then, with a spring in her step, glided over to join them. Although her smile faded when she saw Dare's expression. "What's wrong?" "Do you have the newest report for Lady Morona prepared?" he asked her. The plump gnome nodded. "Sure, aside from a few quick notes." "Good, I'd like to add a note as well." Dare motioned curtly towards Hyan's tent. "We'll send him." She quickly retrieved her portable writing desk and materials, and settling down in the collapsible camping chair he'd made her, got to work scribbling a few final details from their activities and discoveries over the last few days. Once she was done, he added a brief message for Lady Morona. "Look forward to seeing you soon, and hope you and the baby are safe. Don't shoot this messenger, but be sure he receives whatever punishment is suitable for someone who falls asleep on watch. Don't send him back to me." Normally, Dare wouldn't pass the buck when it came to leadership, including unpleasant necessities like calling out subordinates and enforcing punishments. But he wanted to make sure Hyan actually delivered the report back to the Baroness. And if the idiot realized he was in trouble, he might dump the message or snoop around in it and destroy Dare's note. If more needed to be done over the matter in the future, he'd do it. After wrapping the report in a waterproof skin, Dare walked over to Hyan's tent and dragged the messenger out by one foot as he squawked in surprise and thrashed. The young man blanched as he woke up enough to realize what was happening. "Master Dare," he stammered, I'm sorry about falling asleep." "Forget about it," Dare told him curtly, shoving the report into his arms. "Pack up and get ready to ride back to the Baroness's camp with this report. You can skip breakfast since you should reach it by mid-morning and can eat there." Also, there was no way in hell he was making pancakes for the asshole who'd put him and Marigold in danger with his lack of discipline. Hyan hurried to obey, looking relieved that he didn't seem to be in trouble. Although his relief would likely be short-lived once the report was delivered and read. While he was packing up, Alina, the other messenger, crept out of her tent with a chagrined expression. "I'm so sorry, Master Dare," she blurted, rushing over and bowing low. "I slept right through my watch shift." "It's all right," he assured her. "You weren't awakened for it." Ideally, she would have noticed something was wrong and gotten up anyway to start her shift. But he could hardly blame her for her lapse in the middle of the night. "Although I hope you'll be extra vigilant about your shifts moving forward," he added as he offered her a pancake. The young woman nodded solemnly. "I will, I promise." Hyan finished packing up and rode away on his horse, in the direction where Morona had set up her small army's camp several hours in front of the monster horde. The rest of them settled in to eat breakfast. "So," Marigold said brightly as she reached for another pancake, "now that we've had our fun this morning, what's the boring stuff planned for today?" Ilan and Alina both seemed a bit irked by her cheerful demeanor, considering they'd been sent to scout and delay a monster horde that threatened their homes and loved ones. But that was just the light-hearted gnome's way. She took the threat seriously. She just didn't let it dampen her spirits. Dare wished he could share her bright outlook. Not only did he have to worry about the horde itself threatening his family, but also the possibility that Oliven, the knight who'd been determined to make an enemy of him during a hunt against a raid-rated monster about a month and a half ago, would use the distraction of the rampaging monsters to attack Neram Manor. So he had more reasons than simply that the monster horde grew bigger and more dangerous with every passing day to want to take it out quickly and get back home. First of all, we take out the spawn points in the horde's path for the day, he said firmly. Then we clear out the scouts making for Tirana, after which I'm going to do it. His companions exchanged worried looks. By do it, he meant sneak in close and do his best to identify all the high levels in the horde. But since the horde followed different aggro rules than usual monsters, able to aggro anything in their line of sight or other senses, the attempt would almost certainly result in the monsters spotting him, aggroing him, and chasing him en masse. Dare and his companions had already had this discussion more than once during the last week of scouting. They thought it was reckless and suicidal, and served no purpose, since with a telescope or even just their eyesight, they could get a good enough view of the monsters to identify them. They didn't know that Dare needed to get to within double the distance of his perception circle to use his adventurer's eye on the monsters at the center of the horde, which meant he was going to need to be practically on top of the weaker monsters at the edges. Or, well, Ilan knew, he just thought it was a stupid idea. Dare had assured them that he could easily run away if or when the monsters aggroed. It might even be a good way to lead the horde off in a different direction away from Tirana, which they hadn't risked attempting yet. Or at the very least, a clump of monsters might split off to chase him, which he and Ilan could then whittle down. I can't argue with the value of the information you'll gather, the monk said reluctantly. But while rare, there are monsters fast enough to catch up to even you. Especially if you go long enough for Cheetah's dash to wear off. You might end up run down and overwhelmed. It was the same argument he'd made before, and while Dare didn't discount it, he wasn't going to let it deter him this time. Then I'll have to hope I'm strong enough to kill whatever's fast enough to catch me. That, or I manage to get in and out without being spotted. His friend frowned, but raised no further objections. Dare swallowed the last bite of his pancake, washed it down with the rest of his coffee, and stood briskly. All right, friends, he said. We've got a busy day. Let's strike camp and get to it. Chapter 1. Horde. Dare cautiously raised his head from his hiding spot and stared down at the mass of monsters surging along in the distance, inexorably moving towards Tirana at the quickest pace the slowest among them could manage. Which wasn't fast, but it wasn't slow either. There were probably 400 monsters in the horde, ranging in level from 1 all the way up to over 30. And that was just the strength of those on the outskirts. He had yet to get close enough to the center of the mass to identify the strongest monsters with his adventurer's eye. Although he hoped to change that today. If he'd needed any warning that the horde was here to cause devastation and ruin, the path of destruction they left behind them proved it. Trampled grass, uprooted trees and bushes, even ugly slashes in the dirt and sod. As if they simply relished in destruction and would turn their gleeful carnage on the ground itself if no better targets were available. Needless to say, the animals of the wilds had all been smart enough to flee the noisy, destructive mob. Although if the sound hadn't frightened them, the sight of the things would have done the job. Monsters in their spawn points could be nightmarishly hideous and terrifying, like giant spiders or chimeric abominations of animals and humanoids. Some Dare had even avoided based on their appearance alone, even though in video games he'd happily taken a warhammer to ghoulish corpses at close range, watching the carnage he wreaked without the slightest hint of queasiness. Real life was different. And while Calissa had many features similar to the games he'd loved in his old life, in the more than half year he'd been here, he'd found it was every bit as real as Earth. Which was why a horde of hundreds of monsters, ranging from giant rats to massive elemental automatons, to creepy undead horrors, to things that were almost humanoid but wrong in the details, was particularly frightening to look at. Especially since, unlike normal monsters, the Horde operated by different rules. For instance, Dare could walk right up to a spawn point in open view of monsters, and as long as he wasn't in the aggro range of their perception circles, he was just fine. Whereas, at the moment, he and his companions were hiding behind some bushes a mile away, in the clear knowledge that if one of the monsters below spotted them, the entire horde could come charging their way. Which was why they were ready at a moment's notice to flee westward, in a different direction from Morona's small army shadowing the horde from a distance of several hours, always keeping themselves between the hundreds of monsters and Terrana behind them. At this point, the town was only days away, and the horde grew with every passing hour. The sooner they could act, the better. He finally ducked his head. 7 spawn points in the horde's path that we need to clear today, he whispered. Unfortunately, they couldn't clear the spawn points within the line of sight of the horde without being aggroed, which meant, in spite of their best efforts, at least a few spawn points got overrun by the monster horde every day. Sometimes, the horde annihilated those monsters and moved on, slightly higher level and with better loot as a result. But more often, at least some of the monsters in the spawn point joined the horde's ranks, which was why clearing them was so necessary. Without Dare's and Ilan's efforts over the last week, the horde would be easily twice as large as it was. Particularly since they were also hunting down the horde's scouts to further thin its ranks. With no further delay, they slipped back down to where their horses waited and mounted up. Dare set a brisk pace away from the horde, towards the first spawn point. The closer they got to Terrana, the lower the level of the monsters, thanks to the way spawn points worked. It meant most of the monsters they faced were in the 26 to 29 range now, fairly easy pickings for him and Ilan. The monsters in this spawn point were outliers though, level 29 to 31. The fact that some spawn points could produce slightly higher level monsters, and the unpredictability of the abilities the monsters might have, made adventuring dangerous for most, with many adventurers meeting their end before they even got to level 30. For most, but not Dare. He'd been blessed, literally thanks to his benefactor Sia, who'd brought him to Calissa in the first place, with the adventurer's eye, which gave him vital information about the monsters he was fighting, such as their level, hit points, mana, stamina, damage capabilities, and the attacks and special abilities they'd use in a fight. Thanks to that, he was able to enter every fight armed with the greatest weapon of all, knowledge. These monsters were called degenerate Ardens, basically large frogs with an odd, long-limbed appearance, many standing on 2 feet. According to Ilan, Ardens were an animal found in swamps, rivers, and lakes far to the south, but those were usually green or grey and mostly harmless to people unless threatened. These ones were tar black, including their empty eyes, with wicked claws and fangs and a sense of wrongness about them. Hence the degenerate part, he concluded. They weren't going to be a delight to fight, since they had good mobility on land, and he assumed insane mobility in the water. Among their abilities were jump, spring, and scurry, and they also spat a substance that caused an allergic reaction, with itching and rashes, and with too much exposure, anaphylactic shock. Thankfully, their damage was low in most other cases. But they were still going to be a pain. Especially, as Dare discovered on the first pull, since they came in groups of 4. Unexpected adds, another way adventurers died out in the wilds. He wasn't planning to die here, though. He coolly used rapid shot to down the monster he'd pulled, just in time for his prey's vigilance ability to kick in and throw him slightly to the side to avoid an incoming gob of spit. 2 more were right behind the first from the other Ardens, and he used roll and shoot to avoid them and loose an arrow at his second target. That was about the time when the 3 frog monsters used jump and spring in quick succession to close the distance between them. And he found himself facing an attack from the long, lightning-quick tongue of the nearest Arden. Before he needed to worry about taking evasive action, Ilin appeared from the side, slamming into the monster in a vicious flying kick that sent it tumbling away. The monk followed up with a flurry of punches and kicks, and Dare helped finish the monster off with 2 arrows to the head. The other degenerate Ardens were close behind the first 2, but Ilin managed to draw them away in a flurry of motion as Dare focused on finishing them off from a distance. Once they were down, he rejoined his friend in the midst of the bodies to help loot. The monk was rubbing his arm, where a lucky tongue strike had landed, and Dare frowned. "You okay?" Ilin chuckled and rapped on his biceps. "Skin of iron." He was talking about an ability improved through constant conditioning that allowed him to flex his muscles at the moment of impact to severely reduce blunt damage. Dare wasn't sure if it worked like that in real life, i.e. if he could do the same if he practiced the trick, but it made a great defensive ability for monks. Although thankfully most of their class's survival was based around evasion, not taking any hits at all. His friend's hit points were slightly diminished, but nothing that wouldn't heal in an hour or so. And since he showed no other sign of discomfort or negative status effects, Dare trusted there was nothing to worry about. Forewarned about the extra adds, the next pulls went more smoothly. To the point that after the third one, Ilin smiled fondly. "This reminds me of when we first met, hunting the kobolds with Zuri." True, those monsters had come in groups of 4 as well. Dare felt a brief pang, missing his goblin fiancée and their daughter Gila. Most spawn points tended to have between 30 and 40 monsters, with obvious exceptions like monster camps, large camps, mega spawn points, dungeon entrances, and other oddities. This one had an even 32, meaning they cleared it in 8 pulls. After that, it was on to an easier spawn point with lower-level monsters that came as solo pulls. Ilin barely had to step in for that one, letting Dare take everything out from a distance. Then there were swarms of giant wasp things that died quick but offered lower experience and shit loot. And so on and so forth, until they'd finally cleared the 7 spawns. After that, all that was left was to hunt down any scouts. Then he'd be free to do his foray closer to the horde. He'd found hunting the scouts to be a disappointment. They usually came in groups of 6 to 12 enemies. But although they offered double experience and improved loot since they were part of the Horde, they were almost all under level 10. In fact, they'd been using it as an opportunity to get experience for Alina, who was a scout or an archery class that specialized in mobility and ambush, and Marigold, who was a sorcerer combat subclass. It was pretty easy for Dare and Ilan to kite or even tank the low-level monsters while the two women took them down from a distance, and only took a bit more time. The patrols were infrequent enough that Dare didn't even need to have his gnome lover switch to the 4-hour-at-a-time sleeping schedule to maximize her mana regeneration. Although, in spite of that, thanks to the experience bonus, the two women had both gained a few levels in the last week. Neither had seemed particularly determined to level, but the opportunity to make such quick, easy progress filled them with delight, which had led Ilan to wryly observe, "You just can't seem to help wanting to power-level people, can you?" True, Dare did have a tendency to want to help everyone he met find a safe and efficient way to hunt monsters. Today, the only patrol they encountered was a group of level 12s. They were familiar to Dare, Borits that brought a nostalgic recollection of his days leveling near Lone Ox when he'd first arrived on Kalissa. Once Marigold and Alina had finished downing and looting the monsters, he turned to his companions. "Okay, you keep shadowing the Horde from in front to warn Morona if they suddenly change pace or direction. I'm going to go scout them." To his surprise, Marigold ran forward and threw her arms around his waist. "Be careful," she cried, kissing his hand while looking up at him with her wide blue eyes. They reflected genuine concern. Smiling, Dare dropped to one knee to wrap her in his arms and kiss her full lips. "I'll be back soon," he promised her. "The monsters won't even see me." She hugged him for a little longer, then reluctantly let him mount up and ride away. He circled around to approach the Horde from the north, then left his horse waiting about a mile away and approached on foot. Not only did he want to make sure his mount stayed safe while he scouted, but if he did have to bolt away at best speed, he wanted to have the horse ready at a good distance so he could mount up and get out of there. Since he wasn't a stealth class, he hadn't bothered to practice sneaking around very much, especially since he discovered early on that the moment you aggroed a monster, it would discover your position, making a beeline for you, even if you were hidden. Sure, with intelligent creatures, that sort of sneaking outside of stealth could still be useful, and even more so with stealth. But aside from a few regrettable but unavoidable confrontations with some of the vilest people Dare had ever met, he'd been spared needing to fight anything but monsters and animals. Still, he at least knew enough to stay behind cover and find folds in the ground where he'd be hidden in the grass. Tense and ready to act in an instant, he moved closer and closer to the monster horde. The tumult that made a muted roar at the distance he usually remained from the hundreds of monsters resolved into individual shrieks, squeals, bellows, roars, and snarls. The sounds clawed at his ears until he wanted to cover them, unnatural and unnerving, and so loud and pervasive they had a pressure of their own. Imps cackled as they darted and dodged between the hooves and feet of larger monsters. The limbs of automatons squealed with every movement. Huge, lumbering brutes snorted and growled warnings at those around them. And over it all came the bellowed orders of the more powerful monsters leading the horde, an unrecognizable but foul tongue that turned Dare's stomach. It was awful to listen to that racket while not being able to see it. But he couldn't afford to chance being seen when he risked a look. That didn't stop him from imagining the entire horde coming towards him instead of away. So even if he somehow managed to avoid being seen or aggroing any of the enemies, he'd still end up trampled under hundreds of feet, paws, hooves, talons, or whatever else they used to get around. Finally, though, he reached a spot where the grass was short and dry and the ground flat, offering no hiding places. He had a choice between painstakingly retracing his steps, letting the horde get farther away so he'd have an even greater distance to creep, or risking a look now. Maybe he should have scouted out a good route to sneak up to the horde before the horde reached that spot. Or tried the tactic of hiding in their path and letting them walk right up to him. But it was too late now. He might get spotted as he tried to turn around and back away, and he'd already gotten this close. So, taking a breath, Dare unslung his bow and fitted an arrow to the string, using rapid shot to put 4 more arrows in his hand, holding the bow. He waited until the ability's cooldown was done, just in case. Then with a final breath, rose up high enough to look at the horde. He immediately began picking out individual monsters and checking them with adventurer's eye, starting with the obvious officers and big bruisers at the periphery. Level 10, Level 12, Level 18. Party rated Level 24. Which the pragmatic part of Dare couldn't help but file away as a target if the opportunity presented itself. Any party-rated monster that gave experience would give him progress towards his Protector of Bastion achievement. And he still had 6 to go. Dare had yet to be spotted, at least as far as he'd seen. So he began checking the beefier monsters and their leaders deeper inside the horde. Level 21, Level 28, Level 24, Level 32, Level 29 party rated. That was going to be a bit more of a challenge. To his frustration, he still wasn't close enough to see the monsters at the very center of the horde, which mostly seemed to be a type of orc. There were dozens of the brutish creatures, similar to the orc he'd seen that was a member of the Marshal's irregulars in Yen's holdout. But unlike that one with his rusty reddish-brown skin, these were a sickly pale yellow with blackened veins running through their flesh. Although whatever afflicted them didn't seem to have weakened them, but if anything made them stronger. Their muscles bulged impossibly, as if on the verge of ripping apart with a sudden movement. And they stalked through the horde with a sort of feral fury that often exploded into vicious ferocity at the slightest provocation. Dare watched one of the orcs tackle a much larger troll, hammering it with its gauntleted fists until the troll was a broken ruin beneath it. Then it stood and made a show of pissing on its victim, bellowing a cry that was half victory and half challenge to the surrounding monsters as they shied away. Geez. But the one that stood out to him was by far the biggest of the orcish monsters. It stood easily a foot taller than the others and was half again as wide, swinging a massive double-bladed axe as easily as if it was a bamboo stick. From the way the huge orc moved and interacted with the monsters around him, he seemed intelligent, and since even the stronger monsters in the area cowered in his presence, he was probably the leader of this horde. Dare needed to use his eye on him. As he was debating moving closer, his luck finally ran out, and the clamor of monsters closest to him crescendoed. The ones on the periphery began jumping up and down and pointing his way, or outright charging him. For a moment he paused, torn. Then, with a curse, he activated Cheetah's dash, increasing his movement speed by 25% for up to 2 minutes with no stamina usage increase, and sprinted towards the horde. Towards more and more monsters that were breaking off and charging his way, like a leak in a dam that swiftly grew to a flood. And all the while he looked frantically with his adventurer's eye. Okay, the monsters in the center were called cursed orcs. Shit, all between level 34 and 37. And the leader. Dare's praise vigilance kicked in to dodge a hissing fireball, and he loosed an arrow at the level 6 fire sprite that had cast it at him, practically obliterating the low-level monster. He saw more projectiles coming his way, most so low damage they'd itch or scratch at worst. Then, in the midst of the mass of charging monsters, he spotted the giant orc leader pushing his way towards him with furious bellows. The orc stepped past an enemy Dare had already identified, into range of his adventurer's eye, and Cursed Orc Warchief, Monster, Party Rated, Level 38. Attacks: Earthquake, Sundering Shockwave, Cleave Enemies, Full Circle, Rush, Leap, Terrifying Aura, Bellow, Warchief's Roar, Chop, Crush, Tackle. Hoo boy, that guy was a chonker. Although on the plus side, at least, he was only party rated, not raid rated. At that level, he would have been able to stomp the majority of Morona's army in one attack. They would have had to evacuate Terrana and flee the Horde's advance while calling for aid from heroes throughout Bastion. Even as it was, the Warchief would be a challenge, but not an impossible one. Dare snarled as an arrow slammed into his arm, barely taking away 1% of his hit points and not even applying a bleed effect. It still stung like a bitch though. And he used roll and shoot to reverse direction, coming up to his feet facing the other way as more projectiles fell in a rain around him. He took off like an arrow, fumbling in his pouch to put on the goggles Irene had given him as he sped up to nearly 40 miles an hour, flying across the plains. Fleetfoot, combined with Cheetah's dashes, movement-specific, agility boost, allowed him to easily navigate the rough ground without falling flat on his face at speeds that would have seriously injured or even killed him. And he made full use of them. After a few hundred yards, he risked a glance back. He was mildly surprised to see that the Warchief wasn't pursuing him, but was roaring for the monsters around him to get back to the Horde and continue on their way. Or at least so he assumed, given the movements of those who obeyed their leader, which was most. The orc was obviously no fool, and wasn't about to let his forces be divided in pursuit of one lone scout that was obviously too fast to catch. That didn't stop the few dozen monsters who'd first broken off to chase Dare, who continued to run after him as if they didn't hear the shouted orders or didn't care. In fact, even if it might be reckless, there was an opportunity there, and he slowed his headlong sprint to let the monsters catch up, causing them to hoot and pursue with even greater enthusiasm. 30 or so monsters ranging from level 5 to level 20. No threat at all to Dare, but everyone he killed might be a life saved when Morona's army faced the Horde, since she'd recruited fighters as low as level 10. So he knocked an arrow and began downing the nearest monsters, killing them one after another with a single shot. The entire time he kept an eye on the monster horde, in case the Warchief sent more and stronger enemies after him. But to his further surprise, the huge orc seemed to have dismissed him, all his focus on keeping the monsters around him in motion. Or wait, no. It was subtle at first, especially since so much of Dare's attention was focused on the low-level pursuers he was scything down. But as he watched the horde, he noticed the dense blob of monsters beginning to stretch out, specific types clumping together, which in some cases meant monster packs left their leaders behind, or leaders left their packs. It took a few seconds before he realized what was happening. The cursed orc warchief was ordering his faster monsters to leave the slower ones behind. Fuck. The intelligent monster must have realized Dare was a scout and might be trying to lure the horde away, and in response was charging full steam ahead for whatever force was out there sending scouts. Or the town they were defending, if that force was out of place and couldn't manage to stop them. Dare finished off the last of the monsters pursuing him and bolted for his horse, leaving behind the majority of his arrows as well as the loot on their bodies. At their current pace, the fastest monsters would reach Morona's camp sometime tomorrow morning. He needed to get there as soon as possible and warn her. To Dare's relief, Ilan, Marigold, and Alina were aware of the monster horde's increased pace and had kept ahead of it. They looked similarly relieved to see him, but also urgent about the change in circumstances. Whatever you did certainly riled them up, the monk called as Dare reined his horse in beside him. What now? I got the information we need, Dare replied grimly. And since it's mostly the monsters level 20 and higher that have the movement speed boosts and abilities, they're the ones at the head of the horde charging for Baroness Morona's camp. I think it's time we head there to give warning and see what she wants to do. The others seemed almost relieved at the decision, and gratefully joined him in increasing their pace to the fastest ones the horses could maintain for the 6 or so hours to Morona's army. What did you find? Marigold asked, reining in her sleek mountain goat beside his horse. She had out her slate writing board and looked ready to write notes. Tell me everything you saw, all the insights you had. Dare noticed the others gathering around to listen as he quickly reported his findings. When he finished, their expressions were grim. Around 30 monsters in their high 30s. And their leader is party-rated, Alina said. Lady Morona may have 10 fighters over level 30 in her entire army, including you too. Yeah, this was going to be brutal. In most cases, he'd say a single adventurer was a match for multiple monsters, even fighting them at the same time. Personally, he'd put himself up against several equal-level monsters as an even match. And in a party, he thought they could take out far more than they could individually. But outnumbered at least 3-1, with enemies that would swarm them en masse, was something entirely different. He just hoped his noble lover had managed to gather more and stronger fighters since the last report from her camp. Or better yet, that her pleas for help from nearby towns had been answered, even though in most cases there wouldn't have been time for that yet. Both hopes were disappointed when they crested the final rise and came in view of Morona's camp. The army she'd gathered was pathetic compared to the raid party Dare and Irene had joined to fight the magma tunneler about a month and a half ago, which had featured nearly 40 heroes ranging from level 30 to 37. In contrast, the Baroness had a bit over 100 fighters in total, less than a dozen over level 30, maybe a few dozen over level 20, and the majority in their high 10s at best. To be fair, that was pretty respectable for a small town like Tirana and the surrounding province. Even in a frontier region like Bastion, where people needed to be hardier and faced more danger in their lives, Still, Dare couldn't help but miss his fiancées, all in their high 20s or low 30s. They would have been invaluable in this fight. At the same time thinking of the women he loved, with Pella, Leilana, Sawyr, and Irene carrying his babies, and Zuri caring for their young daughter Gila, he was very relieved they were staying far away from this fight. Especially in the face of a monster like the cursed Orc Warchief. Morona's army might be sufficient to deal with the Horde, which only numbered a few hundred of mostly lower-level monsters, with only a few dozen enemies over level 30. The difference would come in that all of her fighters were intelligent and could work together and follow strategies, while the Warchief would have trouble doing anything with his monsters, but sending them in a rush. Still, it was going to be brutal. And a lot would rely on how Dare and the other higher-level fighters were able to influence the battle, particularly in keeping the Warchief and other dangerous cursed orcs away from Terrana's vulnerable lower-level fighters. One earthquake or sundering shockwave from that party-rated monster could kill dozens of people if they weren't careful. They passed the healer and support section of camp on the way in, and Dare saw Lady Amelisa Kinrun hurrying to meet them, smiling in relief. "Ilin, Dare," she cried, ready to greet them both with hugs as they dismounted. "I'm glad you're okay." Amelisa was the daughter of the nobleman who'd been Pella's master, as close as family to Dare's dog-girl fiancé. When the young noblewoman's own brother had kicked her out with nothing, Dare had invited her to come live at Nerim Manor, which had delighted Pella and added even more joy and brightness to their home. "How have things been here?" Ilin asked as the young noblewoman stepped back from him. The usually unflappable monk looked a bit awkward at her show of affection. Good to see he wasn't completely made of stone. Amelisa grimaced. "We're trying our best to get geared up and earn some levels so we can survive what's to come. But there's a lot of fear that it won't be enough." She gave Dare a closer look. As a member of his household, they hadn't kept his adventurer's eye secret from her, so she knew he could judge the strength of the Horde better than anyone. "Will it be?" He noticed that the sweet young woman had gained a level since he'd last seen her, and was now level 18, which meant she was a full 20 levels below the cursed Orc Warchief. The monster would kill her in one hit, even through the protective barriers she could cast. Over his dead body, he forced a smile. "If we work together and fight our best, it will be." She didn't seem reassured, and Ilin gave her a comforting smile. "Don't worry, I'll be standing between you and anything that would do you harm." To Dare's surprise, that seemed to reassure her, and she flashed them a brilliant smile before hurrying back to her duties. He wanted to check on Rek Ugar, the younger brother of his hobgoblin fiancée Sawyr, and the 18 goblins the young man had brought with him to fight the monster horde. They were members of the Avenging Wolf tribe who'd settled on his lands, under his protection and responsibility, and he wanted to make sure they were being treated well and were sufficiently prepared for the battle to come. But it would have to wait on giving his news to Morona. Honestly, he should have rode on past Amelisa as well, but things weren't so urgent, he couldn't spare her a few moments. Their arrival in camp caused a bit of a stir, since most either recognized them as the high-level scouts their Baroness had sent to keep an eye on the Horde, or at least high-level adventurers, and therefore capable of helping to turn the tide of the battle. Thanks to that stir, Morona was waiting for him outside what he assumed was her war tent, along with several officers who would effectively be raid leaders for the distinct groups of fighters, like tanks, melee fighters, range damage, and healers and support. In private, the mature noblewoman was Dare's lover and the mother of his unborn child, and he'd seen her softness and warmth. But in public, she was every inch the proper, competent, respected Baroness of Tirana. He fully supported her in that role, and was proud to call her his lady, and indeed glad that it was her province his family had come to call home. So he was at his most formal, as he dropped to one knee in front of her. "My lady," he said, bowing his head. "Master Dare," she said solemnly, as she gestured for him to rise, all regal authority. "You must have urgent news to return to camp." "I do, my lady," he said as he regained his feet. "I've learned important details of the monster horde, including their leadership." At his words, Marigold hurried forward to give Morona her notes. "As well, I regret to inform you that the horde has increased its pace, leaving the slower monsters to follow behind and approaching with all haste. I fear my scouting may have stirred them to action." The Baroness grimaced. "So we'll have to meet them on the field sooner, but face fewer enemies. A mixed blessing." She turned, motioning curtly towards the nearby war tent. "Come, fill us in on everything you've learned about our enemy. We need to plan our next move." Chapter 2. Camp. Dare, Ilan, and Marigold trailed in after the noblewoman and her officers. The war tent was dominated by a table covered by a large map of the province, which had since been covered by a smaller and far more detailed map of the specific area they were in. A dozen chairs surrounded the table, enough for them all to sit. Although the gnome maid took a position behind her mistress, ready to serve her needs. Dare quickly filled the group in on his findings over the last week, and particularly the day's events. The news of the high-level cursed orcs leading the horde and their party-rated war chief caused a stir of unease among the assembled men and women. "Can we even meet such a force?" an older man Dare's eye identified as a level 36 priest asked anxiously. Dare vaguely recognized the healer from Lord Zor's raid, the man who'd taken over leading the support when Lady Anara perished to the magma tunnelers' fires. "That's what we're here to determine, right, Master Jurin?" Helima, captain of Tirana's guard, replied in a determined voice. She was a level 30 warrior, in her late 30s and weathered from a harsh life, but still lovely and with appealing curves, only highlighted by her muscular figure. Jurin shook his head dourly. "The cursed orcs alone could wipe us out, even without the rest of their horde." Morona's expression tightened at the pessimistic words. But rather than answering, she looked to Dare for his opinion, both as the scout bringing the information and as one of the highest-level adventurers in her camp. He took his time considering the question, as he had since scouting the horde. Based on his answer, she might choose between fighting or fleeing. All the people in this camp might die based on his words, or Tirana would burn as its people left their homes and most of their belongings they couldn't carry on their backs to the monsters. It was a serious responsibility. Ilan and I managed to fight enemies up to level 38 when we were clearing spawn points ahead of the horde, he said slowly. But those were one or two at a time, not all at once. I'd have to know what high-level adventurers we have in camp, their levels and classes, before I could tell you for sure. The Baroness glanced to the aging priest. Dare, allow me to formally introduce you to Master Jurin, the raid party leader for our eradication force. the highest level fighters we have. She looked at the older man expectantly. Joran frowned at him, obviously not impressed. Your pardon, my lady, but if he's given his information, is his judgment any more valuable than mine? We'll only know once we hear it, she said placidly, especially since you yourself seemed unsure of our chances. The priest flushed, looking even more irritated, although he turned his irritation on Dare, not his baroness, as he answered, voice stiff. Along with you and your companion, a hunter and a monk, I've been informed. We have myself as a level 36 priest, Captain Helmer, of course, as a level 30 warrior, a level 34 fighter, a level 32 earth mage, a level 29 invigorator, a level 31 quickblade, an unspecified level 35 melee fighter. Sorry, Dare interrupted, frowning. Unspecified. The priest scowled at him, as in he did not specify his class. Morona cleared her throat. That is generally the practice of those who pick classes considered either cowardly or more often selected by criminals, such as stealth classes. She paused. Although some simply choose not to divulge their class, since they believe it puts them at a disadvantage, or makes them look a fool or a rustic, Joran said with a sneer. A not-so-subtle dig at Dare's own choice of class as a hunter. Which honestly he still didn't see. Hunters might not have the ability to hit multiple targets with their attacks like archers, or better range, accuracy, and armor penetration like marksmen. But in return, they got better mobility and survivability, which any rational person should value much higher. After all, that had pretty much been his reasoning when he'd chosen Fleetfoot out of the 3 broken advantages Sia had offered him before sending him to Calissa. And he not only didn't regret the extra 34% speed, he still considered it stupidly overpowered compared to the other options he'd been given. Besides, being a hunter hadn't stopped him from topping the damage charts in Lord Zor's raid when they'd hunted the magma tunneler. Hunters could do the same single-target damage as the others under most circumstances. The Baroness cleared her throat again, more sternly this time. You were listing our available high-level fighters, Master Joran. Ah, yes. The man had the grace to look a bit chagrined. Finally, we have a level 28 druid and a level 33 summoner. Dare rubbed his chin thoughtfully. So a raid party of 11, which was better than he'd expected, honestly, although the levels were lower than he'd like. At least the weakest people were healers and support, who could get away with being a bit lower level than the rest of the party, since level had almost no impact on them, aside from their hit points and the strength of their support spells. Although, if Helmer hoped to tank monsters 8 levels higher than hers, even as an off-tank, she was in for some trouble. So if I've got the classes correct, that gives us a main defender in the fighter, an auxiliary defender in Captain Helmer, 3 healers and support in you, the druid, and the invigorator, 3 melee damage dealers, and 3 ranged damage dealers. Ilan cleared his throat. Actually, while summoners control their constructs or familiars from a distance, most of their pets fight from melee range. Since without their pets, they're basically limited to defensive magic for themselves, many raid leaders classify them as melee damage dealers. Which is pointless since this isn't a raid, it's a monster horde, Joran snapped. The monsters won't follow normal patterns, so it'll be more like a battle between intelligent creatures. In some ways, the monk said blandly, turning his placid attention on the priest. But once the battle is joined, they'll charge us head-on, and use their abilities like any monster would, aside from the war chief and any he directly gives orders to. Not to mention that raids are organized under basic logical principles, Helena added in a mild tone. Defenders in front, melee damage on the flanks, ranged damage as far back as possible, and healers and support at the very back. Except if we're meant to hunt the highest level monsters in the Horde, we'll probably have to carve our way through the weaker enemies to reach them, the priest snapped irritably. We can't have such a stratified formation in the middle of a battlefield. An uncomfortable silence fell. He's got a point, Dare said. The melee damage would probably want to defend our own flanks instead. Or our mage could raise walls of earth around us to give us a straight shot at our target. He wondered if the earth mage in question was his friend Morwar's master Garar, back in Terrana in its time of need. Jurin slammed the table with his palm. My lady, he said tightly, the scout has given his report. Perhaps it would be best if he was dismissed so we may plan this battle. What was this guy's problem? Was it Dare's apparent youth he found objectionable, since Sia had given him the body of an 18-year-old? Maybe his class choice? Or even that the man knew Dare was Morona's lover and thought he was benefiting from nepotism, rather than being here by his own merits? Morona raised an eyebrow. Were his ideas poor ones? His very presence is an offense, the priest growled. I say nothing of his status in your household, but he has no status in the adventurers' guilds, no achievements of note to his name, is relatively unknown, and is barely more than a mere boy. He stood to loom over Dare, face dark with rage. Tell me, lad, how do you manage to get to level 33 while still a teenager? 3 levels below mine, a place I've spent over 30 years earning. I've been leveling almost twice as long as you've been alive. He waved an accusing finger in Dare's face. You would have had to have started as a child of 12 years and been dragged along through leveling by adults actually doing the work. And more than a few, all working in concert for your benefit. You're most likely a noble's brat being fed levels so daddy can have a hero to brag about. Master Jurin, Morona said quietly but firmly. My apologies, my lady, but I must speak, he snapped. For the sake of Orin, my old friend. Your paramour is a pampered child who's never had to achieve anything through his own merit, and now he pretends to know war and wants a seat he hasn't earned at this table. Giving advice where lives are at stake. He pointed at Dare again. Go to your mistress's bed and wait her pleasure, boy. That's why you're even in this tent at all. That is enough, the Baroness said in a soft but commanding tone, smoothly rising to her feet. Old friend, it is not Dare alone you insult now. Excuse yourself until you have your temper, and more importantly your tongue, back under your control. She turned to Dare. I'd ask you to excuse yourself as well. And you, Master Ilin. She inclined her head. Thank you for your brave service. Jurin looked as if he would protest, but Dare immediately stood and bowed low. My lady. Ilin joined his bow, and together they left the tent. The priest stormed through the entry flaps a few moments later, shot them both a withering glare, then strode away between the tents to duck into one of the nicer ones. Envy is an ugly thing, the monk said mildly, looking after him. Dare shrugged. At least he's not trying to rob me or kill me outright. As long as he doesn't insult Lady Morona again, I have no quarrel with him. I'll either prove my worth to him, or he'll remain a blind fool. He glanced back at the tent. Besides, he's Morona's friend, and obviously a close one she's had for many years. If they have an issue, it's better for them to deal with it, unless she asks me to step in. Ilan chuckled. Unusually reasonable. I suppose the truly exceptional rarely feel the need to prove themselves to their detractors. It probably helped that even if Dare looked like a teenager, he'd been 27 when he died on Earth. Old enough to have calmed down from his wilder youth, when someone like Jurin getting in his face would have made him flare up and push back just as hard, saying and doing unwise things. Too bad that in spite of the priest's age, he hadn't learned his own lesson about being the adult in that sort of situation. And he'd embarrassed Morona because of it. Dare shrugged again. I spent enough time in my younger years arguing with irrational idiots to know that there are more productive things to do with my time. There's a saying where I'm from. Don't feed the troll. His friend paused, then leaned closer and lowered his voice. On Earth? Dare blinked. It hadn't been too long ago that he'd revealed to his fiancées, as well as Ilan and Amelisa, of his true origins. He was going to need to get used to talking about Earth with people besides Irene and Sia. Although it was a nice thing to get used to, being able to share that part of himself with the people he cared about. Yes, specifically the internet. Ilan gave him an odd look. I thought there were no trolls on your world. Dare laughed at that. They take a different form, and are usually more a nuisance than a threat. They feed on attention of any kind, even the most vitriolic, and wither and vanish when ignored. Ah, don't feed the troll, his friend chuckled, then sobered. Although Jurin seems more a jealous man, looking out for his friend, albeit in misguided ways, than a person such as you describe. Right. Dare sighed and turned away from the tent. Let's go find Rek and see how the goblins are doing. Rek and his warband seemed in good condition and even better spirits. Several of them had gained levels, while all of them handled their weapons better and moved in more disciplined formations. They'd apparently been treated well enough by the rest of the army, at least considering the usual treatment goblins could enjoy from other races. And they had no complaints. Dare described what he'd seen of the monster horde to the young chieftain, and they briefly discussed strategy and the battle likely soon to come. He also listened to the hobgoblins' concerns, and what the goblins needed in the way of supplies and equipment. Some of that Dare could get himself, with his hunting and leatherworking. Although it turned out he didn't have time right then, because Marigold came running to tell him that Lady Morona wanted to see him in her war tent. Time to go sort things out, he hoped. A few of the Baroness's maids, including Belinda, were waiting outside, along with a handful of runners. But while the beautiful dragon girl gave him an inviting smile that promised future excitement, she ushered him right past the others and through the entry flaps without a word. Morona was there waiting for him, but Dare's happy smile faltered, and he did his best not to tense when he saw Jurin standing off to one side, arms crossed. For his part, the older man glowered but said nothing. Master Dare, Morona said formally, although her eyes were warm and apologetic. Master Jurin would like your assurance that you'll follow his commands during this battle. Okay, no hint of apology from the priest. Dare was expected to be the bigger man here. Fine, if his lover asked it of him. Besides, it was just smart to follow the leader, so they all lived through this, even if he didn't like the guy. He inclined his head at Jurin. I give you my word, as long as you don't give any dishonorable orders. The man snorted. That's a given. There was an uncomfortable pause. Then Morona pointedly nudged her friend, and he cleared his throat and continued. I'll make best use of your abilities in this battle. For the sake of Tirana, our personal feelings need have no bearing. That was probably as good as Dare was going to get. All right, what's the plan? The priest grimaced. We'll gather together the raid and prepare. That's right, the Baroness said gravely. We get the battlefield ready this evening. Get a good night's sleep, and in the morning the monsters will be upon us. She looked off in the direction of the monster horde with an expression of fierce determination. We'll face them then and destroy them. Dare couldn't help but grin. We will, my lady. Text appeared in front of him. Quest accepted. Battle for Tirana. Under the leadership of Baroness Morona Arrel. Assist in the destruction of the monster horde. Rewards vary based on contribution. His noble lover wouldn't have seen his personal notification, or possibly even realized she'd issued a quest. As Sia had explained it, quests were automatically issued by the system for important or novel tasks, or occasionally even mundane ones. Whatever reward the issuer offered was usually listed as a quest reward as well. But almost always, the only reward the system added to the quest was an experience bonus. Although some truly heroic quests were publicly acknowledged through the world system, and there were achievements for completing enough quests of various sorts. Anyone could theoretically issue one, although it was more likely the world system would assign a quest to tasks given by important people, like the leaders of communities, nobles, heroes, notables, and advocates of deities. In fact, it was possible Dare himself had issued quests before, although Sia had only laughed when he'd asked her. Thus far, he'd accepted every quest he'd been offered, since they'd all basically represented a chance for extra experience. If quests could have downsides, aside from sometimes needing to go a bit out of your way to complete them, he hadn't seen one yet. Morona inclined her head at his words and turned to Jurin. I'll excuse you to your duties, my friend. The man hesitated, obviously not wanting to be excused and giving Dare a suspicious glare. But finally, with a stiff nod, he turned and swept out of the tent. The moment he was gone, Morona stepped forward into Dare's arms, pressing her soft body against his as she stood on tiptoes to press her lips to his. I'm sorry about that, my paramour, she murmured, stroking his back as she looked up at him with her lovely dark eyes. To say Jurin was not acting himself is a vast understatement. I have never seen him behave that way. Dare tenderly ran his hands through her soft dark hair, streaked with strands of silver. He was looking out for your welfare. She sniffed. I'm not in need of that sort of looking after. She kissed her way up his neck to claim his lips again, as soft and sweet as she'd been stiff and formal around others. Thank you for being so courteous, even so. He's your close friend, and I trust your judgment. He let the matter drop and rested a hand on her tummy. How are you two holding up? His lover grimaced. Aside from the fact that a ravening horde of monsters is descending on my camp, and we're all that stands between it and my town? She slumped against him so he was supporting most of her weight. I'm exhausted, she admitted frankly, and wound up like a spring and being pulled in 1,000 directions at once by my duties. Dare held her gently. Can I come to you tonight? He asked. I give great massages. Back, shoulders, feet, anywhere you're tense. And I think we'll both sleep better cuddling. Oh gods, yes, please do. She sighed and pulled away, with effort restoring her composed, noble bearing. Thank you, Dare. I'm glad you're back. So am I. He gently cupped the back of her neck and gave her one last kiss. What can I help you with? Morona smiled grimly. Kill the damn monsters threatening my town. With a rueful smile, she stepped back to the table to look down at the map. And give your goblins a refresher on mixed unit tactics. We've been trying, but military strategy for them seems to be to hide behind a rock and shoot arrows at the enemy, or charge in waving a club. Dare chuckled. I will. Rex smart, even if he didn't have the benefit of a formal education. She nodded, stepping past him to pull back a tent flap. Tonight, then. As he left the tent, the maids and runners waiting outside streamed in, along with a couple of the officers from the earlier meeting, apparently back with urgent issues. Not far away, Ilan, Jurin, and Helima stood with several other men and women, the party the priest had selected to take care of the most powerful monsters in the horde. The monk was introducing himself to the others, in his usual quiet way, making friends. Although, from the looks of things, a few already knew him, probably from his charitable work in Tirana and his tireless efforts to get an orphanage built in the town. Before Dare could join the group, Jurin pulled him aside and invited him to the raid party. He had to admit he hesitated a bit before accepting, since doing so would give the man so much of his personal information. But he had nothing to hide, and Morona trusted the priest for a reason. So he joined the raid, taking in the information that popped up about the 10 other people in it. Limited, for a party member rather than the leader, but he got their class and their general reputation in previous parties they'd been in, including red flags like abandoning or betraying their party, although thankfully none of the people here had anything like that. Knowing their reputation was useful, but Adventurer's Eye gave him more, and in much greater detail. He also noticed Jurin's unspecified class wasn't a member of the raid, which likely didn't please the priest. Dare had a feeling he would be even less pleased if he learned the level 35 was a dark blade, an obvious assassin class with abilities like stealth, poison edge, and garrote. It was hard to think of a scenario in which the man had chosen a class so suited to preying on others and wasn't a criminal of some sort. But it was possible. Dare had no knowledge of any crimes the Darkblade might have committed, and more importantly, they needed his help in the coming fight. Still, he'd warn Morona about the man's class. Jurin murmured, obviously looking over Dare's information. Rather mundane background, I must say. Not at all what I expected. Standard gear, perhaps slightly on the fine side. Humble considering your supposed station. And your choice of class. He shook his head. You must have some quality that impressed the Baroness. Forgive me if I don't see it. Unless she was charmed by your appearance itself. You'd be a fool to believe Lady Morona so vain, Dare said a touch coolly. Jurin flushed. I do not, he said, voice stiff. Which is why I will work with a relative unknown, whose only previous experience I've personally seen was being kicked out of the raid group of a prestigious man. Dare angrily opened his mouth, but before he could respond, the priest held up his hands. I'm aware of the circumstances, or at least what I saw and heard from others. You may not remember, but I was there in that raid with the other healers and support, and even in the same party with your red-headed lover. Jurin's eyes narrowed as if in memory of the event. And for what it's worth, I can applaud you on behalf of my priestess sister. Don't fuck with healers. The words came as a surprise, considering the man's hostility, a sign he was warming up to Dare, or, more likely, echoing a sentiment that Dare himself shared, gained from his extensive experience in multiplayer RPGs back on Earth. Tanks were the big swinging dicks of a group, sure. The proud few whose role was vital in a party or raid, bravely facing off against terrible monsters who would kill their companions in a couple hits. Piss off a tank and you were out, simple as that, because everyone knew it was you or the tank, and they didn't want to lose the tank. DPS, on the other hand, were generally agreed to be a dime a dozen. If you didn't make the cut, there was a line of other damage dealers waiting to fill your spot. Or if you looked at a raid or party leader the wrong way, or drew the ire of the tank, you could be replaced in a heartbeat. Healers, though, were the unsung heroes of the fight. The ones who went into battle with very little defenses and waged their own quiet fight to keep their companions alive, i.e., they held your life in their hands. And while most would never consider letting someone die on their watch, even someone they disliked, that was something you'd be wise to remember. They were deserving of respect and weren't nearly as helpless as they seemed, even when they were often defenseless. If for no other reason than because, when push came to shove, their companions would rush to defend them. Even DPS would put themselves in front of a monster to protect their healer. And while healers usually didn't toss around their influence like tanks did, in an argument between the two, it was a toss-up who the group would support. Don't fuck with healers, Dare agreed. With a last appraising look, the priest turned and led the way back to the party, where he introduced Dare and then introduced the others to him in turn. To be honest, the names came so quick that he had a feeling he'd be calling everyone by their class in his head, at least until he could hear the names a few more times and get them cemented. I've never met a monk before, the invigorator, a woman in her late 20s, said, twirling her hair in her fingers as she looked Ilan over with open curiosity. Aren't they really hard to master? Indeed, ma'am, the monk said with a solemn bow. It takes extensive training of the body, mind, and soul. A lifetime of dedication and discipline, often using techniques passed down through generations by a skilled master. He bowed politely to Jurin. Now, if we're done introducing ourselves. I believe so. The priest inspected the monk with a frown. Since you're one of our lowest level melee classes, and by far the most lightly armored, I have to ask, are you fit to stand against enemies up to 8 levels higher than you? For a brief time, if I'm willing to open my 5th lock, Ilan replied. You will have to leave me behind if I do too much damage to my own body. Healing will only do so much, I'm afraid. That's hardcore, the invigorator said, twirling her hair a bit faster and also biting her lip. Dare had a feeling she might be barking up the wrong tree. You'd be willing to break yourself like that? For a good cause, ma'am, without hesitation. Don't question a monk about their willingness to make sacrifices, Estellis, the fighter said with a laugh. I've heard they swear not to drink or have sex. He shook his head in disbelief. I'm not sure I could do something like that, even in exchange for a powerful class. I'll trust your judgment on that, my friend, Ilan said blandly. Estellis looked disappointed. You swear not to have sex? Indeed. The monk looked serene, but Dare knew him well enough to spot an equal mixture of amusement and wistfulness. A vow of celibacy, keeping the body and mind focused. I can live without that kind of focus, the fighter said, clapping Ilan on the shoulder. Joran cleared his throat. Friends, tomorrow we battle a monster horde. And I'm confident we face a fight like nothing any of us have ever encountered before. Perhaps we should prepare. The group quickly quieted and grew solemn as they followed the priest out of the camp, around laborers frantically digging trenches and earthworks, as well as creating stakes and wooden barricades. Hopefully, the fortifications would make a difference in tomorrow's battle. The world system tended to respond poorly to trying to cheese monster fights by attacking them from a spot where they couldn't reach you, or using terrain to funnel them together and limit their movement. But if the rules for monster hordes were different, then Dare could trust that Morona and her officers were right in believing that the rules for engaging them would also be different. For the rest of the evening, he, Ilan, and the rest of the raid practiced working together, with Joran calling out threats while the party shifted formation. They even had the healers and support cast their buffs, barrier spells, and heal where damage was declared. Dare was gratified when the raid leader even asked the Earth Mage, who was in fact Morwar's master Garah, to practice swiftly raising walls of dirt around and behind them, covering their dash towards their targets at the center of the horde. Although the priest didn't give him credit for the idea, assuming he hadn't thought of it himself before Dare suggested it. The training was similar to what he'd done with Zor's raid, except with far more consideration for the chaos of battle and unexpected problems. Dare quickly found that he ran out of arrows faster than expected, unfortunately without a camp follower like Felicia there to toss him more. He didn't need Joran to tell him he'd need to bring more full quivers with him tomorrow, even if they made movement more cumbersome. Although at least he had his belt that reduced carry weight by 20 pounds. Still, the priest seemed satisfied enough by Dare's ability to loose arrows quickly and on target, as well as responding almost instantly to changing situations and new orders. They kept training until full dark, at which point Joran called them all together for a few final words. Tomorrow we save our home, or die in the trying. Make whatever preparations you deem necessary, then get a full night's sleep. Drink if you feel the need, but not overmuch. As the raid dispersed, Helima sought Dare out. As I recall, you still owe me a few drinks, she said lightly, putting a hand on his arm. And I don't know about you, but I could use some relaxing before whatever comes tomorrow. She gave him a wide smile. I didn't bring my manacles, unfortunately, but there's always rope. He was tempted, no question. But he regretfully shook his head. You know I want to, Helima. And I've put you off far more often than you deserve. But I promised Lady Morona I'd attend her tonight. The tough guardswoman's eyes softened. Then I'm more than happy to be put off yet again. Offer whatever rest and comfort you can to Our Lady. She works twice as hard as any of us. Moving with surprising speed in spite of her heavy plate armor, she caught him and pulled him in for a fierce kiss, promising future passion. But you'd better show me your full skills as a legendary lover to make it up to me, she said with a teasing smile as she pushed him in the direction of Morona's tent, hard enough to send him stumbling a few steps. And we will be using the manacles. Grinning like an idiot at the kiss and the prospect of what the future might hold, Dare made his way to the goblin portion of camp and briefly talked with Rek about tactics for the next day's battle. The hobgoblin understandably wanted reassurances that his people wouldn't just be used as front-line throwaways, as goblins often were. And Dare gave his word that they'd be treated like any other fighters. He intended to press the issue with Morona and the various officers with goblin fighters in their parties too. Finally, he washed himself, changed into clean clothes, and made his way to Morona's sleeping tent. She wasn't there, however, and his second guess proved correct that she'd be in the war tent, still working herself to exhaustion. Miss Garena was there as well, and Dare corralled her. "Can you guys handle the rest if I take Morona to bed?" he murmured. She looked surprisingly relieved at the suggestion. "Please do." Then her normally stern expression became even more so. "As long as you plan to help her rest, not tire her out further?" "I will," he promised, ducking into the tent. He found the Baroness up to her elbows in reports, bags under her eyes as she listened to Belinda read her a list of supplies. He came up behind the Draconid maid and hooked an arm around her slender waist, guiding her towards the entry flaps. "Time for the mistress to call it a night," he told her firmly. Both women looked at Dare with wide eyes as he ushered Belinda outside, then returned for Morona, who arched an eyebrow at him. "You're ordering my maids around now?" "Only when it's important." He ducked down to scoop his lover out of her chair in a princess carry, making for the entry flaps. He half expected her to protest, or at least tell him to put her down, but she simply looped her arms around his neck and rested her head on his shoulder with a soft sigh. As he stepped outside, he noticed Miss Garena looking at him with eyebrows raised in mild surprise, and the other maids whispering and giggling. He ignored them as he made for his lady's tent. Once there, he ignored Morona's mild protests that she could do it herself and undressed her, then bathed her with a cloth, soap, and a bucket of warm water thoughtfully provided by the maids. After that, he dried her off with a towel, then laid her down on her stomach atop her surprisingly comfortable camp pallet, and began kneading her shoulders until he felt the tension ease from them. Dare moved on to her back, then her glutes, down her thighs and calves, and from there moved to her arms. Then he turned her onto her back and repeated the process in reverse, so focused on helping her relax that he didn't dwell on the view of her gorgeous small breasts, flat tummy, and smooth shaved mound. Finally, he massaged her hands, then her feet. The entire time she moaned softly in contented appreciation, putty in his hands as he did his best to work the tension out of her tightly wound body. By the time he finished, the beautiful noblewoman was relaxed and peaceful, eyes drooping. He gently gathered her up into a sitting position, playfully ignoring her murmured noises of embarrassment as he fed her the hot meal the maids had also diligently provided. "I don't know whether to feel like a baby or an invalid," she said with an adorable pout as he brought the spoon to her lips. "Feel like a beautiful and very exceptional woman who deserves to be pampered after a hard day," he said, kissing her soft shoulder. Morona made a contented noise and cuddled against him as she chewed. When she finally swallowed, she looked up at him, dark eyes soft and warm, and very, very sleepy. "Would you like to make love?" she murmured. Dare smiled. "I would like that." He stroked her soft cheek, noting her drooping eyelids. "But what I'd like even more is to sleep peacefully with you the whole night through." That does sound wonderful," she mumbled around a huge yawn. "But are you sure? I could at least use my mouth." "I've been wanting to do that with you. And anyway, after you've been so good to me, I want to be good to you too." "You are, always." He set the plate aside and shifted to lie down with her, pulling the blanket up to cover them both. As he tenderly stroked her back, she cuddled against him and closed her eyes. her breathing soon becoming deep and even in sleep. He held her for a few minutes as he wound down from his own day, luxuriating in the feel of her soft body and happy he'd been able to do something to ease her burdens. Finally, content in this peaceful moment rather than dwelling on the battle to come in the morning, he drifted off as well. Chapter 3. Attack. Dare woke to find the bed cold and empty beside him, which was a stark contrast to the heated voices outside. "I'm just saying you need to consider the practicalities of this, my lady," Joran said stiffly. "How's this for a practicality?" Morona said, not sounding quite as composed as usual when in public. "He eased my burdens when I needed it most." Her voice hardened. "Which is more than I can say for some yesterday, with their childish antics." "If you wish to speak of childish antics, what about being carried through half the camp like a blushing bride by a man almost young enough to be your grandson? Do you know what sort of rumors are flying now?" There was a brittle silence for what felt like a very long time, until the priest coughed uncomfortably. "I'm just saying." "Perhaps you should say less and hear more," the Baroness said, the words very precise and cold as frosted glass. "Yes, when I was so exhausted I could barely sit up straight, he was kind enough to carry me to my tent. Any rumors that arose from it are the fruit of wagging tongues who have more important things to be worrying about, with the monster horde only hours away." "Of course, my lady," Joran grumbled, although he didn't sound particularly contrite. "In any case, I need to assemble my raid, and Master Dare seems to be nowhere to be found. If you happen to see him, could you send him to where we trained yesterday?" A few moments later, Morona ducked into the tent, already fully dressed and wrapped in a warm fur cloak. She saw Dare's eyes open and sighed. "Sorry to wake you." "Sorry to overhear your conversation," he replied, with a rueful smile, sitting up. She laughed. "Because you didn't want to eavesdrop, or because of what was said?" "Yes." He held out his arms, and she slipped out of her cloak and settled down to share a warm embrace and kiss. His lover mumbled against his lips. "I meant it, you know. The way you took care of me last night was wonderful, and lying in your arms was the best sleep I've had in a very long time. I needed that more than I realized." Dare stroked her back. "I'm glad I was able to ease your burdens." She abruptly planted a hand on his chest, pushing him flat his back. In that position, his morning wood stood up proudly beneath the blankets. She looked at it and licked her lips, grinning. "I believe we were talking about something last night." He grinned back. "If it pleases my lady." He started to reach down and unlace his pants. Ah. Morona pulled the blankets aside and caught his hands, pushing them away. "This gift I'm unwrapping myself." Dare was more than happy to lay back, hands behind his head, as his lover freed him from his pants and began stroking him with both hands. Her skin was soft and warm in the chill morning air, smooth as if she'd just put on lotion, and he was soon rock hard and straining his hips upward with pleasure under her gentle ministrations. "Your pardon if I'm a bit clumsy," she murmured as she lowered her head to press her soft lips to his tip, silver-frosted dark hair spilling over his hips and thighs. "It's been a while since I've done this." Then the Baroness opened wide and took him into her mouth until his tip bumped the back of her throat. "Morona," he gasped, dropping a hand to her head to gently stroke her hair. "That feels incredible." She made a contented noise, further adding to the pleasure of her warm, wet mouth, her soft tongue playing over the underside of his glands. Then, with a soft, gagging noise, she pushed her head farther down until his tip popped into her throat in a fresh surge of pleasure. Dare felt her swallowing desperately to curb her gag reflex, and had to say that even if it had been a while for her, she definitely knew what she was doing. The Baron had been a lucky man, which went without saying. Morona looked up at him lovingly, dark eyes glistening with tears from the effort of taking him in even deeper, starting to hum again as her swallowing throat massaged his shaft. He could see her slender neck bulging from his girth, an incredibly erotic sight, and brought his other hand down to hold and caress her head with both. She couldn't manage to get him all the way in, and finally pulled herself off his cock with a gasp, wiping away saliva and mucus before diving in again. Her head began bobbing up and down his length, esophagus opening to him again and again as she hummed and swallowed and used her hands to maximize his pleasure. The sight of the serene, elegant Baroness between his legs, her big brown eyes red, face flushed, and saliva and mucus leaking from her mouth as she gagged on his cock, was one of the most erotic he'd ever seen. The pleasure finally overwhelmed him, hips beginning to jerk with his impending eruption. "I'm coming, Morona," he panted. His lover made a pleased noise and pushed herself as far onto his cock as she could, hands firmly jerking his saliva-coated base as he shot his first spurt down her throat. Dare saw her swallowing greedily as he emptied himself into her welcoming warmth, watching the visible bulge of his tip jerking with every jet he released. As the pleasure surged through him, he came more than usual, filling her up, and was still coming when she pulled herself off him with a gasp, so his last shots covered her beautiful face. Morona beamed up at him and licked her glistening lips. "That was delicious," she said with a low laugh. "Just the breakfast I needed." He gathered her in his arms and kissed her softly. "I love you," he murmured, stroking her hair. "And I love you." She rested her head on his shoulder contentedly for a moment, then with a sigh of regret sat up again and reached for a cloth to clean herself off. "And now we both have duties to attend to." Dare felt his chest clench at the reminder, and with a solemn nod began to dress. It was a bit luxurious to have a tent tall enough that he could stand, and he made full use of it as he put on his armor and checked his gear. He was surprised when Morona moved to help him, making small adjustments to his clothes and armor and smoothing his tousled hair. "I've arranged for you to have as many arrows as you'll need," she said, intent on her work. "And if you want a horse to carry them, at least as far as where you must leave it behind, I've arranged for a well-trained one that should stay calm in the face of monsters." An entire horse loaded down with arrows seemed excessive, and he chuckled. "That's more than enough to kill every monster in the horde by myself." His noble lover stepped back, looking up at him anxiously. "Anything to make sure you return to me, my love." Surprised and deeply moved, he pulled her into his arms again. "I will," he said, kissing her head. "If I have to wade through an entire sea of cursed orc warchiefs, I will." "Good." Looking embarrassed by her moment of vulnerability, she pulled a thin, silken white scarf from where it had been concealed in her bodice, still warm from her skin, and tied it around his arm above the elbow. "Take this as a sign of my favor." "Thank you. I'll treasure it." Dare pulled her into another embrace and a long, lingering kiss. Then with regret, ducked out of her tent and started briskly for the field where his party had trained last night. Ilan was there, along with most of the others. Dare noticed the Darkblade chatting up the druid, seemingly innocuous, but something about it made him uneasy. Like the man had been looking his way before he looked back. "Heads up on our unspecified friend," he told the monk in a low voice. "He's a Darkblade." His friend grimaced. "Generally an unsavory sort, although unless we know he's committed a crime, we can't do much but keep a wary eye out. Especially since we'll need his poisoned daggers in the fight to come." He jerked his head towards Jurin. "Does he know?" "Not yet, although I told Lady Morona." Dare made his way over to the priest, who glowered at him. That didn't stop Dare from quietly sharing his findings about the level 35 assassin class. To his relief, Jurin believed him, although the man seemed suspicious about how Dare had come by the information. In any case, he shared Ilan's view that they couldn't do much but be vigilant, and that they certainly needed all the help they could get. The raid leader excused himself to address everyone. "All right, people," he snapped. "We've trained, we've planned. Now let's go over it one last time." He waved at the trenches, earthworks, and staggered rows of spikes and wooden barricades arrayed in the path of the oncoming monster horde. "In less than 2 hours, the horde will hit our defenses here, which will be manned by the Baroness's lower-level forces. Ideally, the monsters will be funneled into kill zones with our defenders in their mid and high 20s plugging the gaps, while the damage dealers hit them from behind and the sides and the healers and support try to keep everyone alive. We wish them the best, but we're going to leave them to it." He turned and motioned curtly to a hill off to the right side of the battlefield, with a copse of trees growing around its northern side. "We're going to hide there and wait for the horde to engage the Baroness's defenses. Then we'll sweep in from the side and carve our way to the center of the horde with the help of our mage's earth walls, to where the cursed orcs and their war chief are waiting. It'll be our task to kill them, and any other high-level monsters we come across, before they can reach our army and wreak havoc." The fighter raised his hand. "Question. If we're going to be in the center of the monsters, drawing their ire anyway, why let them get close enough to risk the lobies?" The Darkblade snorted derisively. "Trust a defender to consider himself and everyone else invincible. We can't take on hundreds of monsters, mostly lower levels or not. Even if they were all lower than level 10, we'd face death by 1,000 cuts. Not to mention we'll be hard-pressed just to kill the party-rated level 38 warchief, let alone all his nearly as high-level cursed orcs," Estella said. The level 29 Invigorator looked pale at the prospect of going up against such powerful enemies, but determined as well. "Right," Jurin said firmly. "We'll kill any monsters that get in our way, and if the ranged classes can pick off any monsters above level 20 that might pose a threat to Our Lady's army on the way, so much the better. But our main focus, our only focus, is the warchief and its cursed orc lieutenants. A lot of innocent people are going to die if we can't deal with them." He looked around for questions, but there didn't seem to be any. They all knew what they needed to do. They moved to the copse, where they'd wait to spring their flanking attack. And for the next few hours, they practiced signals, did a few mock charges, but mostly rested and prepared for what was to come. The priest and Invigorator both cast their buff spells, which was the main tool in the Invigorator class's arsenal, hence the name. She could cast a variety of buffs that were useful for any class, but only one on each person. Still, the buff she gave Dare boosted his speed and agility, making him feel surprisingly powerful. She also had a spell to regenerate health, although slowly enough that it probably wouldn't have much use outside of party and raid-rated monsters, in dungeons, or to help wounded adventurers recover between battles, which might make the difference in a protracted battle against the monster horde. Estellis would be incredibly useful in any group, but aside from her few personal defense abilities, she was mostly there to strengthen the rest of them, which meant she could theoretically sit out of a fight entirely and still provide a useful contribution. Commendably, she intended to accompany them anyway, to make whatever difference she could. The sun was halfway to noon when the horns of Morona's sentries began to blare out, warning that the horde had been spotted. The signals were shrill and frantic, especially when it became obvious that the monsters were rushing towards Terrana's small army at full speed. Dare clapped Ilin and Helima on the shoulder and moved to stand with the ranged and healers, weighed down by 160 arrows in 8 quivers, and expecting he'd need every one. This was going to be like nothing he'd faced before on Earth or Calissa, and he could admit he was afraid. He just hoped he'd live through the battle to return to his family. Hundreds of monsters flowed past the copse of trees towards the fortifications, showing no sign they were aware of the 11 people hidden within. Although Dare and his companions, watching from their concealed positions, were certainly aware of them. He was closer to the ravening horde now than he'd been even when scouting it. Thanks to his eagle eye's 10% bump to visual acuity, close enough to see the warts on the faces of the nearest imps as they fluttered past, around the legs of beast hybrids and humanoid beasts, and undead and horrors spawned straight from nightmares. And they were all headed right for Morona, who was safe at the rear of an army and ready to flee to safety if absolutely necessary, but even so. Dare's grip on his bow tightened in grim resolve. This stampeding mass of foulness and destruction threatened his lover and their unborn child. Threatened his fiancées and their unborn children. And baby Gila and seed Eloise. And the home they'd all created at Niram Manor. He'd use every arrow he had to kill these things, then switch to his spear until it broke, then his knife and even his fists if there was no other option. The front of the horde drew near enough to the fortifications and its defenders to be in range of the longest ranged classes, the marksmen and air mages and a few others. Physical and magical projectiles flew out from behind the earthworks to slam into the monsters, injuring some and even killing a few of the lowest level ones. Closer and more spellcasters and archers joined the barrage, thinning the monster ranks. But slowly, not enough to make a dent on the seething horde. Now, Jurin called, just loud enough for the party members to hear, and they all burst from the trees and sprinted forward. Garar was already casting his earthen walls, and he got the timing nearly perfect. Just as Ilin and the fighter and Quickblade slammed into the nearest monsters, 2 dirt and rock barriers burst from the ground and roared into place, bisecting the horde for 20 yards in front of the raid party. They entered the narrow corridor as the Earth Mage began casting the spell again, face strained with effort. Dare had no need to waste any arrows on the weaklings he and his companions were tearing through. The melee fighters were more than capable of clearing the way to the cursed orcs, and those in the raid who had area of effect attacks were better suited for it anyway. Instead, in the brief time he had, before he got in range of their main targets, he raced up the southernmost wall and ran along the top of it, focusing on downing the higher-level monsters, leading the packs going for the rest of Morona's army. They mostly fell with one arrow anyway. And with them dead, the horde became far less organized, and in some places their charge even faltered. Of course, from up there, he found himself the focus of ranged attacks by dozens of monsters, and even some friendly fire. He kept loosing arrows until the last moment, then leapt back down to run beside Gara, who was wheezing as he finished casting the next pair of walls, and immediately got to work on the third. And hopefully last, they were nearing the center of the horde. Behind him he heard chittering and screeching as monsters scaled the wall or simply punched through, taking up the pursuit. He turned to shoot down the faster ones before they could catch up, although none were really a threat. Above the clamor of the monster horde, he heard the clash of weapons and screams of pain and fear from voices that clearly weren't monsters. The sound spurred him on, thinking of the desperate, low-level army behind the earthworks, fighting for their lives, including Amelisa and Rek and his warriors. Bellows of challenge up ahead heralded the cursed orcs, pushing their way between the earthen walls, clashing an assortment of crude weapons together over their heads. Helima and the fighter moved ahead, shields ready to meet them, while the rest of the party spread out behind the two tanks, with Ilin moving around their flanks to keep the other monsters away from the more vulnerable healers, support, and ranged casters. It was a delicate balance, staying close enough to watch each other's backs, but far enough that the war chief's area of effect attacks wouldn't catch them all. Dare ended up back on one of the walls, raining arrows down on the cursed orcs ahead. He got a good view of the two tanks getting overwhelmed by the monsters, the healers and support struggling to keep them up as they downed one of the pale monstrosities, only for another to take its place and keep up the pressure. He kept moving to avoid monster attacks as he turned his full focus to downing the most dangerous enemies on the battlefield, satisfied to watch first one cursed orc, then another fall to his arrows. Then the world exploded. Dare wasn't sure if it was earthquake or sundering shockwave, but it blew up the battlefield around them. His prey's vigilance kept him from the worst of it, but he still found himself flying off the wall into the mob of monsters on the northern side, who immediately began swarming him. Disoriented and shaken, he fought to his feet against the swarm of bodies. Thankfully, he had a lot of help from Quill's shot. With the blows raining down on him, his 1% chance to instantly loose an arrow from his passive ability went off multiple times. It was actually kind of broken against a swarm of lower-level enemies. Even though he felt the cumulative agony of dozens of weak attacks, death by 1,000 cuts as the Darkblade had warned, with his hit points being whittled down at an alarming rate, he killed half a dozen monsters in the space of a few seconds. That cleared enough space around Dare to finally find his feet and begin dodging the incoming attacks. He was tempted to let the hits keep coming so he could scythe through these monsters with Quill's shot, but the effect was too slow and sporadic. And more importantly, his health was dropping quick, and none of the healers or support seemed aware of his plight. He was covered by agonizing scratches, gouges, and burns, stinging bites on every exposed area of skin, and more than a few attacks that had gotten through his leather armor. As he fought desperately, he used Snap whenever he had a spare moment. His hand lifted overhead, emitting a brief flash of moderately bright light to signal his location to the rest of the raid. Unfortunately, while the attempt brought no aid, it did bring more enemies, drawn by the odd light. Just as Dare was starting to worry, he heard a bellow, or more accurately, a war chief's roar. The monsters around him abruptly backed away and began surging south towards Morona's army again, leaving a clear space around him as they streamed past. He couldn't help but think the sudden reprieve wasn't a good thing. And sure enough, he spotted the massive war chief pushing through the press toward him, even if it meant flinging monsters aside. Easily 9 feet tall and broad as a car, all piled muscles on the verge of bursting beneath sickly, veiny skin, it was the stuff of nightmares. Human, the cursed orc roared in a thick, bestial voice, pointing its massive battle axe at Dare as if it weighed nothing. You think I did not notice you? Fuck. Thus far, being noticed by Kalissa's deities for basically figuring out how to turn a healer ability into a frag grenade hadn't done much for him, aside from get him screwed by a succubus. Although, if it was going to cause monsters, or at least intelligent ones, start making a beeline for him, then that would seriously suck. Although it presented an opportunity too. The war chief was by far the biggest threat on this battlefield. If Dare could get it to chase after him, that would create an opening for the rest of the raid to kill the other cursed orcs and begin hunting the rest of the horde after that. And hey, maybe he could do some damage to the big bastard while he was at it. If he found an opportunity, he could even try to kill it. So he activated Cheetah's dash and began running back towards the copse of trees at an angle, which allowed him to draw and loose arrows at the war chief as he went. His damage was pretty respectable, but against an enemy 5 levels above him, it was significantly reduced. That, combined with the party-rated monster's ridiculously large health bar, meant that each arrow felt like it did nothing. Cumulatively, though, he could see the war chief's health slowly dropping. The cursed orc leader was no typical monster, though, and even if it seemed determined to hack him to pieces, it wasn't going to just blindly chase him until he shot it full of arrows. Instead, it roared orders to the monsters around it, sending the swiftest, those with abilities that slowed their targets, and of course the ranged ones, all chasing after Dare. Some of those monsters stood between him and the edge of the monster horde, with the copse of trees beyond it, enemies he'd need to deal with if he wanted to get to clearer ground. So he used Savage Claw, his only melee ability besides Hamstring, to swiftly sling his bow over his shoulder and bring out his spear in an attack that dropped a level 14 bugbear. The spear was a better weapon for attacking enemies at close range while running at high speeds, and he practically lanced a few monsters as he passed them. He misjudged the force of his blow on his 4th target, and as his spearhead pierced right through the neck of the diseased horse monstrosity he was attacking, killing it instantly, the weapon got stuck. He had a choice between either abandoning it or wasting valuable seconds yanking it free. The debate was short-lived as the war chief bellowed behind him, knocking the monsters around him to the ground and Dare himself to his knees at the sheer force of the sound. On instinct, he used roll and shoot to throw himself forward, only for the ground to buck beneath him and send him flying farther than he'd expected. He twisted in midair to see the war chief slamming its axe into the ground with such force that it quaked for dozens of yards in all directions, making monsters squeal and flail and even causing them injury. The massive cursed orc didn't seem to care about friendly fire, though, all its focus on Dare. He landed clumsily, rolling and nearly losing his bow, and came to his feet to see the war chief leaping towards him, covering over 10 yards in an inhuman display of power. He barely had time to throw himself to the side, using all the speed of Fleetfoot and Cheetah's dash, as an axe as tall as his own body came smashing down where he'd been. Not missing a beat, his enemy released its axe with one hand and backhanded him. Dare barely had time to turn aside and lift one shoulder before the blow caught him on the arm and back, sending him flying once again as his vision went black around the edges. Well, this wasn't going well. "Use your bones for toothpicks, human," the cursed orc snarled somewhere back where he'd been as he slammed into the ground and rolled. "Make sausages of your guts. Fuck this." Dare did a kip up and pounced to a monster at the ability's maximum range of 10 yards away from the warchief. He didn't even bother to finish off the badger-like monstrosity as he sprinted at full speed to put some distance between himself and his enemy. A glance over his shoulder confirmed that the warchief was using rush to pursue him. Thankfully, between Dare's peak athleticism, his minor speed boost from power-up stat increases at level 30, Cheetah's dash, and most of all Fleetfoot, he was able to easily outpace the huge monster. Behind him, he felt the ground shudder, and dirt and small debris pelted his back, maybe from sundering shockwave, but he was just out of range. The warchief's furious roar confirmed the miss. Rapid shot came off cooldown and he spun, loosing arrows at his enemy as he ran sideways. He didn't want the cursed orc to give up on chasing him and return to the battle, at least not until he got some signal that the rest of Jurin's raid had cleared the other major threats and were on their way to help him. Assuming the old bastard deigned to come to his aid. Cynical, and probably unworthy to think of the cantankerous priest. But better for Dare to assume he was on his own, unless Ilan, Helima, or maybe Gurar came to help. Although he kept his desperate speed, he veered slightly to bring him closer to the monsters at the back of the horde, some of whom turned to try to engage him. They were mostly weak and could be a useful resource in the fight as he continued to run and gun, or at least run and bow. Monster speed boost abilities usually had short durations and short cooldowns, which was good because Cheetah's dash ran out just as the warchief's rush did. At which point the intelligent monster did something unusually clever and used Earthquake behind him, propelling his huge body through the air almost as far as a leap would. Shit. Bad enough the brute was stupidly powerful without it getting cute with its abilities. Dare used roll and shoot to put some distance between them, loosing the arrow as soon as he came back to his feet. From nearly point-blank range, as it turned out, as the cursed orc somehow managed to be behind him, enormous axe again swinging down. Prey's vigilance saved him, twisting him sideways so the blow roared by close enough to brush his nose and toes. This time Dare was wise to the backhand and pounced again, finding another monster at 10 yards from the horde he'd been sticking to the periphery of. "Scurry and leap, you little shit," the warchief snarled. "You're not fast enough." Dare tried to reassure himself that wasn't true, and if he needed to, he could get away from the party-rated monster. He was continuing to keep ahead of it and loose arrows when he could, and almost had it down to half health. In return, so far, his enemy had only given him a few bruises. As if the universe was stepping in to punish him for his optimism, his luck finally ran out soon after. Prey's vigilance popped up only to be immediately wasted on a quill shot by a monster in the nearby horde. And even worse, Dare's automatic dodge came right as the war chief again leapt at him. So he couldn't react in time to completely avoid the swinging battle axe. Fire burned across his hip as he stumbled away, feeling the hot wetness of blood flowing down his leg. It wasn't an official movement debuff, but it did hinder him and cause a burning pain with every step. It also took a healthy chunk of his health and, obviously, applied a bleeding effect. God's damn it. He'd just known an ability that automatically took over his actions was going to screw him over at some point. Usually, the world system picked the ideal way for Prey's vigilance to dodge the attack. Or maybe he'd just assumed so since he'd never really tested it. Out of desperation, Dare dodged towards the cursed orc. Against a normal monster, it probably wouldn't have worked. But intelligence meant pattern recognition, and his enemy fucked up by assuming he'd keep trying to dodge away like he had been. He still almost got a massive boot to the face as he rolled behind the huge monster. But somehow he came up with the cursed orc's back still to him. With his spear gone, he had to resort to his fallback knife, slashing it across his enemy's leg with hamstring to slow it down by 25%. The war chief roared, more in fury than pain, and before Dare could get to the other leg to hamstring it as well, that massive axe slammed down into the ground in sundering shockwave. He found himself flying through the air again, although in this case it seemed like it might be a good thing since it carried him away from the monster trying to hack him into pieces. He was even able to twist in midair and land with some semblance of grace. Aside from the searing pain from the wound on his hip, that is. Cheetah's dash was still minutes away from being off cooldown, but he used roll and shoot to get some more distance as well as loosing an arrow at his enemy. Then he turned and sprinted away again, keeping close to the horde and hoping against hope his defensive cooldowns would come off their timers before the orc. Oh right. Dare glanced back to see that the war chief was chasing him using rush, but had yet to use leap. Pounce wouldn't work if you had a movement speed debuff, and it looked as if the same applied for the party-rated monster's ability. Better yet, it was slowed with hamstring, and was struggling to keep up even with rush. He took full advantage of his enemy's weakness, counting down the seconds until the hamstring effect faded to run and shoot more arrows with rapid shot. He managed to whittle the cursed orc's health down to around 35% before the debuff ended, and was starting to feel optimism that he might do more than just survive. He might actually kill this monster all by himself. As hamstring's effect fell off, the cursed orc Dare braced himself to use a defensive cooldown for when the giant monster leapt. But instead, his wily enemy used Earthquake again to throw itself through the air, and as it approached the ground, it threw back its head and bellowed. Dare stumbled, dazed. He knew the battle axe was coming his way, but had no time to stop it. Worse, he knew he could no longer rely on Prey's vigilance to produce the best results for him. And the cursed orc war chief knew it too. Dare automatically ducked beneath a surprisingly feather-light blow from the monstrous battle axe, which immediately twisted back around for a swift second blow as he was struggling to recover. He knew he couldn't completely dodge it, but he didn't have Fleetfoot for nothing. Agonizing fire scored across his chest as the axe tore through his leather chest piece and sliced a furrow across his ribs. But as it swung away, Dare caught the haft just beneath the wickedly sharp blades with one hand and hung on for dear life. With the other, he slung his bow and reached into the reinforced pocket on his belt. The war chief grunted in amusement as Dare was yanked off his feet, as easily as if he weighed nothing, thanks to the giant monster's immense strength. His enemy swung the axe high, obviously planning to slam him into the ground beneath it, and for a moment he was over the brute's head. Dare threw the object in his hand straight downwards and shouted, "Grow!" His magical legendary chest expanded almost instantly to its full size. The force of Dare's most powerful baseball wind-up, combined with gravity and the weight of about 100 lead bars inside, hitting the war chief with the force of a speeding truck. The monster didn't even have time to make a surprised noise as it was crushed under thousands of pounds, moving at around 70 miles an hour. Dare wasn't sure if it would have one-shot the level 38 party-rated monster, but it sure as hell did 35% of its hit points worth of damage. Not to mention mashing it to paste. Physics was an unforgiving bitch. Chapter 4. Spoils. Dare found himself flying through the air, twisting to try to cushion his fall. His efforts weren't helped by the text that appeared in front of him, distracting him and causing him to tumble clumsily when he hit the ground. Congratulations. You have defeated the leader of a monster horde and averted a dire threat to Terrana and to Bastion, and perhaps all of Heralda. May all sing your praises. Party-rated horde boss, Cursed Orc War Chief defeated. 80,000 bonus experience awarded. Experience doubled for horde monster kill, and doubled again for defeating its leader. Completed 5/10 towards achievement Protector of Bastion. Slay 10 party-rated monsters in the region of Bastion. Trophies gained. Alert, some trophies destroyed. Gained monstrous battle axe. Loot body to acquire. Almost on top of those alerts came a far larger and brighter one, along with a raucous notification noise that made him jump in surprise as he lay sprawled on the ground. Global alert. For balancing purposes, the legendary enchantment, Shrink, has been modified. Shrink's grow function may no longer be activated in the case of enchanted items' imminent collision with a living target. Motherfucker. Dare lay on the ground, hurting and broken, and laughed ruefully. The gods seemed determined to take away all the toys he thought up. He wondered if imminent collision would apply to the crushing trap he'd created above Nerim Manor's gate. That wasn't really imminent, since it didn't happen until after the chest grew and caused the tunnel's ceiling to collapse, crushing everything beneath it. Although he was sure the moment he tried it, the chest would be further nerfed. Oh well, at least it would still work to operate the pump at Nerim Manor, so they'd have running water. And he could break down doors or break through walls with it if he didn't mind damaging it. It had no durability stat, but he had to assume it could still break if he used it as a magical wrecking ball. And of course, he could always use it for its actual purpose, to carry loot. Dare pushed painfully to his feet and staggered over to the dead cursed orc and the chest on top of it. Shrink, he mumbled, then picked it up and tucked it back into its special pocket. Heavy as it was full of lead bars at full size, it was meant to easily carry gold, which was way heavier than lead, and when shrunk, weighed just a few pounds. He was just glad he'd agreed with Leilana's insistence he bring the item with him, when he'd wanted them to keep it at home for their convenience, pumping water, and as a defensive measure in case Olivan attacked. He just hoped they wouldn't need it, because he sure as hell had. Dare grimaced at the dead war chief, or what was left of it. Honestly, he could have thrown the chest right at the start and might have won the fight right then and there. But against an intelligent enemy, he hadn't wanted to risk missing and having his trump card wasted, since the Horde leader was definitely clever enough that it wouldn't have fallen for the same trick twice. So he'd held out for the perfect opportunity. Most of the other times the cursed orc had gotten close enough to try throwing it, Dare had been fighting for his life and hadn't had a moment to react. Honestly, it had been desperation and good luck as much as planning that had let his last-ditch effort succeed as well as it had. The war chief could have just as easily shaken him off the axe rather than trying to lift it overhead to crush him to the ground like that. And then what would he have done? Oh well, had turned out as well as he could have hoped. Aside from the fact that he was at 30% health with 2 bleed effects and a bunch of wounds. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Dare held the gash across his chest with one hand and with the other reached out to loot the cursed orc war chief. He got 2 notifications back to back. Alert, because you did full damage to this monster and received no healing or other aid from your raid during the fight. Loot priority passes from raid leader to you. By loot rules, it is yours to share as you wish or not. Alert, some items destroyed. Fantastic. Dare got 312 gold, 23 silver, 8 copper from the Horde leader, as well as a master quality item called a home ward. A dark wooden box about the size of his fist, covered in elaborate gold ornamentation. He also got the monstrous battle axe, which he definitely didn't relish lugging home. That was it. Whatever else had been on the boss, it was gone now. Served him right for getting cute cheesing world system mechanics, although on the plus side, he was still alive to be annoyed about it. He jumped again as another notification appeared in the center of his vision with a dire alert noise. You have gained notice too. Fan-fucking-tastic. If demon chicks had been invading the kingdom to fuck him, and monster horde leaders making a beeline for him across a battlefield, what was being even more noticed going to do? He wasn't naive enough to believe it was a good thing to draw the attention of powerful beings. Aside from Sia, that is. Dare loved her attention. Speaking of which, he wondered what she thought about all this. He supposed he'd have to see when he got back to Niram Manor, since she could only speak to him while dwelling within Irene now. In any case, he'd be back with his family soon, as long as the rest of the battle was going well. Which he should be getting back to help deal with the rest of the horde. Also, he needed to find a healer, or at least bandage his wounds before he fainted from loss of blood. But as the adrenaline of the fight faded and exhaustion and the pain of his injuries surged, he took a moment to just bask in the thrill of his accomplishment as he stared at the war chief's crushed remains. Dare had just killed a party-rated monster 5 levels above him, all by himself. It had taken forever, and he'd had to cheese an enchanted item to do it. Also, he had no idea how the rest of the battle was going. But with the leader of the monster horde taken care of, the rest of them should. Prey's vigilance kicked in, and the ability threw him to the side, twisting in time to see a dagger flash by his shoulder. It was the dark blade, his weapon true to his class's name, with the oily black substance coating it, poison. The dagger flashed again, and Dare threw himself backwards with roll and shoot, coming up and loosing an arrow at the assassin. The man shifted to the side so it flew harmlessly past, using either evasion or a defensive ability of his own. Coin flip to fail against stealthed enemies, my ass, he growled, obviously referring to Prey's vigilance's weakness against stealth, which thankfully hadn't happened here. Without another word, the nameless assassin surged forward, weapon low and ready. He was fast, and his movements had an odd blur that made him hard to follow with the eye. But what he didn't have was Fleetfoot and Cheetah's dash. Dare sprinted away from the dangerous man, keeping a constant eye on him in case he tried to throw his dagger or any other poisoned weapon. The dark blade growled a curse and took up the chase, surprisingly fast compared to most people Dare had seen, maybe even faster than Pella. In other words, still not nearly fast enough. He could outpace the assassin even with his wounds. Once he got far enough away, he switched to a sideways run and activated Rapid Shot. If you're here to rob me of the Warchief's loot, most of it was destroyed, he called as he unleashed his barrage of arrows in quick succession. The assassin smirked as he blurred, avoiding all but one, which he parried with his dagger. I'll loot you, certainly, after I've completed my contract. Contract? Dare could only think of one person who'd send an assassin after him, assuming that little shit Brawley down in Kovana hadn't suddenly grown some balls. Olivan. Cold clarity washed away his haze of pain and blood loss, and he fit another arrow to the string. So the knight sent you to kill me? His assailant smirked wider. You think I would betray? Dare drew and loosed while the dark blade was talking, and the man barely managed to twist away from the arrow. His smirk disappeared in a snarl. You son of a bitch. Dare wasn't about to be lectured on dirty tactics by a backstabber with a poisoned blade. As the dark blade rushed forward again, Dare prepared another arrow. It took some effort, but he was able to use snap with the hand holding the bow as he drew and loosed. The assassin flinched at the sudden light blazing right where he'd been focused on the arrow, and this time he failed to dodge in time. The arrow slammed into his hip, chunking off some of his hit points and spinning him around with a snarl of pain. Dare loosed more arrows as the man struggled to recover, but while he managed to score another hit, the assassin again almost dodged, and the arrow gouged a deep furrow in his side. His assailant cursed and danced back, blade blurring to parry another arrow. Miraculously, he managed to recover and dodge the next few arrows as he broke off the shaft buried in his hip. Should have listened to my patron, he hissed. You're a dangerous bastard if you're not killed quickly. Olivan sent you, didn't he? Dare demanded. He readied an arrow but paused to use it. The dark blade laughed. Very unprofessional, telling the target who hired me. Besides, you weren't the only one he sent me after. They should be easier targets. With another low laugh, the sound fading unsettlingly, the man blurred and vanished from sight in stealth. Dare's fiancés and children back at Neram Manor. With a sudden surge of terror, he drew and loosed where the assassin had been, then cursed as the shaft passed through thin air. He loosed more arrows, trying to make a grid pattern around where the dark blade could have gone as he fled. The more cool-headed part of him warned him to stop, focus. Stealth was all well and good, but invisible people still made noise. Still left footprints or made a furrow through long grass like that on the plains around them. And at the last extreme, if he couldn't find the bastard, he could still outrun him to get to Neram Manor first. After delivering a warning to Morona of the danger, in case the assassin went after her as well, he could convince her to come with him so he could keep her safe as they went to warn the others. or at least to ride to safety on her own. Assuming he couldn't find the Darkblade, who might be invisible, but was also wounded, and blood. Another telltale to point Dare to his stealthed enemy. He began searching the ground more intently for those sorts of clues, a skill he hadn't practiced much in the past. Which was a lack he cursed now, when the lives of his loved ones depended on it. The Darkblade obviously knew the weaknesses of stealth, and was taking care. But even the utmost care wasn't perfect when you were just a few steps away. Dare spotted the grass, only feet to one side of him, crushed in the imprint of a footprint, and desperately leapt away. Too slow. The air rippled, and he saw the outline of an invisible dagger plunging towards his heart. Prey's vigilance was still on cooldown, as was roll and shoot, and even with all his speed, he'd been too slow. The man had told him he was leaving to make Dare lower his guard, and he'd fallen for it. He only had time to grieve his failure and hope his loved ones at home would somehow be forewarned of the assassin and find a way to stop him. Just before the dagger-shaped ripple pierced his armor, another blur, not of stealth but of pure speed, appeared and caught where the Darkblade's arm would be. The man's stealth shattered as Ilan, veins bulging and skin flushed an unhealthy purple, whirled and flung the assassin 20 feet to slam into the trunk of a tree. The monk surged forward again, crossing the distance at speeds Dare would struggle to manage with Cheetah's dash, and nowhere near that explosive acceleration. The Darkblade shakily tried to push to his hands and knees, but didn't even have time to push off the ground before Ilan did a flip kick that focused all of his momentum and power into his heel, driving it into the back of the man's neck. Dare heard a sickening snap, and the assassin went limp, paralyzed but obviously still alive. Almost immediately afterwards, Ilan dropped as well, the normally stoic monk letting out a strangled grunt of pain. Dare bolted to his friend, dropping to his knees beside him, but keeping a wary eye on their enemy, in case he had some tricks, even while paralyzed. "Are you okay?" he asked, helping the monk up into a sitting position. Ilan gave him a strained smile, the blood on his teeth and frothing the corners of his mouth probably not a good sign. "Opening the 5th lock takes its toll," he wheezed, "especially at this level and with my imperfect mental and physical control." Dare shook his head in amazement. "Looked pretty perfect from where I was standing. You fucked him up almost before I knew what was happening. I'm guessing you were able to see through his stealth with your third eye?" His friend chuckled, expression pained. "Would that I had already mastered the skill to use it in battle. I'm afraid I found him the same way you did, by the disturbances even an invisible man makes to the world around him." If Ilan had spotted that from any distance, he had to be insanely observant. As in, even more than Dare had thought. "How's the battle going?" he asked, glancing back towards the horde. Or where they'd been. The few monsters in sight were milling around the Earth Mage's walls, while the rest had probably continued on to attack Morona's fortifications. The monk spat blood and smiled wearily. "We eradicated the core of the horde, all the cursed orcs and the powerful monsters under them. Once I was sure the party's ranged and support were safe, I left them to mop up while I came in search of you." He grimaced and motioned to the man sprawled nearby. "None too soon, it seems. Olivan's hiling?" "Not sure who else it would be." Ilan grunted. "I'll be fine. Go take care of him." Dare gently set his friend back down and stepped over to the assassin. Although he kept a wary distance, mindful that one of the Darkblade's abilities was Last Gasp, which sounded a lot like some sort of break a false tooth and breathe poison gas at your enemy type of trick. The paralyzed man glared up at him with hate-filled eyes, breathing shallowly through gritted teeth. His smirks were nowhere to be seen now. "I may have failed this contract," he spat, "but the guild will succeed in the end. They always do. You and your whores are dead, especially the ginger slut." Dare's vision briefly went red, but infuriating as the words were, they seemed like an obvious ploy to goad him into finishing the assassin off, which he wasn't about to do just yet. "I think they'll lose interest when I kill your employer before they even know you've failed." And he was going to kill Olivan. Whatever hope he'd had of a peaceful resolution, or more ideally a lawful one, had vanished with a poisoned blade at his back, threatening his family. He didn't care if he ended up in a dungeon for it. The knight had to die. Although he'd do his best to not get caught. Gila and Eloise and all his other children shouldn't have to grow up without a father because of a monster like Olivan. The Darkblade wheezed, either laughing or struggling to breathe. Maybe both. They'll know. The guild knows instantly when one of theirs dies, wherever it happened in Bastion. "Then I guess we'll have to keep you alive." "Like this?" the man said, rolling his eyes down to his paralyzed body. "No thanks." His jaw clenched, and he spat. Dare was already several feet away in roll and shoot, the poisoned spit splattering harmlessly on the ground behind where he'd been. As he came to his feet, he saw the nameless assassin convulsing in death throes as his poison took effect. He cursed and stepped over to the man again, looking down as he went still, eyes staring sightless at the sky. He didn't mourn the Darkblade's death, only how much more he could have learned from him. And, if the assassin's claim was true, that it had sent a warning to this guild of his. "Well shit," Ilan said with uncharacteristic grimness. Dare swayed on his feet, sick with dread for his loved ones and weak from pain and blood loss. He cautiously approached the assassin again, wary of more nasty poison surprises, and began patting him down. He was searching for tattoos, sigils, hidden notes, anything that might give him clues about this assassin's guild. But to his frustration, he found nothing suspicious at all. Which he supposed he shouldn't be surprised about, since no assassin wanted to give away what they were. To his disgust, he couldn't even find where the Darkblade hid the poison that coated his dagger. Without a backwards glance at his assailant, he limped over to the monk, grunting with effort as he hauled the shorter but surprisingly compact man to his feet, half carrying him. "Come on, we both need a healer." "No argument there, my friend," Ilan mumbled, struggling to help support his weight. He gave Dare a long look, dark eyes grim. "What are you going to do about this?" Dare stared grimly northwest, in the direction of Redoubt. "Warn Morona. Make sure the Horde is fully dealt with. Then find Olivan and kill him, and settle things with this assassin's guild. One way or another." Tall order. Ilan briefly gripped his shoulder, the gesture lacking his usual easy strength. "You don't have to ask, my friend. I'll get Morona and Amelisa and any others who might be in danger back to Niram, and use my third eye to keep constant vigil against more assassins until you return or send word." Dare felt some of his tension ease at that reassurance. "Thank you. More than words can express, thank you." The monk grimaced, jaw tight. "I just wish there were two of me, so I could aid you in this." You should have someone to watch your back. Dare shook his head. I need speed right now. I mean to go light, just my gear. I've never tried to travel long distances at the full speed I can manage. Always held to a slower pace by having horses with me or companions. But I think if I push to my limits and use Cheetah's dash whenever it's up, I can reach Redoubt sometime tomorrow. Ilan whistled. I'd say that's impossible without powerful magical artifacts or spells, but I have no doubt you could. He suddenly perked up, looking ahead. Dare followed his gaze and saw Jurin and the rest of the raid approaching from around one of the Earth Mage's walls. Although the druid was nowhere to be seen, and he felt a brief pang as he wondered if she'd fallen in the battle. The rest of their companions met them not far from where the cursed orc warchief had fallen, and to Dare's relief the priest immediately cast healing magic first on him, then on Ilan. He was still exhausted and felt like shit, but at least he wasn't bleeding to death. As for his friend, the monk couldn't be fully healed with magic from damage due to opening his locks, and had to recover naturally from it. As long as he didn't push himself so far over his limits, the damage was permanent, which hopefully wasn't the case here. Jurin had checked the cursed orc warchief as he cast his healing spells, and now looked pissed at them. Although at least he had the grace to finish doing what he could for them before giving vent to his outrage. What is the meaning of this? He demanded, glaring at the dead party-rated monster, then at the two of them. You've already taken the loot? Dare shrugged. It's mine, according to loot rules. I soloed the monster. Several members of the raid snorted or even openly laughed at that. It's true, Ilan said, looking offended on his behalf. He'd already slain the warchief when I arrived. Jurin's outrage only deepened. What obvious rubbish. I don't know why your friend is willing to support your lies, lad, but our dead companion over there would likely tell a different tale. How dare you insult his memory by stealing his contribution to... Dare didn't have time for the man's stupid belligerence. The only thing he contributed was a poisoned dagger meant for my back, he snapped, striding over to the assassin's body and carefully picking up his black-coated weapon. He tossed it at the priest's feet. He was a dark blade, just like I warned you. By his own mouth sent to murder me and anyone associated with me. His voice hardened. Such as Our Lady. Gasps rang out from the raid, and Jurin stared at the dagger, face pale. He licked his lips. You could have murdered him, NPL. Oh, come off it, priest, the fighter growled. That monster corpse is flat as a flapjack. Whatever went down here was the stuff of epics. I'd hesitate to call it a great coincidence that the notification we received about a balance change to the hash came just after all the monsters in the Horde suddenly became disorganized and leaderless. Estellas nodded. Besides, he wouldn't have been able to loot the monster if he'd had help from another party or raid member. Even if he killed that member. That's not how loot rules work. Our unspecified class companion, wasn't in the party, the priest snapped. He wouldn't have been affected by loot rules. That doesn't change my point, the Invigorator shot back. And the fact that he wouldn't show you his class is because he was assassin who tried to kill Dare. She waved at Dare and Ilan. I think they've done a heroic thing and protected the Baroness twice over. Dare appreciated the support, but he'd already wasted enough time here. We need to get to Lady Morona and tell her what's happened, he said curtly. I won't claim any loot from the assassin, although I'd warn you to be cautious in searching him in case he had any poisoned surprises. Without waiting for a response, he started across the battlefield, still supporting Ilin with his shoulder. To his surprise, Joran didn't try to call him back. Him and the rest of the raids spreading out to inspect the dead warchief and cautiously search the Darkblade. Speaking of loot, Ilin murmured as they walked towards the earthen walls. What did that big brute drop? Dare shook his head dourly. Some gold and a master-quality item. Unfortunately, using the legendary chest to crush it destroyed some of the loot, as well as some of the trophies. He produced the home ward to show his friend. Balance and harmony, Ilin said, staring at the gilded box in awe. Your luck continues to astound. I'm guessing it's good, Dare asked, turning it in his hands. He hadn't taken the time to inspect it before, and did so now, at which point he realized why the monk was so amazed. The home ward's description said, Master quality item. Once bound to a location, gain the ability, Home Ward Bound. Once a day, become ethereal and move yourself, a full pack, a mount, and a companion and their pack, or up to 150 pounds of baggage, directly to bound location, from up to 100 miles away. Cast time 10 minutes, travel speed 2 miles per minute. He cursed in amazement. Fast travel? Of a sort. You become ethereal and immune to harm, and travel directly to your destination in a straight line. Quite a fun experience, I'd imagine. The monk clapped him on the back. I'd wager with your speed, you could manage 100 miles in a few hours, if you left your horse and pack behind and pushed to your limits. But with this, you can go the distance in an hour and bring everything with you. Dare turned the box in his hands, inspecting its elaborate ornamentation. How rare is something like this? Ilin chuckled. At this level? I haven't heard of one dropping. In the higher levels, 45 or so, you might see a similar item drop off 1 out of 200 party-rated world monsters or dungeon bosses. Maybe 1 out of 20 raid-rated monsters. So I'm guessing it's valuable. To travel up to 100 miles in an hour, when for most it would take 3 to 4 days on foot and 2 or 3 days on horseback. Not to mention offering an escape if you can manage to barricade yourself from attack for 10 minutes. The monk shook his head in disbelief. You could ask 10,000 gold and it would sell immediately. Double that and no doubt find a buyer in time. Their conversation died as they rounded the earthen wall and came in view of the earthworks and trenches. The defensive line where Morona's army had held back the horde looked like something straight out of a nightmare, with slain monsters and gore scattered everywhere. Although thankfully the slain on their side seemed far fewer, maybe 15 at most. Too many, but it could have gone much worse. The mood among the army was weary but jubilant. The threat that had loomed over their heads for over a week dealt with. They could return home to their families and had their combat pay and a share of the loot to show for it. Many had gained a level as well. Amelisa wove her way through the impromptu celebration and met them just past the earthworks. At the sight of Ilin, she rushed to support his other side, innocent features going ashen as they filled her in on the assassin's attack and what he'd said. Rek also found them in the confusion of the battle's aftermath. And Dare felt a surge of relief at the sight of him, apparently unharmed, although covered in blood and looking shell-shocked. He strode forward to clasp his soon-to-be brother-in-law's arm. Good to see you well, chieftain, he said. How did your fighters fare? The young hobgoblin smiled wanly. It was a glorious victory. From his tone, he didn't seem sure of that. I lost 2 warriors. Daculo and Kagugori. Good fighters. His stoic expression faltered. Good friends. Dare rested a hand on his shoulder. I grieve with you, brother. Rek took a shuddering breath, straightening determinedly. We will burn them soon, if you would honor them by attending. I would. Dare shook his head reluctantly. But our troubles didn't end with the defeat of the monster horde, I'm afraid. He quickly filled the young man in on the assassin's attack and what the man had said before killing himself. The chieftain listened grimly. We'll redouble our watch at Neera Manor, he said, expression hard. No one will come near to threaten my sister and her child. He bowed low. I regret hastening Dax and Kag's pyres, but it is necessary. We'll leave for home within the hour. Thank you. Dare clasped arms with him again. Amelisa went with the hobgoblin to help them prepare to leave, as well as getting ready herself. Dare and Ilin left them to it and continued on in search of Morona. They found her looking over the wounded. Those serious enough or with specific types of injuries that meant that even after they'd been healed, they still required recovery time. Or would never fully recover for crippling or disfiguring wounds, at least not without expensive treatments from high-level healers or alchemists. The Baroness looked weary but stood with shoulders raised, as if a great weight had fallen off her shoulders. Dare hated to bear her down with new worries, but there was no option. His noble lover rushed to them with an expression of joy and threw her arms around him and Ilin both. I knew you could do this, she said, kissing Dare's cheek. Thank you. Text appeared in front of Dare. Quest completed. Battle for Terrana. For your contribution in killing 13 low-level marauders, 9 low-level officers, 2 elite officers, and 1 horde commander, you receive 56,220 experience. Double experience bonus for monster horde kills is applied. As word of your heroic deeds spreads, your regard in Terrana province will grow dramatically. Well, between that and the experience bonus for killing the cursed orc warchief, on top of the experience he'd gotten for the actual monster kills, he was well on his way to level 34 already. Although it was hard to be excited about that under the circumstances, he gave his noble lover a strained smile. I'm glad to see you safe, my lady. The Baroness drew back and gave him a close look, her own smile fading. What's happened? Dare sighed and motioned to the war tent in the distance. Let's discuss this away from prying ears. He knew his caginess was worrying her, but he could exactly reassure her that there was no reason for concern. As she turned and regally led the way to the tent, he kept his eyes on the terrain around them, looking for the telltales of another stealthed enemy. He could see Ilin doing the same. Once they were inside, he helped his friend drop into a chair at the war table, then slumped into one himself. Morona settled down beside him, hand on his leg. Dare, what is it? He took a deep breath and took her hand with both of his as he explained his encounter with the assassin. As he spoke, he saw her back go rigid, jaw clenched in fear and fury. When he finished, she pushed to her feet and began pacing. The fool, she spat. He's like a spoiled child who breaks his hand punching a stone, so he draws his sword and hacks at it until his weapon is a ruin, and finally tries to roll it off a cliff, only for it to roll back and crush him. The source of his own problems, but constantly venting more and more fury at the target he wounds himself on. I'm going to kill him, Dare said flatly. His lover turned to him, eyes blazing. Yes, you are. She stepped over and gripped his shoulders, looking down at him with fierce intensity. And you're going to be smart about it. He appreciated her show of full confidence that he could get the job done, which he intended to do, although he wasn't sure exactly how he was going to manage it yet. He gently pulled her down into her seat again. I need to know everything about Oliver and his family, as well as anything you've heard about this Assassin's Guild. She pressed her lips together. Most assassins worship Jozul, god of dark deeds. They're selfish and pragmatic. They'll do what they have to in order to fulfill a contract. But you're right to think that if you kill Oliver, the contract disappears, and most won't go to any more effort to hurt us. So they won't try to avenge a fallen guild member? Dare asked. She hesitated, then shook her head. Not unless you paid the guild some particular insult. Assassins die in failed assassinations, and most would blame that more on their associates' incompetence than on you. As long as the contract giver is dead, they won't waste the time and coin, not to mention risk themselves, to go after us. Which just leaves any assassins the guild might send after us now, before they get the message that the contract is nullified, Ilan said grimly. You should come to Nerim Manor, my lady. Along with anyone in your household, an assassin might target to hurt Dare. I have the means of seeing through stealth and intend to guard everyone until the danger is past. Morona shook her head as she stood and moved to the entrance to the tent. She murmured something to a maid outside, then returned. I appreciate the offer, but it's not necessary. Oren was understandably worried about thieves and other ne'er-do-wells trying to rob us or cause us harm, and paid for expensive enchantments around Montshadow Estate to alert us to any intruders, stealthed or not. She rested a hand on Dare's shoulder, looking down at him. In fact, send your family there as my guests until the threat is dealt with. They're more than welcome. She smiled at Ilan. And with your third eye for extra security, we'll be even better protected. Dare nodded in relief. He hated to disrupt his family's lives at Nerim Manor, but it was probably the best option. Thank you, Morona. I'm not sure what they'll choose to do, but the offer is much appreciated. The Baroness gave him a comforting smile and squeezed his shoulder, then straightened briskly. Another way to deter the Assassin's Guild is to spread this attempted assassination far and wide. They work in the shadows and prefer to avoid attention, and this is not only an embarrassment for them, but will also bring the guards and nobility of Bastion down on their heads. Her eyes tightened. Especially if I let it be known I was one of their targets. That's bound to make my peers nervous. Nobles may make use of assassins against their enemies, but they won't like the idea they could become victims themselves. Dare shifted, feeling the pressure to be gone and deal with this, before Oliver or the guild caused further threat to his loved ones. I need a few things from you before I go. Mostly your help making it seem like I'm still here, hunkered down guarding everyone, rather than on my way to kill Oliver. He smiled grimly. Although I should outdistance any warning, unless I can't manage to find him quickly. Of course, my love, Morona said. What else? He looked down at his gear. A short bow my level I can conceal beneath a cloak, along with hair dye and a sword. Chapter 5. Reprieve. With their customary efficiency, Marigold and Belinda got to work transforming Dare. He couldn't have been in better hands, as they cut his hair short and dyed it a mundane mousy brown. Then showed him how to apply subtle makeup to make himself look plainer and stand out less. They also found some simple laborer's clothes for him to wear. Gone were his expensive armor and fine clothes made by Zuri. In their place, a serviceable linen tunic and pants that would comfortably be worn by anyone, from laborers to adventurers, as well as a long, heavy wool coat to keep out the cold that similarly would be worn by farmers and travelers alike. And over it all, an oiled canvas cloak for the rain that was stiff and uncomfortable, but would draw no attention. And, more importantly, would hide the outline of his new short bow and the single quiver of arrows he kept hidden beneath it. To Dare's pleasant surprise, a new type of bow had become available at level 30, which he hadn't been aware of, or at least hadn't given a closer look to, given his disdain for short bows. But this one was a compact recurve that did away with many of the previous weaknesses of the short bow. Although, like all recurve bows, its superior stats came with a significantly higher price tag. Morona waved away any questions of cost when he brought it up. "Just bring it back in one piece," she said with a strained smile. After belting a short sword at his waist and holding his spear like a staff, with no armor to distinguish him, he could have passed for any of a few dozen classes. Combined with his disguise, Dare the Hunter was nowhere to be seen. Even better, Olivan remembered him as being level 30, and wouldn't believe he could have gained 3 levels in such a short time. Anyone who could have reported different was either dead or in a dungeon. While the maids worked, Morona filled Dare in on everything she knew about Readout and Olivan and his family, a branch of the expansive and powerful Harling family, led by Lord Valiant, Duke of Bastion. Olivan was Valiant's nephew, son of his oldest sister, who was reportedly his favorite sibling. And thus he passed that favoritism to Olivan, although not without a great deal of embarrassment to the family. The most recent word back from Readout was that Morona's attempts to discredit the knight had been largely successful, and after his servants had been caught out trying to burn down property that ultimately belonged to his uncle the Duke, he'd fallen into disfavor. What that disfavor entailed, the Baroness didn't yet know. But it hadn't stopped Olivan from hiring assassins to kill them. So ultimately, it wouldn't be quick enough to stop the threat he represented. As Dare checked himself in a mirror and packed up just the things he needed most, Morona pressed a map of Readout into his hands and pointed to a few locations. "Here's the house of Olivan's parents, where he lives. And these are his 2 favorite brothels, where he often spends the night, according to rumor." She fussed with his canvas cloak, trying to look confident for his sake, but obviously worried for him. "Now that you have the home ward, you can get to Readout and back in a brief enough time that no one will even believe you could possibly be there. Furthermore, our entire camp here will be able to stand witness that you were here fighting the monster horde, then immediately turn southward for Nearham Manor with your companions and goblin conscripts." Dare nodded. "Thank you, Morona, for everything." He tucked the map away and gave her a hasty but heartfelt kiss. Then, to his chagrin and everyone else's amusement, Belinda and Marigold lined up for their own kisses, hands clasped primly in front of them and lips pursed in silent expectation. "For Ela," his dragon girl lover said solemnly as he kissed her. She was referring to her fellow maid, who Olivan had raped while a guest in Morona's house. "Be careful, but end that scum." Marigold nodded fiercely as she pressed her full lips to his. "For Ela." With that, Morona wasted no time pushing him towards the entrance to her tent. "Go quickly, and tell no one. We'll cover for you for as long as we can, and in the confusion after the battle, you shouldn't be missed." Dare went, joining Ilan, Amelisa, and Rek outside and mounting up. Together, they all departed the camp, heading south by southeast, towards Niram Manor. Once they were out of sight, he took a quick look around, then bid his companions a last hasty farewell and dismounted. Finally, after taking a moment to bind the home ward to this location, he activated Cheetah's dash and ran due west, circling around the camp until he could make directly for Redoubt. He didn't sprint, since he couldn't maintain that for long. But by now he had a good idea of his limits, and he was determined to push past them and still make it to full dark before he collapsed in exhaustion. In spite of his grim purpose, in spite of his dread for the safety of his loved ones, and his uncertainty about just how he was going to go about stopping Olivan and the assassins, there was a certain catharsis in running. In feeling the wind stream past his face and the soles of his boots pound the sod under his feet. In counting down the seconds of the 5-minute cooldown on Cheetah's dash, and then feeling the afterburners kick in. Dare was going fast, ridiculously fast. As in a trip that should have taken 7 or 8 days on horseback, without remounts or killing the horses of course, should be manageable by late tomorrow. When he slowed down to check his map and the landmarks around him, he judged that he'd manage almost half the distance today. And he'd started in the afternoon. Low-level monster spawn points, he sprinted right through to avoid the delay of circling them. Animal predators that tried to ambush him, he either outran or, if they were faster than him, gave him an opportunity to practice drawing his bow and arrows from their concealed cases beneath his cloak. Dozens, then hundreds of miles thudded under his feet. Hills passed by to either side, rivers shimmering in the distance, and streams appearing ahead to be jumped, then falling away. Beautiful vistas faded into the distance behind him, unnoticed. Dare's lungs burned, his legs were jelly. His heartbeat was a fierce drumbeat in his ears. His breath came in panting gasps, and he had to pause often to sip from his water skin and soothe his rasping throat. He didn't think he'd ever pushed himself this hard. Or at least not for nearly this long, hour after hour. Even when he'd carried Zuri and his pack as they traveled, they'd paused for rests and to eat. Now he ate as he ran, choking it down around panting breaths. He gulped water as he ran. He only paused to relieve himself, and then only as long as he had to. When his strength failed and he was forced to slow to a stumbling walk for a time to get his strength back, his mind was filled with images of Zuri and Pella and Leilana and Saywir and Irene, of baby Gila and his seed Eloise, innocent and helpless. And before Dare felt ready, probably sooner than he should have, he lurched back into a run again. As darkness fell, his best efforts reduced him to a fast walk or stumbling run, barely faster than a walk. Even with Cheetah's dash, he wasn't making his usual traveling pace. Part of him knew he should stop and sleep, that he'd be able to go faster in the morning when he was rested. That if he kept to a slower pace that didn't wear him out too soon, he'd go farther faster overall. But still he pushed on. Dare probably should have taken a clue about how his sheer exhaustion and borderline panic was affecting his mental state by the fact that when he reached a large forest that stretched across his path, he decided to dive into the darkness beneath the trees rather than stop for the night. It was only when he felt his adventurer's eye give the familiar alarm that he'd entered a spawn point that he hastily backed away until he was back outside the border. He stood there with his hands on his knees, heaving for air for all he was worth. Caution finally made a reappearance, and he straightened enough to snap, briefly illuminating the darkness around him. He could see monsters in the spawn point, far enough away to not aggro thankfully, but aside from that, nothing but dark trees all around. Goddamn it. He should have known better than to shut off his brain and push himself beyond reason like that. Dare didn't do much hunting at night. And for good reason. That's when most of the animal predators came out in force. And also, you couldn't see if you were about to stumble across a roaming monster. Also, he was in an area of bastion that was fairly far from all nearby settlements, and the monsters around here were in their high 30s. Which meant for the most part the animals were too, since they instinctively hunted the most powerful monsters they were able to. Cursing quietly to himself, he pulled out his bow and moved his quiver to his belt for easier access. Then, using Snap to light his way, even in the brief flashes it offered, he began circling the spawn point in search of a clearing to set up camp. When he finally spotted one up ahead, he entered a dream. A scent filled his weary mind first. Flowers and sweet clover. Dare could also swear there was a soft glow ahead, warm and inviting. More than that, the gnawing worry that had taken root in his gut since the Darkblade's attack slowly eased, and a sense of profound peace filled him. He stumbled forward, leaving the dark forest behind. The clearing was larger than he'd expected. 100 yards across at the least, with grass, clover, and flowers he didn't think should be blooming this time of year, forming an inviting carpet beneath his feet. The air was warmer than it should have been for an autumn night, fresh and sweet-smelling, and the light in the clearing was a soft silver brighter than a full moon. Even though none of Calissa's varied and constantly changing moons were at that phase or in the sky together right now. Dare looked around in wonder and took a deep breath, his aches and pains falling off him like a blanket, although his weariness remained. He could have happily collapsed right there and slept, without so much as a fire or tent or even a blanket. With full confidence, he'd be safe and comfortable. And yet that would be rude, for the lady stood at the center of the clearing, waiting patiently. Dare couldn't help but stare in awe as his feet took him forward. He would guess she was a dryad. But out of all the creatures he'd seen on Calissa, she was the only one whose level he couldn't see, either with a usual inspect or with his adventurer's eye. She was at least 2 feet taller than him, and while the obviously humorous term to describe her would be willowy, she was in fact so long in limbs and torso, she almost appeared stretched, like the trunk of a young tree. Her skin was the rich reddish-brown of a cherry sapling's bark, smooth and unblemished, and rather than hair chains of cherry blossoms bloomed down past her feet, trailing behind her like the train of a gown. The dryad was nude, as he would expect, breasts small but lush with dark brown nipples, and her curves subtle but unquestioningly feminine. Her features were at the same time young but ancient, soft and round but proudly sharp. All in all, her appearance was alien, and yet compelling and perfect in her own right. She was unquestioningly the lady, not just of this clearing, but perhaps of all this woods, maybe even more. There was something about her that invited reverence, and he didn't hesitate to drop to one knee and bow his head. "Lady," he said, voice seeming rough in that beautiful place. "Your pardon for intruding here." "Nonsense," she said, voice melodious as the purest notes of a dozen harmonizing flutes. Her tone was warm and gentle, and listening, he felt as if he was wrapped in the purest sort of love. "All are welcome in my meadow. I am Rosacea." "I am Dare, Lady Rosacea." No need for formality. The tall dryad covered the distance between them in one graceful step and helped him to his feet, not so much ushering him as lifting him with surprising tenderness with a hand on his shoulder. "Come, lay aside your burdens in my domain and let me tend you." Tend him she did, guiding him to a stream of the clearest water, unexpectedly warm as if it came from a hot spring. Dare didn't even think to be embarrassed as she undressed him and bathed him. Her hands were gentle, reddish-brown skin unexpectedly soft and warm. Of anyone he would compare the feel of her to Rosie, the other plant girl he'd met. Although Rosacea bore regality and grace and a quiet, nurturing sort of power like a mantle. Somehow, just with pure water, she cleansed him better than even Zuri's spell could. The bath refreshed and invigorated him more than he would have expected, his exhaustion easing just enough that he thought he could stay awake for a bit longer. When she was done tending him, she bade him roll in the soft clover to dry. Then she dressed him in a tunic of woven plant fibers, softer than silk, with slippers of the same cloth for his feet. At last she took his hand and led him away, still in his haze of wonder, leaving his things behind as they walked down the stream. It didn't even occur to Dare to be suspicious of the profound feeling of contentment and welcome that suffused him, or the kindness the dryad showed him as a complete stranger and intruder on her domain. Such was the peace of this place, that not only was it inconceivable that she might mean him harm, but he couldn't believe that any who came to this place would even be capable of it while in her presence. They soon came in view of a table set for two, laden with not only a wide assortment of fresh fruits and vegetables, but also roast meats and cakes. And to his surprise, he realized he and the lady were not alone in the clearing. Fussing with the cutlery at one of the place settings, seeming intent on getting it perfect, was one of the most beautiful women he'd ever seen. She was a bunny girl. And while he'd heard all bunny girls were beautiful, and Clover, the one he'd been with before back near Lone Ox, certainly had been, this woman was unimaginably more so. Of course, Dare was surrounded by beautiful women he was proud to call his fiancées, and had met many others whose beauty was undeniable. And all his beloved who'd met Inelia, the ethereally lovely butterfly girl, wouldn't hesitate to insist that she was unquestionably the most beautiful woman any of them had ever seen, which he would fully agree with. Until now. She was his age or a bit older, about Leilana's height, and dressed in the most elegant gown of shimmering silver. The color matched her soft, straight hair, which was in fact silver of a color he'd never seen before, even with hair dyes. It wasn't white or gray, but shone with an almost metallic sheen, so hints of reflections from the meadow around her were visible. Her hair was pulled up in pigtails, hanging down to her waist, which made her seem unexpectedly cute and approachable, considering her flawless beauty, as did the large wire-frame glasses she wore. In contrast to her hair, the fur on her ears and on the cute little cottontail poking out from a hole in her gown was the purest white. Her skin was also pale as milk, more so than he'd ever seen in any other women except Clover, smooth and without blemish, and looking unimaginably soft. The bunny girl's beautiful gown was slit up to the waist to reveal a gorgeous pale leg and hugged curves that could have been the ideal for feminine beauty. Her heart-shaped face was perfectly symmetrical, sweet and youthful, with big grey eyes, a delicate nose, and full red lips. Even in this peaceful place, Dare felt his mouth go dry in the face of such beauty, unsure what to say or do. With Inelia, Rosie had been there to help dispel the awkwardness, the playful plant girl making him feel welcome and at ease. He had made love to many beautiful women since coming to Calissa, was engaged to marry 6 of them, and knew how to act with women as well as any man could claim. And at the moment, he felt like a kid staring at his crush. To his surprise, the impossibly beautiful bunny girl, dressed like an elegant lady, seemed almost as shy as he felt. But that didn't stop her from gliding forwards to meet him, big grey eyes shining behind her large glasses. "Hi," she said, biting her lip as she offered her hand. "I'm Lily." Dare tried to remember his usual poise and charm as he lifted it to press his lips to the back of it. Her skin was as amazingly soft as he could have hoped, warm, and to his surprise, slightly clammy. Was she nervous? "I'm Dare. It's a pleasure to meet you." Her milky pale skin did nothing to hide the blush that crept up her neck and across her cheeks, and she bashfully fiddled with her glasses. "Dare, it's nice to finally know your name." What?" As if realizing what she'd said, Lily blushed even harder and hastily took his hand, leading him to the table. "Come on, you must be starving. And you're practically asleep on your feet, you poor thing." Dare went along, feeling his own cheeks heat at holding her hand. As if he was still a shy kid and not the man who regularly wooed women and had a harem back home. "Aren't you going to join us, Lady Rosacea?" he asked, turning to the dryad. Only to pause in consternation when he realized that she was nowhere to be seen. Sure, his attention had kind of been captured by Lily, but even so he would have noticed if she'd departed. Had she somehow disappeared? The bunny girl laughed as she guided him into his seat. "Oh no, she has no need to eat. As a dryad, she's a demigoddess, and operates on different rules than mortals." Dare made a strangled noise. "A what?" She gave him a surprised look as she settled down in her own chair. "Haven't you heard of Rosacea? She's the ancient ancestor of all Florins. She's been alive for tens of thousands of years." Holy shit, he'd just gotten a bath from a demigod. If he'd known. Lily picked up her plate and shoveled a heaping portion of salad onto it. "Come on, eat before it gets cold. I worked really hard to prepare this." Dare fumbled with his own plate to spear some slices of what he thought was roast duck, some fragrant mashed potatoes, and a smaller portion of all the other dishes on offer. He felt a bit bad thinking it. But from the first bite, it was clear that in spite of how beautifully laid out the spread was, the bunny girl's cooking had a ways to go before matching Sayweir's. It was good, delicious actually, with hunger as a spice. But on the subject of spices, she could have used more salt and maybe some herbs and onions. Still, she was looking at him so hopefully as he chewed that he had a feeling his approval of the meal meant a lot to her. Although he had no clue why such a perfect woman was so eager to impress him. Still, the food was good, and he happily made appreciative noises as he swallowed. "This is delicious," he said, Exactly what I needed after the day I've had. Thank you, Lily. The bunny girl blushed again and fiddled with her glasses. You're very welcome. Trying to hide her pleased smile, she dug into her salad with more enthusiasm than poise. It was cute. As they ate, a somewhat uncomfortable silence settled, and Dare cleared his throat. So do you live with Lady Rosacea? Lily smiled dreamily. Oh, wouldn't that be a wonder? Cunids and Florins both live out in the wilds and see a lot of each other. I love the few plant girls I've met. They're such sweethearts, and we get along great. She giggled. Even though we eat plants, we only do one sort of eating with plant girls. Dare felt his face heat at the unbidden mental image of this beautiful woman with Rosie and hastily cleared his throat. So you're a guest here too? She nodded. For the last few days. Rosacea has been such a gracious host. It's been a wonderful reprieve from all my traveling. He ate a few more big bites, hunger warring with his desire to make polite conversation. If you don't mind me asking, what sort of traveling are you doing? I'd heard Cunids like to stick to their warrens and don't usually venture too far from settlements. Oh, for some reason, the gorgeous bunny girl blushed furiously at the question, taking her glasses off and absently wiping the lenses on her elegant dress, then putting them back on. She looked back up at him a bit bashfully. Well, I'm not very much like other Cunids. Everyone in my warren always told me so. Mother says I take more after my human side. That wasn't really an answer, so Dare listened attentively as he kept eating, hoping for more. She obliged him as she nibbled at her salad. I like to read books, and reading about the world always made the warren seem so small. Mother was always so wonderful about it. She'd visit the nearby villages and towns to get me new books to read, especially the romantic stories I love. She also got me these glasses so I could read them. And she never got on my case when I only seemed interested in reading, instead of doing other stuff Cunids prefer to do. She was even proud of it, and always. He felt his eyes drooping and head beginning to nod as Lily's sweet, lovely voice lulled him to give in to his exhaustion. His fork dropped back to his plate as weariness overpowered hunger. And at the sharp clink, he jerked back upright in surprise. Then Rosacea was there, soft hands lifting him up with astonishing strength to cradle him. In his drowsy state, he was more than happy to rest his head on her narrow shoulder, feeling the soft rocking motion as she carried him away. Good night, sweet prince. He thought he heard Lily murmur, so quietly he was sure he must have misheard. His drooping eyes cracked open to look at the table, but the bunny girl was nowhere in sight. She could have been a pleasant dream. He was carried into a bower formed of the branches of flowering trees woven together, where he was stood up just long enough for the dryad to undress him. Then she laid him down gently on a bed of soft, fragrant heather. As he slipped down into sleep, he was distantly aware of Rosacea's warm, soft body pressing up against him, pulling him onto a gentle embrace as the long curtain of cherry blossoms that was her hair settled over him like a blanket. Suffused in her comforting presence, he drifted off into pleasant dreams. Dare woke gradually to find himself still lying on the bed of heather, Rosacea's long limbs wrapped around him and his head resting on her soft breasts. He was distinctly aware they were both naked, but wasn't embarrassed about it. He wasn't sure if he'd woken her or if she'd been awake, but she began stroking long, elegant fingers through his short hair. Did you sleep well? She asked in her melodious voice. Very well, he said, although he was still tired. He had a feeling he'd only slept 4 or so hours, and it was clearly still night. What's going on? The dryad laughed lightly. In the wild, with nothing affecting their natural sleep rhythms, most racers sleep for a few hours after sundown, wake to spend a few hours in quiet reflection in the dark, then sleep again until morning. Oh, that sounded surprisingly pleasant. And while Dare still felt the urgency to make it to Redoubt as soon as possible, he couldn't exactly run at night, and he still needed more sleep. So he settled back against her, murmuring, "Why are you sleeping with me?" Part of him realized that might have been rude, even though he'd asked out of genuine curiosity. She didn't seem offended. "Would you like me to leave?" "No," he chuckled ruefully. "I just didn't think demigoddesses liked cuddling. Also, we're kind of strangers." Rosacea laughed again, voice tinkling pleasantly in his ears. "Are we?" Her hand moved from his hair to his back, joined by her other as she began gently massaging him. "My distant descendant Rosie is your lover, is she not? And your seed Eloise waits in your garden to bloom next spring." Her voice turned even warmer and fond. "It pleased me to see it. I and my daughters are built for solitude if necessary, but it gladdens my heart to think of Eloise growing up amidst family, with brothers and sisters to play with." Dare looked up at her rounded yet sharp features. "You know of them?" "Yes. I see much of what happens where life grows strong, and of course I keep a loving eye on my children as any mother would." He hesitated. "Are they all right? Everyone back at Nearham Manor?" She tenderly kissed his head. "Yes, they are. Rest assured in what you have to do next." The dryad's hands found their way to his glutes, kneading the tension out of them. Although the tension ended up moving somewhere else. To his chagrin, he felt his cock, nestled against her soft hip, begin to stir and grow under her gentle ministrations. He started to pull back, feeling his face heat. "Sorry." "Why?" "Your body does what comes naturally as we lie together in freely shared intimacy." She trailed one hand over his hip to wrap her long fingers around his girth with a surprisingly tight grip, rubbing it firmly. "Would you like to entwine?" Dare certainly would. But even as his hips bucked against her hand, he hesitated. "I left my prevent conception scrolls behind." He shook his head grimly. "I wasn't planning to go looking for a good time while fighting to protect my family." "I understand." Rosacea kept stroking him. "But do not fear on that count. The release would help you sleep better. And I would very much love to see what we create together." She shifted, and he felt his tip press against her soft labia, sticky with her nectar. "Come, join with me." The scent of cherry blossoms filled his head with her arousal, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Who am I to refuse a demigoddess? Running his hands through the silky vines of blossoms that were her hair, he kissed her breast beneath his head and took a dark nipple into his mouth, sucking softly. As he did, he twitched his hips and pushed into her warm depths, drawing a quiet sound of pleasure from his dryad lover. He discovered that Rosie, with her surprisingly tough yet supple plant body, had the ability to accept any size balls deep in her small hole and still be incredibly tight, feeling only pleasure from the fucking, no matter how hard and fast he went. Rosacea was just as tight, although when she said entwine, she meant it. He found his arms and legs wrapped tightly around her just as much as hers were around him, only their hips moving together in short, sensuous movements. Dare let himself sink into her gentle passion, feeling the frustration of his situation with Olivin, his fury and fear and panic, all soothed away. He still worried for his family and was determined to protect them, but the sharp, hopeless bite of his emotions had faded to firm resolve. His orgasm caught him by surprise, not only in its suddenness, but in its intensity, and his whole body stiffened against her as he released his seed into her depths. She gave a quiet moan in turn, and he felt her silky tunnels clench around him, milking him to the last drop, and even then continuing to ripple. Afterwards, weariness settled over him again, and as he softened but still remained inside her, he drifted off to sleep again, both of them remaining firmly entwined. Some time later, he drifted awake to the pleasure of feeling himself beginning to harden in the Dryad's warm, slick tunnel, growing and expanding against her tight walls. She moaned and began to undulate her hips again, and he joined her for another brief but fierce coupling before again shooting his load into her depths. The rest of the night went like that, sleeping peacefully with his cock enveloped by Rosacea's sticky sex, half waking in a haze of pleasure to move within her as she mirrored his movements, and finally climaxing inside her as she milked every drop, then drifting off again. Dare wasn't sure how many times, 5 or 6 at least, but the final time he woke to feel himself growing inside her, the pale light of dawn streamed through the bower's leaves, and he could smell the tantalizing scent of frying meat and vegetables. His Dryad lover leaned down to softly kiss his lips, and he tasted cherries and honey as her tongue slipped into his mouth. She moved against him one last time, hungry and urgent, and he squirmed back against her for a few minutes, until finally emptying his balls in several powerful surges of pleasure. Then, a bit reluctantly, he let her go and climbed to his feet, pulling the soft tunic she'd given him over his head. "I need to be back on my way to Readout," he said. "But thank you for this night of rest and wonder when I needed it most, Rosacea." "I was glad to," she said, stroking his back. "Please visit any time. You will always be welcome." She paused, looking at him keenly. "In fact, return once your current task is done, since you'll be heading back this way." Eager as Dare was to get back to his family, that seemed like the least he could do, especially if it meant a safe place to rest on the way back. "Thank you, I will." "Good." With a faint smile, she moved her hand down to squeeze his ass. "You have a really nice butt, by the way. Most women appreciate that more than you realize." Thinking of the times when his other lovers had mentioned the same, he supposed that was true, although it was a bit surprising to hear a regal, ancient demigod say so. When they emerged from the bower, he saw Lily busy at a fire near the stream, maybe 30 or so feet away. And in spite of the fact that he'd already come over 6 times that night, he still couldn't help but stare. Last night, Dare hadn't really taken the time to appreciate that she was the first bunny girl he'd ever seen or heard of who was dressed. Although, to be fair, he'd only met one other, Clover, before her. Still, dressed was a dubious description for her outfit this morning. She was wearing leather shorts that weren't much longer than underwear, and so thin and form-fitting that it brought to mind something his friend had once told him. "Her pants are so tight, I can read her lips." Her top wasn't much better. A strip of the same thin leather wrapped loosely around her gorgeous breasts, so with every step it looked as if they would pop out. He could see her small, perky nipples poking out the material and couldn't help but stare for a moment before tearing his eyes away, cheeks heating. The outfit left a lot of very sexy pale body exposed, and to avoid impolitely gawking, he did his best to focus on her beautiful face. Dare hadn't thought to do it last night, so he did it now, inspecting her with his adventurer's eye. Cunid, adult female, humanoid, intelligent. Class leatherworker, combat subclass archer, level 8. Attacks, triple shot, flame arrow. Lily was still wearing her hair up in those cute pigtails and had on her large wire-framed glasses. That, plus the big smile she gave him when she spotted them walking over, made him feel more at ease. "Good morning," she said, looking between him and rosacea with a knowing expression. "Did you sleep well?" "Like a baby," he said, smiling inwardly. "Awake every few hours." "Good." The bunny girl turned to the table, holding out her arms. "I made breakfast." Dare took in the sizzling skillet of meat and vegetables, the steaming omelettes loaded with chopped onions and peppers, and a wild salad with chopped radishes and carrots. It all looked delicious and smelled pretty good too. "Thank you, Lily," he said, settling down in the same chair from last night. "This is amazing. I don't know how I can ever repay you for your kindness in my time of need." She smiled shyly, her prominent rabbit front teeth making the expression adorable. Rosacea stuck around this time, kneeling gracefully, seated on her heels to be closer to eye level with them. Again, Lily loaded her plate with salad and dug in enthusiastically, while Dare took good-sized helpings of everything and ate it all, then had seconds. After eating sporadically yesterday with the battle, and then the run here, falling asleep with his meal half-eaten, then the nocturnal exercises, he was ravenous. And while the food still could have benefited greatly from salt and spices, it was delicious. And he made sure to tell the bunny girl so, to her quiet but obvious delight. Finally, though, Dare finished clearing his plate for the second time and reluctantly pushed it away. "Thank you both for your hospitality," he said. "But I need to get back on the road, so to speak." Lily looked a bit disappointed and opened her mouth, but a subtle but sharp head shake from the dryad forestalled her. "And you'll visit again on your return trip?" Rosacea said, almost more to the bunny girl to him. He wasn't sure what the exchange was about, but nodded. "For a brief stop, or at most to stay the night if you'll have me. My family's waiting for me back home. And we were in some fear when I left. Assuming I can sort out the situation, I need to get back and reassure them that everything's all right." "Of course," the dryad said warmly. "Go in peace, Darren Portsmouth. And may you have the greatest success in your ventures." Dare blinked in surprise. He wasn't sure he'd used his full name with anyone since coming to Calissa, and he was sure he hadn't told her. But then again, she was a demigoddess who could observe the world through plants. To his further surprise, as he stood from the table, Lily leapt up as well and threw her arms around him, body soft and sweet against him. "It was good to meet you, Dare," she said, backing away and playing with one of her pigtails as a blush spread up her pale, swan-like neck. "I hope things go well and I see you again soon." "I hope to see you again too," he said. With a last awkward bow to both women, he made his way over to retrieve his clothes and gear. It was with a bit of regret that he left the enchanted clearing behind, Rosacea and Lily waving behind him. He was charmed to see that the dryad had lifted the bunny girl up to cradle in one long arm, As he stepped into the trees, he was surprised to feel a strong blast of icy wind howling against his cheeks. Even more surprising, he saw a few flakes of snow drifting through the canopy to settle on the forest floor. Frowning, Dare looked up at the sky through the clearing, which looked clear and pleasant, then at the snowflakes finding their way through the tree branches in the dim, gloomy forest. No doubt about it, this was the season's first snow. He was just glad he'd been lucky enough to avoid what had probably been a cold night in the warmth of the demigoddess's clearing, and the warmth of her embrace. His clothes were ostensibly warm enough for this weather, with his long wool coat and waterproof canvas cloak. But coming into the cold was always unpleasant, even if he was properly bundled up. Oh well, he'd warm up soon enough as he started his run. He might even be shedding some layers of clothing once he began working up a sweat. With a last wave back at the Dryad and Bunny Girl, Dare turned away and ran northwest through the trees, mind shifting away from the demigoddess's peaceful refuge and back to his grim purpose. Chapter 6. Redoubt. Dare got his first view of Redoubt in the mid-afternoon, although since it was built on an expanse of plains, it was still several miles away. Its walls were high and in good repair, the ramparts dotted with siege weapons, and it projected a feeling of safety in the wildness of Bastion. It made a heartening sight as he ran the final miles across the plains, dodging spawn points until he finally reached the large road leading between Redoubt and Yen's holdout to the south. Once there, he paused for a few minutes inside a copse of trees to reapply the makeup the maids had given him, restoring his plain disguise that had been washed away in Rosaccia's bath last night. Then he did one last check of his appearance with the mirror Marona had lent him, making sure nothing was out of place, before stepping out onto the road. He soon caught up to a caravan heading towards the city and offered to accompany them. The merchant and his guards seemed a bit confused by that, especially given the ease with which he'd overtaken them and the nearness of the city ahead. Although they didn't complain about having a level 33 with them to scare off possible bandits on the last stretch to the city. Even if bandits operating in view of Redoubt's walls would have to be pants on head stupid. There was a respectable line waiting to get in, although like with other places in Bastion, the governor's insistence on fostering settling and trade, as well as a more welcoming environment for adventurers, meant that the taxes were reasonable. The guards jotted down some notes and took a few coins from the caravan before waving them through, giving the wagons only a cursory inspection. Dare, they simply nodded to politely as he passed, obviously an adventurer, even if currently hiring himself out as a guard. It was almost odd not to be given second looks for his physical appearance, thanks to the maid's makeup. He'd gotten so used to admiring attention from the ladies that he'd almost forgotten what it felt like to be an average Joe. Not so helpful if you were hoping for a love life, but great for blending in. Just inside the gates, he paused to look around Redoubt. It wasn't as big as Cove by any stretch of the imagination, maybe 20,000 residents at most. However, as the capital of a frontier region, its travelers were as often adventurers or mercenaries as traders or settlers. That gave the city a rougher, more boisterous feel. The streets showed some sign of planning at the beginning, laid out in square blocks. But since then, the second stories of buildings had grown to loom over some of the side streets, turning them into little more than alleys. In a few places, construction had blocked off a street entirely aside from at best a footpath where night soil was dumped. To make things even more cramped and hectic, apparently vendor stalls were allowed on the streets here, not just in the market, which led to some places where wagons could barely fit through, and traffic jams, surrounded by a deal of boisterous shouting and cursing, were frequent. It seemed that while the governor had lots of good ideas for encouraging prosperity and growth in Bastion, he was more lax than expected on civic management. There were no sewers and obviously little effort applied to municipal hygiene, giving the air a rank smell that Dare hoped his nose would grow used to before too long. Not everywhere could have running water, toilets, and septic tanks like Nearham Manor. Maybe in the future. The place seemed to be bustling, at least, and for the most part, the people were relatively clean and warmly dressed. Many squares had public wells where citizens could draw water. As he strode down the street leading from the south gate, he looked around. Not idly taking in the sights of the city, though. During the entire run to Redoubt, he'd been planning what he would do here, how he'd go about eliminating the danger to his family. Oliven might be the ultimate threat, but the Assassin's Guild was the more immediate concern, since they might be sending out another assassin after him soon. Or possibly had already sent one. Killing the knight would end the contract, but not immediately. Stopping the Assassin's Guild would end the immediate threat, but Oliven might try some other way. More significantly, a shadowy organization of murderers would probably be harder to find than the nephew of Bastion's Duke, and might feature some very powerful and dangerous enemies, like the Darkblade had been. Oliven would be easier to find, but it might be harder to find an opening to kill him without getting caught, to say nothing of the danger the warrior himself presented. Around and around Dare's thoughts had whirled as he put the miles behind him. Hard to find assassins, dangerous enemies, a knight who might be constantly surrounded by bodyguards and lackeys, or always in public. An assassin possibly on the way, Oliven planning further ways to threaten Dare's family. On and on. Until he realized he was an idiot, and the answer was right in front of him. Honestly, it almost felt like cheating, although even if unfair, it was unfair in his favor, at the expense of scum, and he felt no guilt about it. The assassins skulking about Redoubt no doubt blended in perfectly with the citizens around them, showing only the most secret and subtle hints they were part of a shadowy organization. Passwords and hand signs, dead drops, and all the other skullduggery of their trade. And they were all walking around with huge signs proclaiming their guilt hanging over their heads. Or at least huge hints that they were less than savory people. Invisible to most, but not to Dare. So as he wandered the streets of the city, he actively inspected the passers-by around him with his adventurer's eye. He was searching for the stealth classes. Poisoners and shadow shifters, dark blades and stalkers, dark spells and enervators and ward breakers and soul thieves, shade bows and snipers. Anyone who struck from the shadows or from far away with bow, blade, or spell, or killed by more subtle means such as poison. It was a daunting task, looking at each individual in a city of tens of thousands. Although he narrowed his search by ignoring anyone below level 15, which eliminated just about all the usual citizens. But even with them, he had to inspect their level, which took time. He also had to decide which part of the city to search first. The obvious answer was the slums, as a place where the criminal element could blend in. But with the way Redoubt had grown and overgrown, pockets of more haphazard construction, occupied by poorer tenants could be found in a lot of places. Also, there was the fact that high-level and highly paid assassins might be better served hiding in plain sight in one of the more prosperous districts, which meant they could be anywhere. Dare purchased a skewer of meat and peppers from a vendor, eating as he wandered the streets, both to ease his hunger and to make himself stand out less. There were a surprising number of people over level 30 in Redoubt, most adventurers or guards, but also a few crafters. Those might be worth coming back to at some point, when the lives of his loved ones weren't at stake. After about an hour, he finally had some luck, spotting a level 23 shadebow coming out of a bakery. The stealth archer was dressed in mundane clothes and had a pleasant look about him, exchanging laughs with the baker as he tore into a fresh loaf of bread with his teeth, a cloth-wrapped bundle under one arm. He could just be an adventurer out of his gear and at his ease around town, but Dare noticed the man paid more attention than most to the guards patrolling the streets. Since it was his first lead, he followed the shadebow, using Adventurer's Eye to track him so he could keep so far back that not even a professional should be able to tell he was being trailed. Especially not on these busy streets, where he might as well have been invisible. The man's purposeful walk took him through increasingly poor sections of the city, the buildings around them becoming shabbier and more crowded with large families of tenants. Settlers, maybe, or day laborers. Probably some refugees too, given the chaos on Bastion's northern border that thankfully hadn't stretched as far south as Tirana. Hopefully, for the sake of his family, it never would. They had enough problems to deal with. Finally, the possible assassin entered a part of the city dominated by tents, patchwork buildings made with bits of rubbish, and even people huddled together beneath canvas tarps that offered no protection from the cold, but at least some cover from the sporadic snow that continued to drift down from leaden skies. The man, looking far too prosperous and cheerful for the misery around him, turned down a final narrow street, made his way down between ramshackle buildings to a shabby old tavern, and with a casual look around, ducked inside. So if he was with Assassin's Guild, then they really were located in the slums. And either in the basement of the tavern, or it housed a secret tunnel that led to their hideout. That was almost disappointingly predictable. Dare noticed a young level 11 stalker lounging by the tavern's door, sipping from a flask and huddled in a heavy cloak against the cold. He had no reason to be outside, other than because he couldn't afford shelter, which was obviously not the case, or because he was a lookout. Okay then. Dare walked right past the street and kept going, looking even more closely at everyone around him for other lookouts or suspicious characters. He didn't see anyone but stayed wary. He'd noticed people were watching him, most of their looks unfriendly. And considering his get-up, it wasn't because of his looks or signs of wealth. Unfortunately, if people who picked criminal classes had a big sign over their heads for him, he had just as big a sign over his head for everyone, thanks to being level 33. Meaning, unless he'd really fucked up his life, he had no reason to be poverty-stricken, since he could literally walk outside and clear low-level spawn points for enough loot to afford at least a room and meals. And the cold, miserable people around him were well aware of it. In an odd way, it was strange to not be too worried about the unfriendly attention, since unlike in a usual slums, where he might have to worry about being mugged or hoodwinked, he was so much higher level than these people that he didn't have much to fear. And those who were higher level like him would have no reason to be here either. Even criminal organizations who might control these slums wouldn't waste their higher-level enforcers on this place. So unless he really did something to draw notice, he probably didn't have to worry about anyone coming after him. Of course, it also meant that Dare was going to have a bitch of a time investigating that tavern, which might have actually been one of the defensive measures the possible assassin's guilt took. Anyone who'd actually be a threat to them would draw attention the moment they entered the slums. Meanwhile, the assassins could cement their own presence here fairly easily and cow the downtrodden residents without much trouble. In fact, they probably were the criminal organization in charge here. So he'd probably have to wait until darkness, where he could skulk in the shadows and people wouldn't be able to see him to note his level. Or at least, not humans. He'd noticed the slums had a larger than usual population of other races, many of whom had better night vision. As for his own vision, his ability, Eagle Eye, gave him a slight benefit at night. Enough that as long as there was a moon in the sky and it wasn't cloudy, he could at least make out silhouettes well enough to use his adventurer's eye. Dare briskly made his way out of the slums, deciding that until dark he'd move on to searching for Olivan and trying to find an opening to take him out. The transition from poor to rich was starker than he'd expected, as he made for the mansion where Olivan still lived with his parents. The buildings going from slums to modest residences within the space of a single street, then to shops and more prosperous houses, and finally to walled compounds with guarded gates, large yards, and mansions where the nobles, prosperous merchants, high-level adventurers, and other wealthy and prominent citizens of Redoubt lived. The heart of government, wealth, and culture in Bastion. Here, Dare found he had the opposite problem from the slums. Nobody batted an eye at his level, since he saw plenty of people in their 30s, and even some in their 40s. Hell, he even spotted a dignified old man with long white hair and beard that was level 56, his class phase warper. Unfortunately, Dare's humble clothes drew more than a few sneers, and he noticed the guards paid him extra attention, eyes narrowed in mild suspicion. Damn, he should have brought a finer change of clothes, so he'd be better able to fit in no matter where he went. Although that was easily enough rectified by a visit to a tailor. It hurt a bit to spend gold when Zuri made things nearly as fine, and with a lot more love, but his purpose was too important to worry about cost. Also, if his motivation for leaving his clothes behind was that they would make him more noticeable, he could actually buy the fashions of Bastion and look less like he'd come from somewhere else. 10 minutes later, he left the tailor shop in a surprisingly well-fitted off-the-rack, so to speak, suit of pale tans and whites, with a long dark overcoat and thin raincloak. His other clothes were stuffed in his pack, which thankfully he'd mostly had empty so it all fit. The fashion was to wear the coat unbuttoned, so he concealed his short bow beneath that instead of the cloak, which wouldn't have hid Jack. His sword and spear were nice enough to pass even with finer clothes, and he drew a lot less notice as he resumed his walk to the Harling Branch family's mansion. Unfortunately, the place was well locked down with guards and forbidding spikes atop the walls. Although Dare might have been willing to risk infiltration, even so, if magic wasn't a thing. But knowing there were things like signal wards and other magical defenses gave him pause. He didn't know enough about them to circumvent them, if that was even possible for his class. So after spending a few minutes loitering near the gate, taking notes in his monster logbook about the classes and levels of the guards, in case he'd need that information later, he abandoned the mansion as a prospect for now and moved on. to the two brothels where Morona had said Oliver often spent the night. The sun was setting as Dare made his way to the red light district, which was close enough to the wealthy to be convenient, but far enough away to be respectable. Dare noticed a marked change in the city at sundown, with more decent folk and children retreating indoors and the streets becoming more boisterous. He even saw a few obvious prostitutes loitering near taverns and inns, trying to balance dressing provocatively with bundling up for the plummeting temperature. It was almost impressive how they strategically bared thighs, hips, and cleavage in a way that clearly hinted at their profession. Tirana had a nightlife, of course, but by public assent it was kept indoors or to the back streets. Morona didn't allow public indecency, drunkenness, or solicitation. In Redoubt, men staggered the streets with bottles in hand, laughing and singing snatches of song. Vendors hawked wares like prevent conception scrolls, hangover remedies, and the recreational drugs available on Calissa. Whores of numerous races lifted their skirts or tugged down their tops to entice passers-by, or even sidled up to press against men who met their eye. No doubt pickpockets were also out in force, and Dare wasn't about to follow a woman of the night into a dark alley and possibly get set on by a gang of thugs. Although at his level, that was less of a concern. As a frontier city that drew adventurers, it was no surprise the region's capital had more of a nightlife. And considering how haphazard the civic design and management seemed to be, it was no surprise they were lax on vice as well. Although it seemed the governor, mayor, or watch commander, or all of the above, recognized that as the center of civilization in Bastion Redoubt had a reputation to maintain for order and safety. The brightly lit streets chased away the growing darkness, even in most alleys, and patrolling guards showed a strong presence. The pertinent laws were also prominently displayed, as well as the punishments for breaking them. That didn't seem to hamper anyone's fun, though. If the market district of the city was boisterous, the red light district was absolutely wild. It was by far the most separated and isolated of all the various sprawling districts, even the slums themselves, with the streets leading into it clearly marked by the namesake lanterns. In fact, most of the lanterns and magical lights along the streets were red or pale pink, giving everything a garish hue. Acrobats and contortionists performed on the streets for coins, wearing skin-tight clothing but still probably uncomfortable in the cold. Although a few had fires lit to keep them warm, and also for passers-by to gather around to warm their hands as they watched the show. Illusionists and magicians also plied their trade, and vendors beneath heat enchantments enticed the surprisingly large crowds wandering the streets with sizzling meat or fresh cakes, or food intended to improve performance in bed, like oysters. Dare wove through the crowds, keeping a sharp eye on his possessions as he made for the first brothel on his list, the Crate, which was a strange name for an establishment frequented by nobles, unless it was some sort of euphemism. Twice he caught pickpockets, thanks to the improved reflexes afforded him by Fleetfoot, shoving them back but letting them scurry away since he didn't want to draw attention to himself by dragging them to the guards. Although he did break a few fingers on the man who tried to draw a knife on him with his other hand, which had to be the stupidest move ever for someone 10 levels lower than him. Finally, he saw a sign ahead with a surprisingly well-done painting of a crate on it. And it was an equal surprise to find that it wasn't hanging over a brothel after all, or at least not simply that. In fact, It seemed to be a large and bustling tavern, with customers coming and going, including an unexpectedly large number of women. Not just whores, but laborers, and even a few ladies who looked more wealthy. Interesting. Dare followed a group of richly dressed young men through the doors, welcomed by cheery music perfect for dancing, and laughter and clapping from within. He stopped short just inside, eyes widening. In spite of what he'd seen so far in the red light district, and even the market district, he hadn't expected to be confronted by a naked woman dancing seductively on a stage in the center of the room, gracefully stepping around glittering coins tossed at her feet. The aforementioned crate, he guessed, which explained the odd name. Patrons crowded tables clustered around the stage, clapping and whistling and tossing coins. Although they seemed to be socializing just as much, quaffing ale and digging into finger foods like fried meats and vegetables. Dare became aware of complaints from patrons trying to get in behind him and hastily stepped aside. Although before he needed to go looking for a table, a gorgeous serving girl led him to a small booth near the stage, suitable for a couple or at most 4 people. She was dressed far more conservatively than he would have expected, considering the girl dancing naked in the center of the room, almost primly. Thankfully, he didn't even have to ask her to satisfy his curiosity about the establishment, since as she took his order, she happily explained what the crate was all about. It was obviously a strip club, and Morona had told him it was a brothel, but it operated in a way he'd never heard of before. Specifically, any woman, whether a patron or a serving girl, or even a vagrant off the street, could go up on stage and dance. If she pleased the crowd, they'd toss her coins to encourage her to strip off her clothes, while if the crowd wasn't impressed, they'd boo her off for another woman to take her place. She could take the coins and leave at any point, although the tavern took half for providing the safe venue. The more clothing the woman removed, and the more obscene her movements, the more and higher value coins she was usually tossed. Although, of course, her appearance was usually the biggest factor in deciding how well her dance went. The serving girl also, while speculatively looking Dare over, hinted that the tavern rented rooms by the hour. Many of the women dancing for the crowd descended from the stage when a gentleman shook his coin purse and pointed at the ceiling, in a well-known invitation to take the entertainment to a more private setting. So a tavern, strip club, and brothel that any woman could walk into off the street to earn coin if she was willing or desperate enough. The woman currently dancing must have pleased the crowd well enough, because a couple gold glittered at her feet. Although the stream seemed to be drying up as the onlookers got their fill of eyeing her. Her last effort was lying on her back with legs spread, fingers delicately pulling apart her labia to expose her glistening pink interior in a shockingly lewd display. The position of Dare's booth gave him an excellent view, and he couldn't help but stare, feeling his cock begin to swell. He dug in his coin pouch and pulled out a silver to toss on the stage. The obscene stunt drew eager approval from the appreciative crowd, and earned the dancing woman several more silver and another gold. After which she began gathering up the coins and her clothes, to a few disappointed groans. A few men shook coin purses at her and pointed at the ceiling, but she only smiled at them coyly as she disappeared behind a curtain at the back of the stage. Presumably a place to dress and settle up with the tavern. "You seem a cultured sort, so I doubt I have to tell you," the serving girl told Dare as she prepared to fetch his beer. "But it's something we tell all new patrons as a matter of course. Getting hard is fine, even expected, but try to keep it out of view under the table. None of the patrons want to see that. Same with exposing yourself or jacking off. No touching any girls here, even with their permission. Take it upstairs or outside. No shouting, lewd or offensive comments, or other undue noise disruptions. No indecent propositions, except to the dancers on stage, unless you're the one approached. She playfully waggled a finger. And no warnings, just the boot if you don't follow the rules. I understand, he told her with a smile. She smiled back before hurrying off. The next woman to take the stage was a patron, giggling and egged on by the shouted encouragement of her tipsy companions. She began to sway her hips in time to the music, running her hands over her curvy body through her fine evening gown, as she turned in a circle to look at everyone leering up at her. Far from looking embarrassed or shy, she almost seemed to be luxuriating in the attention. The elegant woman looked wealthy, and Dare wondered if she was slumming and stripping in the club for the titillation, rather than any hope of coin. If so, she earned a fair amount of silver in any case. Although she only stripped down to her underwear before gathering her earnings and clothes and fleeing giggling behind the curtain, to a few grumbles from the onlookers who'd hoped for more. The next dancer was one of the serving girls, a beautiful high elf, as slender and ethereally perfect as any picture of an elf Dare had ever seen from Earth. Although, of course, she didn't hold a candle to Leilana. Her ascent to the stage immediately drew cheers and a sense of eager expectation, copper coins flying almost from the moment she set foot on the platform, and began one of the most graceful dances Dare had ever seen. He found out why the staff here was dressed so primly as he watched the elf make a show of slowly removing each item, playing the crowd for more coins, which they were happy to toss. Copper and silver rained on the stage, and as she finally pulled off her bra to expose her small, perfect breasts and pressed a finger into her slit through her panties, gold made an appearance. At that point, a finely dressed gentleman cleared his throat and nodded to the ceiling. He didn't shake a bag of gold or make any overt offer, but the beautiful high elf looked delighted as she nodded to him and began gathering her earnings and various layers of discarded clothing. There was some grumbling from the crowd about the lucky man cutting the show short, but the mood immediately bounced back as a sleek, black-haired catgirl from the crowd climbed up onto the stage. She began doing graceful acrobatics while somehow losing clothing in the process, and soon copper began flowing again. In most cases, Dare would have been happy to watch the show all night and throw his own share of coins and maybe even point upstairs. But, like he'd told Rosacea, right now he had more important things to worry about than getting his dick wet. He needed to protect his family. The serving girl brought his beer around, and after paying her, he sat back and took a sip, pretending to watch the nimble catgirl while using his eye to inspect the patrons in the tavern. He was looking for nobles or high-level adventurers he could approach to casually inquire about Oliven, and judging by the coins flowing onto the stage here, the patrons had to be on the wealthier side. There were a few good prospects, but he thought his best bet was a table of guards who were all around level 30, sitting in one corner. Dare called the serving girl back around to order them a round of drinks. Then, when they received them and nodded his way, he nodded back and sauntered over. "My thanks for all your service to this fine city," he said, grabbing a chair from a nearby table and motioning to an empty spot at theirs. "A fine sentiment, citizen," a grizzled older man said, waving. "Pull up a chair." Dare settled at the table and took a sip of his beer. Readout really hops at night, doesn't it? Must make for exciting shifts. There were a few snorts from around the table. Let's just say we never complain when we have the day shift, the grizzled guard said. Holy shit, another guard muttered, staring at the stage. That's the sexiest pussy I've ever seen. Dare turned to see that the cat girl was now nude and apparently stretching and doing poses. The coins continued to flow as she contorted her supple body in ways even most flexible girls would struggle with. Sable tail raised in a playful question mark and curling and waving with every motion. It certainly did hint at interesting possibilities. Pretty as she was, he thought Linnea was far more beautiful. Although, as he watched the show, he somewhat regretted he hadn't tried some more acrobatic stuff with his orange dream catgirl lover when he had the chance, back in Yan's holdout. He tossed the sable catgirl a gold, as much in thanks for giving him ideas in case he ran into Linnea again, as in admiration for her posing. When she saw it, she smiled and turned to the guards' table to show herself off to them, rubbing herself and moving her lithe body provocatively. Fuck, the grizzled veteran said, shaking his head in disbelief. You can get a night with a whore for that in some establishments. Must be nice to be an adventurer, tossing around gold like it's copper. Dare bit back his own curse at his blunder. He was trying to get on these guys' good side. Had a good streak of luck recently, he said, motioning for the serving girl to bring them another round. Any of you ever thought of taking up the life? The guards all snorted. Thanks, I'd like to live to be as old as Makor here, a young guardsman said, jostling his grizzled companion. I'll stick to the regulated guard training and patrolling the streets. And I've retired from my adventuring days, Makor agreed. The wife likes to know I'll be home every night, and the greatest danger I'll face is having a pair of tits shoved in my face. Dare laughed. May we all face that danger, he said, raising his mug. There was a chorus of assent and laughter as other mugs clashed against his in toast. He settled in at the table to drink and exchange gossip with his new friends, idly watching the stage. The girls who went up usually only danced for a few minutes, 15 at most. But surprisingly, there always seemed to be another woman waiting to hop on the stage when it was vacated. The clear amateurs often left the stage with only modest, or perhaps immodest, earnings, especially if they weren't particularly pretty. Although cheerfulness and enthusiasm went a long way for even the homeliest and most clumsy dancers, usually earning them goodwill and coppers. As for those clearly experienced in seduction, and attractive on top of that, they usually gathered up at least 1 gold along with the rest of their coin. There were women of various races, although most were human. Dare saw everything from thrill-seeking wealthy girls to women of other more respectable professions here looking for extra coin, to clearly destitute women hoping for a good dance to turn things around. Which they were delighted to succeed at tonight, since he would toss the most obviously struggling a gold and usually a few silver as well, to the point where the more poorly dressed women would usually turn to face him for their dance, and more than a few pointed up at the ceiling in silent invitation. Although, to be fair, they weren't the only ones who seemed willing to rent a room with him. Even the serving girls looked to him expectantly, or gave subtle hints, probably because of his clothes, since he still wore his makeup to make himself look more homely. He responded to each hint and subtle invitation with a warm smile but firm shake of his head, ignoring the ribbing of the guards around him. As the night progressed, the mood in the tavern grew ever more merry, with the songs the musicians in the corner were playing becoming downright boisterous. The dances became increasingly erotic, and just about all the women who went up on stage stripped fully, and many played with themselves as well. A few times, multiple dancers went up together, especially the serving girls, generally drawing showers of coins as they all but fucked each other right there in the middle of the tavern. It made a pleasant backdrop for Dare's subtle probing for information from the guards. He figured that a man like Olivan would be causing enough trouble to get noticed by the law, even if he was immune to punishment, and subtly shifted the conversation to gossip about the guards' interactions with the rich and famous, which they were only too happy to talk about. The rich tended to draw resentment, and that applied all the more if they were scum who committed crimes. Olivan fit that to a T, and it seemed like the guards had plenty of tales to tell about the night. He may have been protected by his uncle, the Duke of Bastion, but he wasn't protected from rumor and outrage. Unfortunately, what Dare didn't learn was where he could find the bastard. In fact, Olivan seemed to have disappeared from view after some recent scandal that Dare presumed was the attempted burning of Neram Manor. It looked as if he was going to have to poke around among the nobility or the adventurers, see if any of them knew what the man was up to. Although part of Dare was afraid that Olivan disappearing meant he was on his way to Neram Manor to cause trouble, he hoped Ilan and his fiancées were keeping vigilant, because at the moment he was far away and in a good position to figure out where the warrior had gone and what he planned. Besides, if Dare did learn that Olivan was making for his family, he could reassure himself that he'd be able to get there much faster than the night, as long as the man didn't have too much of a head start. Leaving the guards to their drinking with a final round of beers and a few clasped forearms and back slaps, he poked around the crate and chatted up some of the wealthier and higher-level patrons. Although he had poor luck, since most wanted to look at the women displaying themselves up on the stage, not talk to a random stranger who approached them out of the blue. Eventually, he found himself back at his table, debating leaving the crate, pleasant as it was, to continue to Olivan's other preferred brothel and see if he had more luck. Also, now that it was dark, he might try sniffing around the Assassin's Guild, if that's what that tavern in the slums was. Or maybe even try to break into Olivan's house and look for clues. Although that would be a last resort in a town where the guards were so vigilant. He was still debating his options when a figure blocked his view of the stage. Chapter 7. Thorns. Dare looked up in surprise as a woman slipped into his booth across from him, looking furtive. He judged her to be in her late 30s, although her somewhat homely features were drawn and lined by stress and grief that aged her, so she could have been younger. She was skinny and wore plain robes and a heavy cloak, clasped at the neck with a gold brooch in the shape of a bird. "You the answer to my prayers?" she asked, nervously licking her lips and not meeting his gaze. The hell? She wouldn't be the first invitation he'd gotten tonight, but in spite of her mousy appearance and furtive manner, she was by far the boldest. He took a cautious sip of his beer. "I'm not here for that, miss," he said politely. She flinched as she caught his meaning and laughed hollowly. "I'm not either." Frowning, Dare looked at her with his eye, and to his surprise saw she was a level 34 healer. So definitely not a prostitute or grifter, since adventurers of her level should have no trouble earning money. and from the way she couldn't meet his gaze and had reacted to the idea that he thought she was propositioning him, it didn't seem like her interest was romantic either. "What are you here for, then?" he asked warily. In reply, she fished in the collar of her robes and produced an amulet engraved with the sigil of a blooming rose, crossed by a long, wicked thorn. "Heliora, goddess of purity," she whispered. "You've heard of her?" He hesitated. "Not sure," he admitted. The healer laughed bitterly. "Yes, the rose doesn't bloom often in this harsh world, it sometimes feels." She clenched the amulet in her fist. "So Heliora wields the thorn." The haggard woman finally met his gaze, eyes blazing. "And if you don't know her, she's noticed you." Dare tensed at the obvious hint. The last time he'd been noticed, a party-rated monster had chased him across a battlefield, trying to cut him in two. "What does your goddess want of me?" he asked, even more warily. "The thorn." The healer tucked the amulet back into her robes and sat with hunched shoulders, staring at the table. "Let me tell you a story of an adventurers guild healer who, ignoring the explicit warnings of a close friend and all the rumors she'd heard, took a contract to hunt monsters for gold and experience with a noble warrior." She shuddered. One who, it turned out, was not so noble in anything but title. He hissed through his teeth as the dots connected. "Olivan?" She flinched at the name but nodded slightly, eyes haunted. "I don't wish to speak of what I suffered when I went alone in the wilds with him. And I doubt you need me to, after what he almost did to your lover." Shit. So this woman really did know who Dare was. So much for his haircut and makeup. "No, I don't," he said gently. Her pale face set in quiet grief and fury at the memory of her ordeal. "He told me if I tried to run, he'd have me thrown from the guild for breach of contract. That if I tried to report his deeds to the magistrates, it would do no good. And in punishment, he'd expose my infidelity to my husband." That motherfucker. It sounded like exactly the sort of vile deeds the knight would carry out. The healer hunched miserably, a tear slipping down her gaunt cheek. "I did anyway. Went to my husband and explained how I'd been abused. Went to the guild representatives to testify of his misdeeds. Went to the magistrates in pursuit of justice." Dare felt sick as he guessed how this story would end. He almost wanted to stop her, tell her she didn't need to say any more. But she kept going inexorably. "My husband called me a whore. My contract's an excuse to bed noble adventurers behind his back, and that I'd only come to him out of fear of discovery. He threw me out of my home, without so much as a chance to bid farewell to my children, and told me if I returned, he'd call the guards on me. As for the Adventurers Guild, they feared to displease the governor and tossed me out on my ear. And the magistrates," she laughed harshly. "What a fool I was to believe in a world where justice existed for highly placed nobles." He clenched his fists. He understood that frustration and fury all too well. "I won't speak of justice, or even of vengeance. Only a need to protect myself and my family." The healer nodded. "As well you should," she snorted bitterly. "Immune from the consequences of his vile deeds, as Olivan seems, he erred in trying to burn your house. His uncle and the rest of the nobility have turned their backs on him, at least for the moment. Likely he'll worm his way back into their good graces soon enough, but he has no desire to wait." She waved vaguely around them. "In this very tavern, and others in Redoubt, he's been heard to drunkenly boast that he would spend his entire fortune to hire assassins and mercenaries to have revenge on you and anyone associated with you. The poor woman shuddered again. But he doesn't have much of a fortune at present. The whole reason he wanted to go out hunting monsters with me was to earn coin for his dark deeds, as he told me often enough while he brutalized me. And why he took my share of the loot and treated me even more harshly when I protested. "I'm sorry," Dare murmured. She spat on the floor by their table. "Don't be sorry. Answer to my prayers. Be the thorn for defenseless women. Offer the only justice available to those such as us, in the face of those with greater power." She leaned forward. "Help me teach him that healers, like commoners, are not without our own power. That you don't fuck with us. That eventually your deeds catch up with you." He leaned forward as well. "How?" "Simple." She clutched the amulet through her robes. "Perhaps in silent prayer or in acknowledgement. Even in disgrace, I'm not without friends. And even in cowardice, the Adventurers Guild is not the home of fools. No healers or adventurers of any sort would answer Olivan's call for a contract, so he's gone back into the wilds to hunt alone." "Back where he hunted with you?" Dare guessed. The healer flinched at painful memories. "Yes," she hissed. "And it's where, Helia willing, he'll meet his end." She looked around and dropped her voice even more, so he could barely hear her over the raucous music. "It's simple. You've already seen how monsters aggro to those closest to them, or in their path, except in unusual circumstances with abilities or monsters with a chaotic disposition. So we wait for that walking pile of gilded shit to pull aggressively, as he tends to do when bored or impatient." She clenched her fist, green mana beginning to play around her fingers. "Then I use Mana Thorn to pull more monsters his way. As many as it takes. The monsters kill him. Nobody knows we were anywhere near, and everyone chalks it up to another adventurer slain in the dangerous work of hunting monsters. The perfect poetry of a monster being slain by his own kind. And I'm there in case it doesn't go that smoothly," Dare guessed. The gaunt woman laughed hollowly. "And because I'm sure you want to witness his death for yourself, so you know your family is safe." He thoughtfully downed the last of his beer. "Will it be the end of it, with him gone?" "For you, most likely." She laughed again. "No offense, but you're a nobody, and nobody gives a shit about his feud with you. Most adventurers and members of the nobility think it's stupid. If he dies to monsters, no one would give you a second thought. As for myself," she stared off into nothing, face twisted in leaden bitterness. "My life is already destroyed, and there is no end to that. But perhaps there can be a beginning, with him no longer actively seeking to ruin me." Dare was sure she didn't want his pity, but it was hard not to look at her with sympathy. "I'll help you, of course. And I thank you for helping me. I don't relish the thought of killing anyone, but this fucker needs to die." He offered his hand. "I'm Dare." The healer flinched slightly and made no move to accept his handshake, which he realized in chagrin made sense given what she'd been through. He pulled his hand back and gave her an apologetic look. "You can call me Thorn," she finally said. "No doubt you could find my name easily enough if you tried, but I prefer to shed it, at least while we carry out this grim necessity." "Fair enough. Will you be ready to leave in the morning?" Thorn nodded. "I'd appreciate if you could arrange horses." She looked away. "I am struggling for coin at the moment." "Shit. Oliven really had fucked up her life. Extra horses would eat into Dare's coffers and be awkward on the trip home unless he resold them after all this was done. But with the healer as a companion, there weren't any better options. "Do you have a place to stay tonight? Enough for food?" he asked gently. He could see the distraught healer was torn, but finally she shook her head. "I could use help with that too, thank you. I've been camping in the slums with my adventuring kit." "Well, that definitely wouldn't do." Dare produced a few gold and slid them across the table to her. "If you'll be okay tonight, I have other things I need to do before we leave." Even if they were going to eliminate Oliven, with the way they were planning to do it, there'd be a long delay before word of his death reached Redoubt. The assassins could still act in that time, so better to deal with them too if he could. "I'll be fine," Thorne said, taking the coins. They both jumped as a powerfully built bouncer loomed over the table. "Take that outside," he rumbled, pointing at the gold Dare had just given her. "This is a classy establishment." The healer went ashen with humiliation, and Dare felt a surge of anger. He met the man's gaze firmly. "It wasn't about that. I don't care. Business deals between gentlemen is fine, but no coin passes from man to woman in this establishment, except onto the stage or upstairs. You can offer in public, but you pay in private." The bouncer motioned them out of the booth. "Out now." "Well, fuck him too." Dare moved between Thorne and the man, who at level 25 wasn't really a threat to either of them, and escorted her out of the crate. Once on the street, he turned to her. "Can I walk you to a reputable inn?" "No," she said, pulling down the deep hood of her heavy cloak. "I'll meet you at the south gate an hour after sunrise." She paused. "Whatever it is you're doing, be careful, and stay to the lit streets. Our levels don't make us invincible, just a more tempting target." Somehow he doubted she'd approve of his plans. He wondered if he should ask if she knew anything about the Assassin's Guild. Before he could decide, she slipped into the crowd and disappeared down the street. Dare stared after the healer, worried for her safety in spite of her obvious competence. But he doubted she'd appreciate him following to make sure when she'd already told him not to. So he hoped for the best and made his way down the street in the direction of the slums. The red light district was actually not far from that part of the city, although there were no actual streets connecting them. In fact, there was almost a wall, blocking off the destitute from the playground of the wealthy. A lot of those walls were in shadowed alleys, and Dare decided now was the time to get off the streets. So he ducked into an alley and made his way for the 10-foot-tall barrier, sensors alert for any threats from behind. No one followed him, so he propped his spear atop the wall and easily vaulted it, fleetfoot and power-up making the task trivial. On the other side, the rowdy night scene of the red light district was nowhere in sight. The more ramshackle buildings here were mostly unlit, and he caught sight of a few vagrants sleeping just down the alley, huddled together for warmth beneath a pile of rags. With the abrupt shift from light to dark, he paused to let his eyes adjust, sensors alert for danger. The overcast sky provided little light, snow still drifting down but not enough to coat the streets. Thankfully, Eagle Eye helped some, although more would have been nice. Dare wondered if one of the abilities he could learn with Student of the Wild gave him better night vision. It would almost be worth it to hunt nocturnal animals to see what he got. Not only were they an untapped group he hadn't checked for abilities, but being able to see in the dark would be incredibly useful. He finally set out, sticking to the walls of buildings and doing his best to avoid being a silhouette or walking out in the open. He was well aware that he shouldn't fall into the trap of assuming everyone else could see as poorly as him. Many of the stealth classes that operated in the shadows would have night vision as an ability, especially ones like Thief and Stalker. The slums were even darker than the rest of the city, although he got the vague impression of more people moving around. Some walking the streets, but more sticking to the shadows like he was. He doubted their purpose was wholesome. Unfortunately, there were other people who were up but not moving. And as it turned out, not that it came as a real surprise, Thorn's warning wasn't an idle one. Dare was slipping past an alley between two sagging buildings that practically leaned against each other when a faint flash of metal out of the corner of his eye saved him from wasting prey's vigilance. He whirled with all the speed afforded by Fleetfoot, looking with his eye. Level 18 Backstabber, a dagger specialist class, and not a particularly reputable one if the name wasn't a clue. The man definitely couldn't see Dare clearly, or he wouldn't have had the courage to try something like this. Dare caught the plunging blade and twisted, lifting the scrawny man, or perhaps woman or youth, and slamming him into the wall at the mouth of the alley. The grunt of pain definitely sounded masculine. "I'm going to give you the opportunity to walk away here," he hissed, avoiding S sounds since sibilants carried. "Don't come after me again." He caught the hint of the man's nod and tossed him away, and his assailant scrambled to escape. Shit, that had been close. Not really a threat, but a dagger wound stung like a bitch, even if it wouldn't take many hit points. What did he do if the next one was a level 30 who could see him clearly and came from behind or out of stealth? He couldn't assume that his enemies would all be low level, even in the slums, considering he was making for a possible Assassin's Guild hideout. Dare approached the ramshackle tavern from 2 streets away along a parallel route, finally climbing the roof of a warehouse that would give him a view of the place. He didn't have abilities that helped him with climbing, but he definitely had the athleticism for it, even at night. To his surprise, he saw activity around the tavern, even at this hour and in the darkness. There was still a sentry standing watch by the door, a stalker, and he watched a poisoner slip through the door. Light briefly streamed through, showing the place was still lively, even if all the windows had been blackened. Those could both be assassins, and it wasn't lost on him that even if they were below level 20, they could both be a threat to most citizens who'd be even lower level. A level 19 poisoner could easily brew poisons that would outright kill a level 4 like Morona. Pulling his heavy wool coat out of his pack for warmth, he wrapped it around him and settled down to watch the place. A few hours later, Dare concluded that if this tavern wasn't an assassin's guild, it certainly could be. There was no way it was a coincidence that over a dozen stealth classes had vanished inside the place without reappearing in the time he'd been watching. One of which had been a level 31 soul thief. The place was obviously a crime den of some sort, but the classes that had entered were all ones suited for assassination. He'd seen none that would put their skills to thievery or thuggery. It definitely warranted a closer look, but how exactly did he go about that? And more importantly, if it was the Assassin's Guild, how did he deal with it? If it was really a place frequented by high-level, likely wealthy assassins, it would be thick with poison traps, spell wards, sentries, and who knew what else. He probably couldn't even try to enter the tavern without drawing a huge amount of suspicion, even if he feigned drunkenness or ignorance. And no doubt the tavern room itself would offer no clues, since it was a front. And dealing with the place was even more of a challenge. The obvious solution was to report the location to the guards. Or maybe not so obvious. A guild of murderers who'd been operating in Redoubt for a long time had to have had run-ins with the law before, and found ways to protect themselves. They'd either have a mole inside the guards, or dirt on an officer, or even the guard commander that encouraged him to make sure his people looked the other way. Or something. Besides, a guild with powerful, wealthy members, like the Darkblade, wouldn't just be hanging out in some filthy basement beneath a seedy tavern. This was probably a place to pick up assignments and report to the higher-ups, and almost certainly had hidden defenses and plenty of back doors and bolt holes. On the other hand, Dare was going to have a tough time killing a bunch of assassins by himself. They might all be lower level than him, at least the ones he'd seen so far, but that didn't mean they couldn't kill him with 1,000 cuts. And that wasn't counting the poison, especially since he didn't have a healer who could cleanse it. Thankfully, with Kalissa's rigidly balanced system when it came to classes, he doubted any poison would be lethal, at least not to an even or higher level target. It would be hugely imbalanced to be able to kill a target with a simple cut. So while the poison might debilitate him, or paralyze him, or who knew what, on the off chance he got nicked, he shouldn't immediately drop over dead. He hoped. Finally, Dare climbed down from the warehouse roof and crept away in the direction of the market district, mulling over what to do now. Did he try the guards anyway and hope for the best? With Adventurer's Eye, he could always find the assassins again if they got spooked and moved locations, and it might actually be a good way of flushing them out into the open so he could get a better idea of their numbers and levels. But he didn't like the thought of giving them warning that someone was after them. The element of surprise was too valuable to waste. He didn't want to attack the place either. At least not until he had more information of things like the layout of the interior, the number of guild members and their levels and abilities, and if possible, their defenses. But gathering information took time, and also risked alerting the assassins to his activities. Well, he'd made what progress he could with the Assassins Guild for now. If he and Thorn could kill Olivan, he'd return. If nothing else, try to get the guild a message informing them of the knight's death and warning them to abandon any contracts they'd had with him. Time to find a place to get a few hours of sleep. Then he'd buy some horses and provisions and meet the healer to get this done. Thankfully, finding mounts in a city that catered to adventurers wasn't as difficult as Dare had feared. It only took him about a half hour to find and purchase 2 decent horses and all the necessary tack. He also purchased enough provisions to last 2 people a few days. He could always hunt or forage for more if needed. True to her word, Thorn met him at the south gate an hour after sunrise. She looked calmer and more rested than she had been last night, and while her face was still haggard, she looked focused as she mounted. Unlike Zuri, who at Dare's recommendation bore a spear, she had a simple knife belted at her waist to go with her mostly good quality gear. She didn't seem in the mood to chat, and the ride was mostly quiet and businesslike as they pushed south and a bit east, Thorn guiding the way. He noticed she fingered her sigil to Heliora often, mouthing silent prayers. Hopefully they'd be answered. Around late afternoon, they reached the spot the healer had told him about, dismounting and hiding their horses in a thicket as they crept forward on foot. They found Oliven's camp in an ideal location, near some spawn points. To Dare's disappointment and contempt, even though there were hours of daylight left, the man was already there, drinking from a flask and desultorily maintaining his gear. Thorn explained that the man's information about safe spawn points only covered 3 of them worth hunting at this level. Even with clearing them every time monsters respawned at 6 in the morning and 6 in the afternoon, the task only took so long. Especially since Oliven tended to be reckless in his pulling, as evidenced by half a dozen poorly bandaged wounds that weren't serious enough to apply a bleed effect. So he was simply ignoring them and letting his hit points naturally regenerate, which seemed to go faster than usual. Probably a warrior ability. The wounds would scar worse than if he was healed or used magical items like potions or enchantments, or even was tended to by a competent medic. Although the big knight didn't seem to care, and in truth had a surprising number of scars. Thorn's entire body radiated hate as she peered at Oliven from their hiding place, gripping her knife and magic glowing around her other hand. But after a brief inspection of the camp, she backed out of their hiding spot and led the way back to their horses. "Find a camp far enough away he won't stumble on us?" Dare suggested. She nodded, lips tight, and they mounted up and retraced their steps to a secluded copse with a hill between them and the night to block firelight. It was a cheerless dinner, even though Dare hunted and pinned with its delicious meat and cooked it with foraged root vegetables. Thorn ate mechanically, not seeming to taste the food, then immediately retreated to her tent, set up far enough from his that it was uncertain they could even be considered to be in the same camp. As the night turned unexpectedly cold, Dare retired to his own tent, shivering in his blankets until they warmed with his body heat. Even with good shelter, it was a cold and lonely night. He found himself desperately missing his loved ones back home. He longed to be back in the master bedroom's big bed with Zuri, Pella, Leilana, Sewir, and Irene or Sia pressed close around him in a cuddly pile. Soon, he hoped. Dare was up at the crack of dawn cooking breakfast, Thorn emerging from her tent soon after. They ate in tense silence and prepared for the day's grim purpose, creeping back to Oliven's camp. At which point they had to settle in and wait for 4 hours as the night made a leisurely morning of it, including such highlights as a lazy wank facing the rising sun, a long, apparently laborious dump, and finally a late breakfast. Thorn watched it all with the same simmering hatred, tense as a bowstring the entire time, so it was a wonder she didn't exhaust himself from the pure force of her wrath. Oddly, it was only when Oliven donned his armor and mounted up to ride to the first spawn point that she relaxed, looking ready and eager to have her justice. Dare was eager for it to be over too, although mostly so he could return to his family. At the spawn point, which featured odd hybrids of pigs and dogs, except with the usual nightmarish embellishments, Oliven tethered his horse a safe distance away and strode right in. Without hesitation, he engaged the first of the outlying monsters, then went on to make quick work of the other isolated ones around the edges. Then, laughing with an eagerness bordering on mania, he rushed a group of 3 closely spaced monsters and began fighting them at once. Dare watched incredulously, not quite believing their opportunity had come so quickly. He knew the man was an arrogant fool, But to willingly take on a fight he could easily have broken up into safer fights was just bafflingly stupid. The knight slammed into one of the pig dogs and sent it tumbling away, while the other two converged on him with feral snarls, nipping at his legs. He laughed at their attempts, bashing them away with his shield and slashing at snarling muzzles as they leapt at him again. He even laughed when a wolf got through his defenses and hamstrung him, while at the same time another managed to bite through the chainmail at the joint of his ass hard enough to injure him through it. The wounds were minor but weren't trivial, and were having a noticeable impact on his health bar, but he almost seemed to relish the pain. Was he insane as well as brutal and sadistic? Thorn strode forward with an expression of grim purpose, hands already glowing. Moments later, a small, razor-sharp dark green shard zipped past Olivan and the monsters he was fighting and struck a monster deeper into the spawn point, aggroing it and a nearby ad straight towards the knight. Caught up in his fight, Olivan didn't even notice, dispatching one of the pig dogs and turning to the other two. He seemed surprised when two more swarmed him, but it was only when the healer's next mana thorn whipped past him to aggro, three more his way, that he finally began looking around. Thorn was already running forward to aggro. Yet more monsters on the warrior, and Dare hurried to catch up. "You!" Olivan roared when he caught sight of Dare. Then moments later he spotted the healer. "You betrayed me to my enemies, you filthy whore!" he screamed in what seemed like genuine incredulity. "Only one of us is a betrayer, you festering asshole," she screamed back, bitterness poisoning the words. "Now die and be mourned by no one." Her mana thorn whipped out to hit another group of the pig dogs. As they too aggroed on the knight, Thorn finally began backing away towards where Dare stood, ready to flee if necessary, but lingering to witness the fruit of her actions. Olivan staggered away from the pile of monsters, trying to escape the sudden fresh onslaught. With every step, he frantically swung his sword and moved his shield in defensive abilities, as the pig dogs swarmed him in ever greater numbers. His helmet had been torn away by a monster, and blood sheeted down his face from a scalp wound, and he was limping from a lucky strike to his ankle. Dare watched in amazement. Holy shit, she was really doing it. Her idea had worked. Don't fuck with healers. Although it seemed that in spite of the impossible odds, Olivan still had some fight in him. With a roar, he burst out of the pile of monsters, stumbling and bleeding from dozens of minor and major wounds. Yet, if he felt any pain, it didn't show in the insane fury that twisted his features into a monstrous mask. "You spineless cunt," he snarled as he charged at Thorn. "I'll make you beg for death before I'm done with you." The haggard woman's cold mask shattered to one of terror as she turned to flee. But while she sprinted at her best speed, it seemed slow as molasses compared to what Dare could manage. He looked at the distance between the knight and the healer, Olivan's health, and the speed he was going, and the rate he was bleeding, and the math wasn't good. Shit. It would have been cleaner if Thorn had succeeded in getting Olivan killed to monsters. Fewer questions, and no way to tie it back to them. The perfect crime. But even if the warrior might still die from his wounds, it was clear he meant to bring the poor woman with him. Dare cursed quietly to himself and pounced on Olivan. It knocked the man to the ground, unable to move for a second. But that wouldn't be enough to let the pursuing monsters catch up. So he whipped his spear down in 2 smooth slashes and hamstrung both the man's legs. Hopefully the wounds wouldn't look too much different from those inflicted by teeth and claws to anyone investigating Oliven's death. The knight screamed and thrashed on the ground, not so much in pain as in fear and fury. "Motherfucker," he snarled at Dare, eyes murderous as he tried to drag himself towards him with just his arms. "I'll torture and mutilate everyone you ever loved before F." Dare shut his ears to the man's vile but ultimately feeble threats and ran back to where Thorn stood. Together they watched in silence as the warrior, dragging himself towards them desperately and bellowing in fury and terror, was buried beneath a pile of monsters. The pig dogs eagerly ripped into the man, finding ways through the armor to get at the flesh beneath, and soon he stopped thrashing and screaming as they began to feed. Thus ended Sir Olivan of Trentwood, and good riddance. Chapter 8. Deal. Dare felt a bit of vindictive satisfaction at Olivan's death, after everything the man had done to him and his loved ones. But mostly he felt relief that the ordeal was finally over. Or at least, mostly over. "Take nothing," Thorn said in a cold, flat voice. "His body, his horse, his camp, all stays as it is, so those who come looking for him suspect nothing." He nodded. "Of course." She sighed. "It's a pity, though, because I would have liked to piss on his corpse." Dare tore his eyes away from the grisly scene of the monsters devouring the night, feeling sick to his stomach. He'd hated the man, but it was still an awful thing to see done to a body. To his surprise, in spite of his companion's calm tone, she was hugging herself tightly, shoulders hunched and tears streaming down her cheeks. She hadn't taken her eyes off the feasting monsters as the sight became more sickening. He supposed now that she'd had her justice, all that was left was the ruin Olivan had made of her life. He cleared his throat awkwardly. "If you want, you're welcome to come to Nearham Manor. Leave your old past behind and start anew in a peaceful, prosperous place." The healer didn't respond for so long that he wondered if she either hadn't heard or was ignoring him. Then she shook her head slightly, a catch in her voice. "No, I'll return to read out. Perhaps my situation will improve with Olivan dead. The Adventurers Guild might take me back, and I can press my husband to let me be part of my children's lives." Dare nodded. "I'm heading back there too. Want some company on the ride?" She laughed hollowly. "That seems only fair considering I'm riding your horse." She spat in Olivan's direction, then turned away. "I have nothing more keeping me here." In the familiar silence from yesterday, they returned to their camp, ate an early lunch, then mounted up and started back for Readout. If Olivan's death had improved Thorn's disposition, she showed no sign of it. She seemed almost deflated, as if her grim purpose had been all that kept her going until now. He decided to try again. "Thank you, Thorn. I don't think I would have found Olivan easily without your aid." He hesitated, then added, "If you're ever in need of aid, any assistance at all I can provide, please contact me." Thorn shrugged listlessly. "You're welcome." She didn't respond to his offer. They rode in that melancholy silence the rest of the way to Readout, arriving after dark. That suited Dare's purposes because he was still able to find a stables who wanted to buy the horses, if at a slight loss, and it meant he'd be able to spend another night investigating the tavern in the slums. His companion took her leave of him at the stables, looking weary but determined. "Go in the goddess's grace, answer to my prayers," she said with a low bow. May you find the peace you seek for your family. That was certainly the plan. Dare slipped through the night in the direction of the slums, again sticking to the shadows and darting from cover to cover as he made his way to the roof of the warehouse where he'd observed the tavern 2 nights ago. Then he settled in to watch the place, observing the people who came and went and formulating plans. It was hours later, when even Redoubt's nightlife had finally died down, when he was approached. Fancy seeing you again. Dare, already tense as a bowstring, literally jumped at the man's voice coming from not far behind him. He used roll and shoot to throw himself to the side, to the very edge of the warehouse roof, and came to his feet facing the direction of the voice with his bow drawn. There was nothing there. Stealth. Shit, should he just cut and run? The man could be level 50 or level 15 for all he knew, and could very well be approaching to knife him with a poisoned blade. Hell, there could be a dozen stealthed enemies up here with him, even if he hadn't sensed any sign he wasn't alone. Then again, the stealth man had opted for a greeting instead of an attack. That suggested he might at least want to hold off violence until they'd talked. So Dare abandoned his desperate plan to use Snap to blind and disorient his assailant while he kept his eyes closed, then used the opening to flee. Instead, he stayed where he was, although he kept the fletchings drawn to his ear as he searched the night with his senses, hoping for a clue to the other man's whereabouts. You must have me mistaken for someone else, he said cautiously. The voice chuckled, indistinct enough that he couldn't pin down a location, maybe an ability. There are only so many teenagers out there of your level, lad. And you're not one of the 2 currently residing in Redoubt. Goddamn it. The oddity between Dare's age and level was going to be make him stand out more and more as time went on. There was a brief pause, as if the stealth man was waiting for a response. Then he said, "You can lower your bow. I only wish to talk." His voice hardened. This time. Dare reluctantly relaxed the string and lowered the point of the arrow. Slightly. No sense pointing it at nothing and antagonizing the man. What do you want to talk about? Another chuckle. I believe that's my question to ask. You're the one poking around where you shouldn't. Okay then. Maybe it was time to take a gamble and just speak bluntly. After all, he'd considered trying to get a message to the Assassin's Guild, if that's who this man represented. So he took a breath. Sir Olivan of Trentwood perished to monsters recently. To any interested parties, any contracts he had in effect are now void. There was a long pause. Ah, the voice said thoughtfully. Is that what this is about? Your employer is shockingly well informed and quick to respond. Employer? Dare supposed it had only been 4 days, 5 if it was past midnight, since he'd encountered the assassin and left for Redoubt. Barely enough time for a normal traveler to reach here from Tirana if he'd been riding frequent remounts into the ground. Okay, good to know he wasn't barking up the wrong tree. It actually wasn't the worst thing for the man to assume he was a mercenary, hired via messenger pigeon or magical communication. Or that he was more well-connected and knowledgeable than he seemed. That's what this is about, he confirmed in a confident voice. The stealthed man sighed. It seems Maldonal stumbled into more than he was prepared for down south, poor fool, and sent it on to us. Dare continued resolutely. With your contract giver gone, I need to know this is the end of it. His assailant chuckled. I don't bend down to pick up a gaffer's dropped cane unless there's a coin in it for me, lad. There's no money in war with a target from a dead contract. As long as you're telling the truth about Oliven, which I have no reason to disbelieve, our business with you is done. His voice hardened. Provided you leave now, and this is the last we hear of you and your employer. Considering all Dare wanted was to rush home and be with his family anyway, he was more than happy to take that deal. I'll be leaving the city, but I may be back on other business. Although I'm happy to forget you even exist if you'll do the same. And I'm sure my employer will also feel that way. Agreed, the assassin said in a tone of formal finality. Silence settled, and after it had dragged for several long seconds, Dare became confident that the man was either gone or at least done talking. Glad to escape without having to fight an assassin on a rooftop in the dark, he dropped down to the street below and gratefully crept out of the slums. Was this the end of it then? Pragmatically speaking, the assassins should have no reason to go after him aside from vengeance, and the man hadn't seemed particularly broken up about his friend's death. Still, Dare would keep up his guard. Maybe he could ask Morona where she got her alarm enchantments for her mansion, so he could buy some too. Even so, for the most part, Dare felt as if a huge weight had fallen off his chest, and he allowed himself to breathe freely for the first time in what felt like weeks. It was time to return to his family and let them know that the threat should be over. Dare found a humble inn not far from the south gate where he could spend the night, hopefully not drawing too much notice in the process. The threat from Oliven may be over, but he still needed to make sure he wasn't identified as being anywhere near Redoubt to avoid suspicion. Part of him wanted to explore the city while he was here, especially the market, to see what high-level and high-quality gear was available. And he could admit it would be tempting to return to the crate now that the pressure was off and he could fully enjoy the experience. But it would all have to wait for the next time he visited. Although he did want to make one quick stop in the market. The moment he woke in the morning, after sleeping longer than he'd expected thanks to days of accumulated exhaustion, he ate a hasty breakfast and made his way purposefully among the traders until he found a bookseller. The vendor was happy to recommend a very romantic storybook, and taking his word for it, Dare got down to business. 50 silver, he offered. The woman scoffed. You couldn't get a blank book bound for that price, let alone one transcribed with the most well-loved romance on Charlan continent. 2 gold. That was a harsher counteroffer than Dare had expected, and he idly wondered if his good looks had been making it easier to negotiate good deals all this time. An added challenge while wearing his homely makeup. He rubbed the bridge of his nose, not having to feign weariness. Usually he loved the give and take of haggling, pressing for the best deal possible. But at the moment, he was too impatient for it. Tell you what, since you were kind enough to recommend it, I'll go 1 gold, 50 silver. As long as you agree to be reasonable on any other purchases I might make. She agreed quick enough to make him confident she'd got the better end of the deal, probably by a wide margin. But she made up for it when he found a couple books on the history of Heralda and of wider Calissa and haggled to get better prices for them. Dare had been meaning to learn more about the world that was his new home for a long time now, but it always seemed like he had more pressing things to spend his time doing. Maybe, with the months turning cold, he'd find himself home more often with the free time to do some light reading. His business with the bookseller concluded. He resisted the temptation to keep browsing the market and immediately headed out the gate to start his run southeast towards Tirana, retracing his earlier steps. He ate on the way, and while he didn't keep the same brutal pace he had on the way here, he still made better time than people on horseback by a significant margin, going 2 or even 3 times the distance. He'd promised Rosacea he'd return to her domain, and at the speed he was going, he judged he'd be able to make it there a couple hours before dark, and could spend the night there again and continue on rested in the morning. Part of him couldn't help but look forward to the prospect of maybe sharing the demigoddess's bed again, and hope that Lily would still be there. Not only did he have the romantic book he'd bought for her to thank her for her hospitality, but he also wanted to see more of her. Dare could admit he was intrigued by an impossibly beautiful bunny girl who was nerdy and liked to read. The ancient Dryad's clearing was just as magical in the fading daylight as it had been at night, the air becoming warm, the meadow around him green with clover and flowers, and an aura of deep peace and contentment wrapping around him like a blanket. He felt as if he'd returned to the pleasant dream as he saw Rosacea waiting for him and dropped to one knee. "Lady," he murmured. "Rosa," she chided gently, lifting him to his feet with a surprisingly strong hand. "Remember, I see little need for formality," she smiled. "Besides, there should be more familiarity between those who've entwined." Dare coughed, feeling his face heat. "Rosa, thank you for welcoming me once again to your clearing." "Of course." The tall, long-limbed Dryad picked him up in her arms and kissed him affectionately, squeezing his butt as she did, then turned and carried him towards the area of the stream where Lily had prepared meals for him before. He wasn't sure whether to be surprised or not that there was once again a feast set out: roast fowl and mashed sweet potatoes and sautéed asparagus and, of course, salad. "Dare," Lily said happily, running forward to throw her arms around him as Rosa set him down. She was once again dressed in her lovely silver gown, her elegant appearance a contrast to her carefree enthusiasm. "Glad you made it back so soon," she said, then pulled back and looked up at him, brilliant grey eyes full of concern behind her glasses. "Is everything okay?" Dare gave her a weary but genuine smile. "I think so. I hope so." He brightened and swung his pack around to dig through it. "Oh, I got you something." "Really?" the bunny girl said, so excited she literally bounced up and down on her powerful cunard legs, long silver pigtails swaying merrily back and forth. "That's so sweet. What is it?" "A book I found in Readout." He produced the romantic storybook and offered it. "Ooh," she said, taking it eagerly and running her hands over the smooth leather cover. "Marion's musings, with additional stories from other sources. I only have the original musings, but I decided to leave it back home so I wouldn't accidentally damage it in my travels. So this is great." Dare was a bit disappointed he hadn't managed to get her something entirely new, although he was glad it wasn't an exact copy of what she had. Then again, the vendor had said it was the most popular book on the continent. "Is it good?" "It's great," Lily said happily. "It's so romantic. I was overjoyed when Mother got it for me. I think it's the best gift I've ever gotten." At first she went to Low Knox to see if someone there could order it, but Dare blinked. "You're from near Low Knox?" he blurted. The gorgeous bunny girl froze. "Darn it," she exclaimed, reproachfully bopping herself between the ears with her knuckles. "Now, why did I have to go and say that?" Rosa laughed richly. He looked between them suspiciously. What's going on? Lily gave him a sheepish smile. I guess the cat's out of the bag, huh? She took a breath, straightened her shoulders, and offered him her hand formally. Hi there, I'm Lily, daughter of Clover of Bright Hill Warren. Wait, what? The Clover he knew was young enough to be Lily's sister. Was it a common name? Or maybe the Clover he'd made love to was Lily's sister, and their mother had the same name and had passed it on to her daughter? The silver-haired bunny girl must have misinterpreted his blank stare because her smile wavered. Right, Mother doesn't usually tell the men she lets chase her down and give her a good mounting her name. She's the white bunny girl you were with about 5.5 months ago. She paused significantly. The mother of your Cunard son Petro, who she gave birth to about 2 weeks ago. Dare stiffened in shock at pretty much everything she'd just said. What? He knew he'd impregnated Clover, unless by some miracle she'd already been pregnant. And he knew Cunard children were born in 5 months. Still, he hadn't paused to consider he might already have another child out there in the world. It sort of blew his mind. His first son. He wondered what the little guy looked like, and if he'd be able to visit him. But he shook his head at the clear and obvious inconsistency. How could you be Clover's daughter? He protested. She's only a few years older than you, isn't she? Lily giggled a bit shyly and fiddled with her glasses. You don't know much about bunny girls, do you? We stay youthful-looking and fertile right up until the moment we drop dead of old age. It's one of the gifts of our race, along with great speed and great beauty. Mother's actually almost 50, and I'm her second youngest child now that Petro's born. Holy shit, Clover was older than Morona, and she still looked like a college co-ed with the face of an angel and the body of a pin-up model. Dare shook off that thought and focused on what was important. Are they both okay? Is Petro healthy? The silver-haired bunny girl smiled tenderly. They're fine, and Petro's perfect. He's an absolutely beautiful baby. The girls will be flocking to him when he grows up. A son, he said, grinning like an idiot. Now that he'd had some time to get his head around the idea of another child out there, he was overjoyed at the news. Male Cunards are pretty rare, aren't they? I heard 1 in 7. You heard right. Lily looked proud. He's Mother's first son. Would it be possible to visit him? Dare asked. Or would Clover consider visiting Nearham Manor? Lily laughed. You're more than welcome to visit. Mother would be overjoyed, and so would my sisters and the other girls there. It's not every day they have a man available that they didn't have to go out and shake their fluffy cottontails at to entice. A chance to get dog-piled by an entire warren of bunny girls? Oh, hell yes. She gave him a knowing smile as if guessing his thoughts. Mother would probably visit too. She liked you and really liked your time together. And I'm sure she'd love to give Petro a chance to visit his brothers and sisters at Nearham Manor. The beautiful bunny girl hesitated, taking off her glasses and breathing on them, then producing a cloth from her belt pouch to very thoroughly wipe them with. She looked shy for some reason, even nervous. Rosa cleared her throat, a surprisingly musical sound, and gently nudged Lily. The bunny girl jumped slightly, then blushed as she hastily shoved her glasses back onto her face. Although, if you're inviting people to visit, she blurted, could I come? Dare blinked. You want to visit? Well, She shifted awkwardly, a blush creeping all the way up to her long white ears and turning her lovely face a rosy scarlet. You're going to laugh at me. Of course I'm not, he teased, charmed by her discomfiture. "You're too beautiful to laugh at." "Really?" Lily bit her lip, looking at him hopefully with her big grey eyes. "It's just, I read so many books. And Mother knows I love the romantic ones. I never liked the idea of going out and lying in a field until some stranger gets on top of me. It's just all about pleasure, and couldn't there be more?" She fiddled with her glasses some more, taking them off and putting them back on, then tugging on one of her long pigtails. "I always dreamed of finding a man who I could have that with. Not just the steamy, rough sex, but all the other good stuff I've read about. Like cuddling and getting flowers and going on long walks in the moonlight and all the rest. And even deeper than that surface level, the true love and closeness and desire to spend our lives together and raise our children side by side." The achingly beautiful bunny girl abruptly put her face in her hands, although being careful of her glasses. "I just thought, well, Mother told me how gentle and romantic you were with her. And then I got curious, and I went and saw how happy you and your goblin lover were, and how wonderful you were to her. And I was sad at first because I figured that was it. You'd already found your love and I'd missed out." "You wanted to be with me," Dare blurted incredulously. Even after all he'd experienced on Calissa. All the beautiful women he'd been with, including actual deities. A part of him was still stunned that such an otherworldly beauty could be interested in him. Lily's face remained in her hands as she let out an embarrassed squeak, her milky pale skin blushing rosy red all the way up to her ears again. "Well, I mean, when we've courted and done all sorts of romantic things together, and we fall in love." She brightened and peeked through her fingers at him. "You'd be interested in courting, right? I mean, we got visited by a priest of the outsider a while ago. He wanted to check on Mother and the baby and see how they were doing, and also gave us news about you as the father." The bunny girl bounced in place, which not only made her pigtails sway adorably, but also did very nice things to her perfect breasts beneath the thin cloth of her evening gown. "He told me you had a harem, and that you'd found a home, and how happy you all were together. And I realized maybe there was still hope." Dare looked at the sky, as he often did when thinking of or speaking to Sia, even though she couldn't respond anymore unless Irene was around. He'd thought Zuri was the ultimate wingman, but it looked like his goddess fiancée was competing for the title. "Lily," he said solemnly, "I would be honored if you came with me to visit Neerim Manor. And I'm sure all the others would love to meet you." The bunny girl's smile was brighter than the rising sun. "Really?" she squealed, throwing her arms around him. "Yay, I can't wait." She abruptly pulled back, absently tugging on her pigtails. "Oh, I have to go make sure I have everything packed for when we leave tomorrow. Go ahead and eat before it gets cold. I'll see you in the morning." She bolted off across the meadow with all the speed of a cunid, vanishing in a flash. Dare couldn't help but grin as he turned to Rosa, although he paused when he saw the very serious look on her face, even more solemn than usual. "You'll be good to her," she said. It sounded more like a statement than a question, but even so he nodded resolutely. "I'll spend my life trying to make her happy, if I have the incredible luck and honor of earning her love." The dryad abruptly smiled. "I don't suppose I need to tell you, but Lily's a hopeless romantic. In the most classical sense, straight out of a storybook. I know real life can't always be that perfect, but it wouldn't hurt to do everything you can to properly woo her. Flowers and presents, dates, hand-holding, chaste kisses, slowly building passion, culminating in the perfect night when the time is right. She shook her head, looking a bit bemused. To be frank, I don't see the point myself, when simply entwining is more direct. But it'll make her happy. Thank you, Dare said. He laughed. I'll be honest, most of my romances until now have been fairly direct as well. Although I still try to give my fiancés all the wooing they deserve, each and every day. Good. I'd recommend staying in the habit. Rosa's eyes danced. On the subject of direct, I'd like to entwine with you again tonight. It is pleasant to experience being fully joined again after so long, and I believe I didn't fully drain you last time. He hesitated, glancing after Lily, and the dryad laughed. She won't mind. She knows she's joining a harem, and that you seek the company of most of the women you meet. As long as you don't neglect her, she'll be fine with it. Her smile widened. And she'll certainly have a lot of fun with your other lovers. With a 7-to-1 ratio, bunny girls get used to pleasuring each other when they can't find a man. Dare was certain the girls back home were going to love Lily. Not only was she beautiful, but she was sweet and innocent and absolutely adorable. And with the proper spices and recipes, she'd be a great cook too. He settled into a seat and piled his plate, gratefully filling his rumbling belly. He had to admit that if the way to a man's heart was through his stomach, the beautiful bunny girl was definitely making the best start possible with him. As he ate, Rosa massaged his shoulders and back, kneading his tense muscles with her long, graceful fingers. She was able to dig in and work out knots with surprising strength, including one beneath his shoulder blade that he'd been having a bitch of a time getting at. As Dare showed signs of winding down with his meal, the dryad began running her hands down his chest and kissing his neck. Cherry blossom hair draped over his shoulder and left arm. Her eagerness was undoubtable, and as he turned his head to meet her lips with his, she easily lifted him from his chair in a somewhat embarrassing princess carry. Then they were off to her enclosed bower of blossoming cherry saplings, his lover's long legs eating the distance at her rapid pace. His previous visit's languid entwining was nowhere in evidence tonight. As Rosa continued to kiss him hungrily, warm, wet tongue snaking into his mouth and capturing his, she slipped her hands beneath his clothes and ran them over his body, undressing him in the process. Almost as soon as he was naked, she went for his manhood, stroking him firmly with both hands until he was gasping and jerking his hips in her grip. Then she straightened, towering over him and staring down to meet his gaze with gleaming eyes. I want to try something different tonight, the tall, slender dryad said, beginning to stroke him again. Sounds good, he said, cupping her narrow ass with both hands and squeezing the soft yet surprisingly firm flesh. She smiled widely. Good. What do you think about lifted sex? Dare hesitated, giving her better than 8-foot body an uncertain look. She was so narrow she probably didn't weigh too much, although he had no idea what her density was compared to flesh and blood, so she might be heavier than she looked. Which wasn't a particularly sexy thought when his lover was jerking him off with both hands. I'm up for trying it, he said with a chuckle. After all, he'd enjoyed it with all his fiancées before, especially with Zuri and Sia with their smaller bodies. You'll probably have to wrap your legs around me so they don't drag, though. Rosa let out a musical laugh. Oh, I think you got it backwards. Her long arms wrapped tenderly around him, holding him by his upper back and beneath his ass, and he let out an involuntary gasp as she lifted him off his feet with zero sign of effort. It left him in an awkward position, where his legs dangled and his cock led the way pointed directly upwards. He looked up at her twinkling eyes as she widened her stance and thrust her pelvis forward, then raised him up until his tip was pressed against her glistening slit. "Ready?" she asked, smiling. Dare grinned back, surprised but getting into the spirit of things. "Fuck me." With another musical laugh, his lover pulled him up through soft folds drenched with fragrant nectar, her tight walls clamping around his shaft as she guided him in until his pubes rubbed against her hairless mound. He wasn't sure what exactly he could compare it to. He'd lain back and let lovers ride him before, and he'd lifted his lovers up and down on his cock. But being the one lifted, his weight cradled gently in her soft arms, was entirely new. With a low moan of pleasure, the dryad lowered him, then lifted him, again and again, making her own rhythm as she, for lack of a better way of putting it, used him to fuck her. With the way she was holding him, he would have had a difficult and awkward time moving his hips, so he just rested his hands on her smooth thighs and basically became her dildo. Which honestly he couldn't complain about because it was a novel experience and felt incredible. And he could tell Rosa was loving it. She started lifting and lowering him faster, moans becoming deeper and more hungry. "I have a clitoris," she finally gasped. Dare gave a start, then with chagrin, remembered that Rosie did too, and he'd certainly attended to it very lovingly when he'd been with her. It was no surprise that the mother of all Florins would share that with her descendants. So he reached up with one hand and found her erect bud, rubbing it firmly. She gasped in delight, and he felt her walls clench down in response. She began moving him even faster, moans increasing in volume and frequency, until finally the cherry blossom dryad reached her peak. She yanked him balls deep into her with a soft cry, then went rigid in rapture as she sprayed his crotch, abdomen, and chest with her sweet, sticky juice. Her tight pussy milked Dare desperately, and in the face of that overwhelming pleasure, he groaned and released inside her, back arching against her supporting arms as his cock surged powerfully time and again. Their shared climax lasted what felt like an eternity, and when it was finally over, Rosa lowered him out of her, then lifted him up to hug him to her soft chest, lowering her head to kiss him. He wrapped his arms and legs around her neck and narrow waist as he returned her kiss, stroking her warm back as his erection rubbed against her belly. "I love you," she purred against his lips, sounding breathless. Her hands playfully rubbed and squeezed his ass. That was incredible. Dare began, then grunted in surprise as his lover seemed to realize he was still hard, and without so much as a heads up, moved him into position again and rammed him up inside her, even more vigorously this time. Girls had given him a wild ride before, and ridden him wildly as well. But that was the start of almost 15 minutes of intense fucking, as Rosa pistoned him in and out of her soft pussy, with ever greater speed and force, only her constantly flooding juice sparing him from friction burns. She kept going without pause right through his second orgasm, his refractory period almost agonizingly pleasurable. As for her, she seemed to be climaxing nonstop, rising to higher and higher peaks as her walls undulated against his shaft. Ashkala, the succubus, had been sadistic and demanding, and Dare's dream sex with Sia, in her alabaster mannequin form, when he'd been lost in her ambrosia haze, had been even more intense and prolonged. But as the towering dryad continued sawing him in and out of her squelching pussy, he began to wonder if he was going to have to tap out. As if sensing his plight, she abruptly yanked him balls deep inside her again, then moved her hand between his legs to grip and fondle his balls, pushing him abruptly over the edge into his third climax. As Dare finally shot his last spurt, limp and wrung out even though he hadn't done much besides lie there, Rosa became gentle and tender again as she lowered him to the soft heather, then spooned him from behind. "Sorry if I went a bit overboard," she said with a throaty laugh, leisurely grinding against his ass. "You certainly put me through my paces," he panted wryly. "I know, I couldn't help myself." The dryad playfully tweaked his nipples. "You're just so little and cute, so sweet and innocent. I just want cuddle your solid little body close and rub that hard little ass of yours. Entwine with you forever so I can always feel your adorable hard cock inside me." Dare coughed, feeling his cheeks heat. "I hate to say it, but most guys don't like hearing stuff like that." He couldn't say he really did either. He got the feeling she was teasing him. "I hope you can forgive me." Her hands moved up to his shoulders, and she tenderly spun him around to face her, then began pushing his head gently but insistently down between her legs. "Will you lick my cherry blossom stud? I'm so wet." He found himself hesitating slightly. She giggled. "Oh, that. In case you were worrying, I absorbed every drop of your cum deep inside me, same as my Florin daughters do. It's all me down there." With that reassurance, Dare obligingly pressed his lips to her slippery labia, tongue sliding between her folds to gather her sweet cherry nectar as he rubbed her clit with his thumb. Rosa moaned in appreciation. "Thanks, sweetie, this is fantastic. You're so sexy." She began tenderly running her hands through his hair. "Would you like to know a secret?" He grunted in assent, mouth currently occupied, and she giggled almost giddily. "You've given me a dryad daughter," she whispered, tenderly brushing his cheek with a finger. Dare discovered he was happy at that news. He'd known he'd impregnated the demigoddess the first time they'd fucked, of course, since he hadn't had prevent conception to use. But the reality of it was a surprisingly pleasant thought. He pulled his face away from her sticky sex to smile up at her. "That's great to hear," he said, tenderly stroking her thighs. The dryad laughed, low and throaty. "I didn't think you'd appreciate the significance of this event." She pulled him up her narrow body by his shoulders so she could tenderly kiss him, then held him and stroked his back as she continued. "I'm the mother of Florins, Dare. As in all my years I've given birth only to plant girls." Her voice turned wistful. "And while I love my sweet daughters dearly, I always grieved that I had no dryad or drew's offspring. I'd resigned myself to the fact that my kind is created by the gods, not born." She reached between them and wrapped her elegant fingers around his soft, well-satisfied cock, making it stir again. "And then I learned of a remarkable man with a hidden blessing from a goddess. That every child of his, born of another race, would be of the mother's race." Rosa laughed excitedly and hugged him so tightly his ribs creaked. "You've given me a dryad child, you sexy little man. You and your benefactor. And for that I will be eternally grateful." Dare grunted as she pushed him down her body a bit, between her spread legs, and urgently rolled her hips, guiding his half-erect cock back inside her. As he continued to stiffen, she began moving him delightfully within her soft pussy. And I'm going to show my gratitude by pleasing you as only a woman with over 43,000 years of experience is capable of, she moaned in his ear. A dream to carry with you for the rest of your days. True to her word, the rest of the night was as magical as the beginning had been explosive. Chapter 9. Homeward Bound. Dare woke just after dawn to find himself alone in Rosa's heather bed, tucked snugly beneath a blanket of soft, fragrant cherry blossoms. For an uncomfortable moment, he wondered if the dryad had detached her long train of hair. Then he realized they'd been gathered from the overhead bower. Yawning, he pushed them aside and dressed, then ducked out into the clearing. Peace and contentment, deeper than the enchantment, laid over the clearing, suffused him after the night he'd had with Rosa. And he couldn't help but feel a bit of wonder. He'd helped a demigoddess conceive a daughter after her own image. Maybe not a demigoddess herself, but at the very least a dryad. And even if it had been due to Sia's intervention, it was still incredible to think about. Dare found his lover and Lily chatting near the table, which this morning was laid out with only a light breakfast of boiled eggs and salad. The bunny girl was dressed in her unabashedly indecent leather short shorts and chest wrap again, and beside his pack at the table was another one that looked stuffed full of objects that bulged the leather and hide in rectangular outlines. Books, if he had to guess. "Good morning," Lily said, running over to take his hand and pull him insistently to the table. "Eat fast, I'm ready to go." Dare had to grin at her enthusiasm. "I am too," he admitted. "Not just to let everyone know that I've sorted out our problems. I've missed them." She sighed almost dreamily, running a hand through her silky silver hair, which, as always, was pulled into adorable pigtails. "Rushing to return to your lovers after moving heaven and earth to defend them in a faraway city. That's so romantic." His new bunny girl companion, and possibly new addition to his harem, didn't join him for breakfast. Apparently she'd already eaten. Instead, she eagerly told him how she'd changed classes from scholar to leatherworker, so she could make him and his other leather-wielding companions armor when they were so high level they had trouble finding it elsewhere, especially at the best qualities. And she'd chosen the archer combat subclass, since it would be quickest to level with someone helping her, and she could use the gear he leveled out of. It was an incredibly generous gesture, and well thought out. Even so, Dare felt a bit dismayed to hear it. "You didn't have to change your entire life's goals for me," he protested. He started to add that she didn't even know him well enough to decide if she really wanted to be with him yet, but bit his tongue at the last second. He didn't want to take the wind out of her sails when she was so obviously excited about her plans. Lily waved that away, idly tugging one of her long white ears. "I wasn't doing much with the scholar class, and I'm so low level, the 10% overall experience penalty wasn't very much." Still, it meant that if she wanted to change her class in the future, she'd be looking at a 30% penalty, which was an even harsher blow. "Besides," she added happily, "if I'm going to be part of your family, we'll all be working together, won't we? I want to do my part." Dare glanced at Rosa, who just smiled down at them as if they were children, speaking of inconsequential things, which he supposed to someone as mind-bogglingly ancient as her wasn't far off. "Thank you, Lily," he said, setting aside his other protests for now. "That was very thoughtful of you." She bit her lip, milky pale skin prominently displaying her spreading blush, and reached over to grab a handful of salad straight from the bowl, munching it to cover her pleased embarrassment. With another few bites, he pushed away his plate and stood. "Well, my beautiful companion," he said, smiling and holding out his hand. "I look forward to many moonlit walks in the future, but for the moment, can I offer you a daylight run?" Lily giggled, shyly standing and taking his hand. "That sounds delightful." Her big grey eyes danced behind her large wire-framed glasses. "And don't worry, I'll slow down for you." It wasn't an idle boast. Last time Dare had played tag with a bunny girl, or really the only time, she'd bolted at a pace he couldn't hope to match. Even running his fastest with Fleetfoot and Forest Perception, it was clear she'd been seriously holding back to let him keep up. Now, with Cheetah's Dash, he hoped to come a bit closer to matching Lily's pace. Although it seemed like she was about 30 years younger than Clover, and undoubtedly fit, as was plain to see in her skimpy leather outfit. So he had a real challenge ahead of him. After they belted on their packs, Rosa gave them both warm hugs, although she lingered a few more moments with Dare. "Do visit again if you happen to be passing by," she said, tenderly stroking his cheek. "You and all your family, on the rare occasion they have cause to leave the house." She smiled knowingly. "Like, say, perhaps in about a month and a half, when you head for Redoubt again to petition for knighthood and undertake the trials." Wow, she really did keep her ear to the ground. Or maybe the opposite, since all her ears grew up out of the ground. Being aware of everything the plants in the area knew was a pretty good form of limited omniscience. "I will," Dare promised. "I'm sure my family would all love to meet you and have the peace and rest of your beautiful domain." He shifted. "And I'd like to be here for the birth of our child, if you have no objections. Or at least afterwards to meet her, and, if you'll allow it, be part of her life." Lily sighed dreamily. For her part, Rosa looked amused. "You may meet her, certainly. Although I'm afraid it won't be any time soon. I feel her growing far slower within me than any of my Floran daughters. It will likely take years, even decades, before I produce her seed. And even I could not tell you how long it will take her to grow to adulthood. My kind are created already fully grown and imbued with some of the knowledge of the gods before being sent to our duties on Calissa." Wow, that was a lot of fascinating information. Dare would have happily spent more time asking follow-up questions, but the Dryad began ushering them towards the edge of the clearing with the briskness of a mother sending her children off to school. "Tell Eloise hello for me," she said as they stepped into the trees, waving a long reddish-brown arm. "Let her know Grandmummy loves her and blesses her to grow healthy and strong. And when you see Rosie again, tell her the same." "I will," Dare said, grinning. "Thank you again for everything." Her eyes sparkled with mirth. "It was very much my pleasure." She paused, then added casually, "Oh, and could you give the mistress of the house in particular my most polite invitation to come and visit me if ever she has the chance? I'd dearly like to see her." For a moment he was baffled by that, not sure who she could be talking about. He doubted she meant Morona, although she was the only mistress of a house he could. Oh right. Duh. Merilessia, the outsider. The literal goddess living in his house, and who he was engaged to be married to. Sia didn't make a fuss about her status with the family, and certainly didn't try to lord over them. But she was still a goddess. "I'll tell her," he promised solemnly. "I'm sure she'd be happy to meet you." She laughed at him with the tone of an adult at a child's innocent naivete. But we've met before. Dare felt his face heat. Of course, the demigoddess who was tens of thousands of years old and the goddess of exploration and new experiences had met. Right. In fact, we're very close friends. The dryad stuck out her lip in what, on a less ancient and noble woman, might have been considered a pout. Although she's been too busy to get in touch of late. Her eyes danced as she looked him up and down. I believe I can guess why. Wow, did he and their family really draw that much of Sia's attention? That was beyond touching. And humbling. Lily gave Rosa one last hug, easily bounding up to wrap her arms around the much taller woman's neck. Goodbye, and thank you for your kindness. I hope I can visit again soon. Then she hopped down and bolted over to grab Dare's hand, tugging on it insistently. Come on, let's go. I can't wait to get home. Dare followed, a bit bemused at her already calling Neera Manor home. They hadn't courted yet and didn't really know each other, but she almost acted as if joining the family was a foregone conclusion. Of course, if Sia had arranged things to turn out like this, then there was a good chance that's where this was going. And he couldn't exactly complain about the opportunity to fall in love with a sweet, innocent, enthusiastic, breathtakingly beautiful bunny girl. As they stepped out of Rosa's clearing, a steady wind struck them, warmer than in the previous days, but still chilly. Dare looked at Lily in her skimpy leather clothes and frowned. Aren't you going to freeze in that? She grinned, showing her adorable bunny front teeth, and began bouncing in place. I've got a fur wrap in case it gets too cold, but I'll be fine as long as we set a good pace. Bunny girls are used to being naked to the elements, and we run warm. But we especially generate plenty of heat when we're running. She giggled and looked away shyly. And during other physical exertions. He coughed, feeling his cheeks heat. So you're ready to go? The bunny girl nodded eagerly, and with a laugh he activated Cheetah's dash and burst into a loping run that would eat the miles. Lily made a surprised sound from where he'd left her in his dust, then let out an excited peal of laughter. He didn't even hear a rustle from the forest litter beneath their feet as she burst past him, going easily 30 miles an hour. Hey, Dare called, catching up with markedly less grace and likely a lot more effort. We need to keep this pace up all day. She giggled again and pushed her glasses higher up her nose. He noticed for the first time that they were attached to a silver chain that was tight enough to keep them from falling off. We can set a traveling pace later, she called playfully as she sped up even more. Come on, you got a boost at 30. Show me how fast you can go. He had to admit that even if it would slow them down in a long run as they pushed themselves unnecessarily, he couldn't help but eagerly accept the challenge. He'd been wanting to race a bunny girl ever since he got Cheetah's dash. The only other person besides Clover who'd really been able to outrun him was Ilan, and the monk had needed to open his locks to do it. So Dare ran all out, making full use of his elite athlete body and the speed boosts from Forest Perception, Power Up, Cheetah's Dash, and above all, Fleetfoot. He burst past Lily in a rush of pounding feet and crackling leaves, and she gave the most adorable squawk of surprise. Then, with a silvery peal of laughter, she caught up, cheeks flushed and grinning to reveal her adorable bunny front teeth. Nice, she said, gracefully vaulting a fallen log slanting between two trees. I thought you were faster than a human should possibly be, but this is insane. The bunny girl abruptly bounded ahead, powerful legs propelling her in long leaps rather than actually running. As she stretched her lead once again, her snowy white cottontail twitched playfully. Still not fast enough, though. Dare had to concede defeat, abandoning his sprint and slowing to a more reasonable pace. Although he'd never complain about being in second place to Lily so he could watch her run, her graceful body was pure poetry in motion. She slowed down as well before she got too far ahead, falling back to let him run beside her as they burst out of the forest and onto the plains. While she wasn't panting like a bellows and streaming sweat like he was, she was at least breathing hard and her pale forehead glistened with perspiration. Although she recovered from the run quicker than he did. Especially when Cheetah's dash ran out and he slowed even more and had to exert himself again to maintain a decent pace. Now this seems more like a human's speed, the bunny girl said, still with that huge grin. She'd obviously enjoyed their race. Although for a human sprinting all out, not one running at a pace he can maintain all day. What's your secret? A gift from a goddess, Dare said. Care to guess which one? She moved her glasses out of the way so she could wipe her forehead. Well, there's only one that I know of whose servants have taken an interest in you, so, the outsider? He nodded. What would you say about meeting her? He could only assume Sia wouldn't mind him sharing her secret, considering the goddess herself had arranged for Lily to head out into the world in search of him, to fulfill her hopes for a grand romance. Besides, if the bunny girl joined the family, then she'd find out soon enough. She stared at him in amazement. I thought the outsider has been traveling to other worlds, as her followers say she likes to do. Ouch. That was a secret he should probably wait to bring up. Lily might spook if she got bombarded with too many impossible things all at once. Like the fact that he was from another world and had died there before being reincarnated here. Besides, he wanted the rest of the family to be there for that conversation. Let's just say she's returned again, he said cryptically, then with a grin sped up again. Running with Lily was a blast. Maybe Dare's run to Redoubt would have been more enjoyable without the heavy curtain of dread hanging over him. But even so, it was especially fun to have company. Without Cheetah's dash, Pella was mostly able to keep up with him, and so was Ilan. And on horseback, his companions could match his pace well enough. But to be able to just run free without worrying about leaving everyone in the dust, and even break out in spontaneous sprints just for the hell of it, was a joy he hadn't indulged in often enough since his first weeks on Calissa. And the bunny girl was there for every minute of it, sharing his joy at the freedom of pure movement. Egging him on and dancing around him, and laughing gaily as she ran and leapt and bounded with unrivaled grace. In the late afternoon, Dare nearly stumbled mid-run in surprise as he felt a vibration in his pack. Just for a few moments, but enough to make him shout and skid to a halt, flinging it away thinking an animal had somehow gotten in there. The contents scattered, and among them he saw the dark wooden box, its golden runes glowing but steadily fading. Putting two and two together, he realized they must have just come in range of the bind point he'd set not far northeast of Tirana, and the home ward was signaling him that it was ready for use. You okay? Lily asked, bouncing impatiently ahead of him. She was flushed from exertion and glowed with a fine sheen of perspiration. In the fading light of the lowering sun, she looked breathtaking. Which was a stark contrast from his own sweat-drenched clothes and noticeable BO. Not exactly the way he wanted to present himself to a possible romantic partner. although he wasn't sure why he was just noticing this now, when they'd been running all day, and he'd been like this most of the time. He felt his cheeks heat as he quickly gathered up his scattered things and shrugged back into his pack. "Want to go even faster than we have been?" he asked with a smile, holding up the cube. "Like 3 times faster than I can run all out?" The bunny girl looked at the item, inspecting its details, and her big grey eyes went huge behind her glasses. "Whoa, where did you get something like that? This seems like something a level 50 hero would have." "I killed a level 38 party-rated monster and got lucky with the loot. Something that happened often, thanks to Sia giving him a luck boost along with his other improved traits." "At your level," she said in clear admiration. "That's amazing. You must have forked out a lot of gold to buy up the rest of your party's share of such a valuable item, though." Dare coughed and scratched sheepishly at the back of his head. There, was no one else. Lily stared at him incredulously. "You soloed a party-rated monster 5 levels higher than you?" "I, had a bit of help from an item." She began bounding around him, fiddling with her glasses as she looked at him with almost scientific scrutiny. "I wasn't going to comment on the fact that it's been less than 7 months since you left Lone Ox. And you somehow jumped up 21 levels in that time. But that is just flat out amazing." The bunny girl grabbed his free hand with both of hers and bounced up and down, eyes shining. "I knew there was something special about you right from the first. Not just handsome and kind, but strong and brave too." Now Dare was really embarrassed. "Like I said, I had help from an item." He hastily held up the cube. "Well, shall we?" "Go faster than I've ever gone before. Absolutely." With an excited squeal, she leapt into his arms. He nearly dropped the home ward as he fumbled to catch her, practically falling over backwards at the unexpected move. He was distinctly aware of her warm, glistening bare skin against his arms, the clean scent of sweat and a fragrance that was uniquely her filling his nostrils. She smelled incredible. Lily slipped soft arms around his neck and looked up at him with her big grey eyes, a blush creeping across her cheeks. "Okay, let's go," she murmured. "Right." Dare laughed in embarrassment. "Sorry I'm so sweaty and stinky." She buried her face in his neck, long soft ears tickling his cheek, and breathed deeply. "I love the way you smell. Like the grass we ran through, and the sunshine that kissed our skin, and the fun we had." She nuzzled him. "And like you." He briefly nuzzled her head in turn, then held her a bit tighter. Home ward bound. He felt the item activate, and then begin charging up. Right, it had a 10-minute cast time. He'd forgotten in the heat of the moment. Dare looked down at his bunny girl companion in chagrin. "So, I just remembered this takes 10 minutes. "Oh, right." That seemed to shake her from her excitement at their fast travel, giving her time to realize how intimately they were holding each other. Her milky pale skin blushed an even deeper pink. "So I guess, he hastily set her down. "When the home ward finishes charging, we can probably just hold hands to travel together." "Okay." Biting her lips shyly, Lily dug into her pack and pulled out a heavy fur poncho that fell to her knees. Dare could agree with that choice. The air had grown chilly with the sinking sun, and now that they'd stopped running, his sweat was cold on his skin. More comfortable in her warm garment, she plopped down cross-legged on the grass and rummaged in her pack for the book he'd given her, cracking it open to what seemed like a random page and absently reading. Maybe she was trying to escape an awkward situation in the pages of a book. He could admit he'd often been guilty of the same back on Earth, although he'd usually used his phone. Dare settled down close enough to her that he could take her hand when the home ward finished charging. You know, I know some romantic stories from my home. Would you like to hear one? Lily perked up eagerly, lifting her nose from her book. I would. Do your people have very many? He couldn't help but smile. A whole bunch. Where I come from, the priority in a relationship is finding love, rather than it at best being a happy accident in relationships, begun for other reasons. Her big grey eyes were a little bit starry as she looked off into the distance. An entire land where everyone finds romance, and not just the lucky few? Dare shifted uncomfortably. He didn't want to be a downer and mention things like divorce rates and other relationship issues that were prevalent back home. That's the goal most people have, he said carefully. The beautiful bunny girl leaned forward, pushing her glasses higher up her delicate nose to look at him with shining eyes. Tell me a story, the most romantic one you know. Phew, how did he judge that? Normally he picked movies and shows where the romance was a side plot, ideally with some good plot thrown in. Of course, if he was looking for a good story, there were always the classics. All right, he said, settling back. Once upon a time, there was a little girl whose mother died of illness. Her father married again, so she would have someone to care for her. Lily listened raptly to the fairy tale, looking distressed at the poor girl's plight, sighing dreamily at the romantic bits, and squealing with delight when she kissed the handsome prince, and it all ended happily ever after. Dare finished the story with a few minutes to spare. But since he didn't know exactly how the home ward worked, and didn't want to risk it going off and making him leave his companion behind, he suggested they hold hands early. The beautiful bunny girl shyly placed her pale, soft hand in his. This is kind of romantic, isn't it? She murmured. Trying something new together, hand in hand? He grinned and gently squeezed her hand. Here's to having many adventures together, going new places and seeing new things side by side. Ooh, I like that. Dare abruptly lost all sensation in his body, including the feel of Lily's hand in his. Then he was catapulted straight forward, still in his seated position, the ground whipping past underneath him with alarming speed.